Welcome everyone, my name is Jay and I'll be your trainer for this Technical Business System Analyst workshop. I have spent over 15 years working on large banking projects across global corporate and retail banking. I currently work as a lead business analyst for one of the top banks in Canada, and I'm very fascinated about helping people gain practical job-ready skills in business analysis. What does technical mean in software development? A business system analyst or BSA connect business needs with technical teams. Technical BSA goes further. They understand how the system actually works behind the scenes. That means knowing how the data moves between the front end, where the users provide their input, and backends where the data process and logic is applied, and all the way to the database where the data is stored. But you are not going to code in this course, but you can confidently explain to your engineering team or testing team and how technology support business functions. So why is technical knowledge is important? So today most of banking digital products API driven and data heavy. And it's not enough just gather requirements. Banks now expect analysts to understand how technical flows of data and system logic. When you understand these things, you can write better user stories, catch earlier issues, system issues, and add real value to your project team. Is there any salary differentiation between a regular BA and a technical business analyst? Yes. A traditional BA in North America start with 70K and go can up to over 100,000 with domain experience. A technical BA can easily start 85 to 90K and go over 130K per year. So with this cloud experience, API, data integration skills, some other technical skills as well, right? So that difference reflect added value of technical understanding. It makes you stand out and get noticed also. So the next question, who can be a BSA business system analyst? So this course is designed for complete beginners. If you are a new graduate or someone from non-technical background, business, commerce, or arts, this is for you. It's also perfect for professionals already working in QA, support, or operations who want to move into a business analyst or BSA role. We'll start simple and gradually build your technical confidence step by step. The workshop structure, every day in this 10-day program, you will follow a hands-on structure. We'll begin with a case study every day. We'll begin with a case study and identify the functionality or features of that case study. Then draw the process mapping. Then you'll write a user story and acceptance criteria in Jira. Then we'll explain to the technical team and we'll get estimate the user story and just test your knowledge. We'll do 10 multiple choice in each day, and I'll provide you one exercise to study by your own and review interview questions related to this topic and discuss the summary of learning and key takeaways. What to expect by end of this course? So you will learn to understand system inputs, process and outputs, so end to end. You will get exposed to front-end, back-end APIs, databases, microservice, and third-party vendor integration, the full software life cycles, APIs, database, integrations, and we'll always look at this from a business analyst perspective, focusing on requirements, documentation, and communication. So learning approaches will follow a practical project-based approach. You will see how customer data moves through a banking application, how system interact, and how business decisions are made through software. You will learn by doing, not memorizing theory. So you gain experience that can be shared confidently in interviews. Now that you understand what workshop is about and what you will achieve, let's move into day one. We'll start by understanding foundation in every software application, input, process, and output. You learn data moves through a system and how business logic turns data into real decisions. Okay, I'll see you in the day one, understanding how software application and system components work. Thanks everyone. Welcome everyone to day one of our technical BA workshop. Today we are going to learn how applications work from a business analyst perspective. So we'll explore how customer data travels through the system, learn from when it's entered in a form through the backend processing and back to screen as a result. So by end of this session, you will understand how to identify technical components, capture requirements, write user stories, and explain them to the team without writing any code. So let's get started. So our scenario use case today is an online registration feature. The customer enters their first name, last name, email, and phone number to register. So the system should save information in database and show a confirmation message. As a BA, your role is understand which parts of the system handle data and how document properly. Okay, so I'll show you. I built this application using Python and Django. So I'll show you what is the expected result here. So think this is your online application. We collect information in the front end. Email 123@gmail. So this is what we try to build, and 416, this is not a valid phone number. Okay, and we click register. Okay, so before I click register, I want to show you we are going to use for the demo purpose SQL Lite database here. So this is the database currently. Let me go to the database. So you see the customer app customer. So there are two customers are registered. So once I hit register button, this new customer, so let's name it new customer. The new customer John will get stored in database. Okay, so this is the expected result we try to achieve, and how to gather requirements and how to write user story for this one. Okay, so let me go ahead and hit submit. Okay, so you see customer is registered successfully, and we should see a record here. Let me go to another table and customer app. So you see our new customer first name and last name is the John and the email ID. So this is how from all the way to the front end, and the data is saved in backend and give back the result, right? So the result is given, customer registered successfully, right? So how this happen, I'll show you the middle layer. So here is my coding to that particular task stored in database. So there is no API involved right now. So simply we collect the information and it goes through this one and store into our database. Okay. So this is our use case today, and we'll see how we can capture requirement and how to write user stories for this use case. Okay. So the customer is online customer. So first, when you get a use case or scenario, you need to identify what are the features of functionality, right? So that's very important. So here, what are the features? The registration form, right? That's we need a registration form where customers can users input their data. That's the first thing. The registration form is this one. Okay. So backend logic, validate and save the data. So validate and save the data here, validating whether we are entering the right data and customer successfully this message. So this is the part, right? And sorry, I have to switch back. Database store customer details. So you have seen our database is customer app customer data table store successfully this data. Okay, so that's the third part. And confirmation message. So confirmation display the error or display. So here you see the customer registered successfully. So these are the features we identify for this use case. It's very important. So when reviewing requirement, we identify which part belongs to front end and back end API or microservice and database. So this helps communicate effectively with developers and testers. So with this one, collecting information, registration. So this is the input, right? And this is the backend logic, and this is also backend logic to validate. This data should be stored in the database. Okay. So now we identify the features from the business use case. Now let's map it up. Let's understand the bigger picture, and let's plot it this one in a diagram. Okay. So first understand flow system work. The input, right? Customer fill the application, process in the backend, store in the database, and system should display. So we are simplifying whatever we understood here. Okay, right? This information. So now go to process mapping. Sorry. So the process mapping, you can use any tool, Word, Excel, anywhere you can draw a diagram, but in professional world, we use Visio. Since I don't have the access to Visio, so I'm going to use Draw.io. It's similar like Visio free tool, web-based to draw the diagram. Okay, so let's switch back to the diagramming tool here. So the flow start with customer, right? So customer from front end, that's the start. So let me, this is the start, customer form. It's a start. So inside the bracket, maybe I'll tell this is your front end. Oh, input. So that's the first step for us. Maybe. So next step, you can use this one, backend logic, right? Backend logic or processing. See data we are capturing correct or not, right? So you can have one more. Next one, database. So this one for storage. And one more, finally, confirmation message. So where the confirmation messages belongs to, it's go to output. Okay, so these are the first. Customer enter the front end form, go to the back end, this is the start, and once it's done, this is the end. Okay, so now we identify the business use case, we identify the features and functionalities, we draw a diagram, simple diagram. You can draw a swimline diagram. You can, I'm just for the time being just using the simple straightforward diagram. You can do whatever detailed diagram you need. Okay, so next step is to writing the Jira story. So we are going to use Jira for this one. We can simply go and create the user story here. Click user story and user story title. We can use this one, customer registration. Customer registration form. Okay, so you can add more detail here. Just for the simplicity, I'm just using this one. Okay, so hit create. So it's created. Okay, it's created. There is no description over there, so I'm going to open in a different tab so that we can modify this user story. Okay, so let's write user story. Okay, so how the user story format? So who is the user, right? I'll just write first, I want this the template, right? So that, okay, so who is the user here? A new customer. Okay, so we can use loan customer as a user. So whatever it's suitable for you, just for the simplicity, we can just keep new customer. I want to, what is the functionality user is looking for? Register by entering my personal details. Okay, so this is the customer. Customer want to provide their information so that my information is stored and I can begin a loan application later. Okay, so you can add more detail, and just for this demonstration we can keep it simple. So next one, acceptance criteria. Okay, so acceptance criteria is nothing but the definition of that. Okay, so let's add bullet here. So right, you can use given, when, then format, but just for explanation we can just write a sentence. Okay, when all required fields are filled and I click, I mean user, okay? Maybe we can write register, the register button. We can write user clicks on register button. The data should be saved in the database. Okay, so when all required fields are filled out and user clicks on register button, the data should be saved in the database. That's the first one. Okay, you can write more detail. Okay, so I'm just for save the time, the message customer registered successfully should appear. Okay, so otherwise you can write display a message. This is the message we should see. Okay, and if required fields are missing, the system should. So here, this case I will write, but the application I show, I'm not validating the fields. In later on, I'll add that logic missing. So if the fields are missing, what I'm talking about here, where is the customer registration here? So if the fields are missing, when you hit submit button, let's try it out. I'm not sure if I have that validation. Yeah, it's saying filled out, so it's not throwing the error, but the application, when you're writing, we need to add this one. So I need to adjust my logic so that what I'm trying to say here, if there is no information entered here, when you hit the submit button, it should show something is showing here, fill out this field. If the field is missing, something like this. Okay, so we need to capture that one in the, so if required fields are missing, the system display on error message, right? So we are just showing fill up this information. It's mandatory. The system should display an error message or warning or like a tooltip, something. Okay, so just to know the user, you are missing this field. Okay, so then I think we covered everything what we need here, and also you can enter the fields here. Okay, so under just add the requirement, the new fields. So this way it's clear what field should go here, right? So you can see customer registration, first name, last name, email, phone number, right? First name, last name, email, phone number. The labels you need. Okay, so you can add more detail if it's optional or mandatory field. Here you can add it's optional or mandatory field, and length of this field, 15 character or 20 character. how long this field should accept and what data type it's accept, like text, alphanumeric, or number, or special character. So you can add all these conditions to field, okay, when you are capturing requirement. How long this one, if it's optional field or mandatory field, everything you can add here. So that's way. And messages, right? If success, you can add customer registered successfully. So this is the success message. Error message, please fill out this field, or something like that. Okay, so this way is clear when you are testing, right? So you add this user story, can save this one. Okay, so now we are ready our user story, right? So next step, this user story is already in the backlog. If you refresh, so this user story customer registration form is already in the backlog. So we don't have a story pointed here, right? So you see there is no story point. So how do you explain to your technical team this user story? So as a BA, you need to explain to your requirement clearly to developers. Explain how the data will validate it and save. The tester explain which fields validation rule test and verify the database. And business owner also, you need to get alignment in the error message, the success message also, right? So you'll go through the same way we did. So you can start with, okay, so this is, we receive a new, here, this is starting. So we receive a new business requirement to build a loan application. So that's, you talk about your use case or scenario. And second, you identify. So you talk about, once you have the business use case, you talk to your team. So we are building a customer registration form. All the way we have to save it in database, right? So this case, there will be a question about, do we need to build the API? So yes, in later on we need to build the API, but for this explanation we don't need the API. So we're just collecting the form and store it into the database. Okay. And you can switch back to more understanding, explain your expected functionality. You can show your diagram, okay, and you can explain to your team, this is what required, okay. And third one, once you have, you can come back to the user story. So we haven't created any epic or anything, just we jump into the directly. So this is the front end user story. You can right, if you need this front end or UI, so maybe we'll write UI only using as a new customer, the customer I want to register for. So these are the fields we are going to get. So again, based on the business requirement, you can write the field length, what characters you are going to include here, and this is applicable for all the fields. And success message and the error message you can confirm with the business, and you can capture here. For the testers, they need to validate. They can fill up the form, like they can fill the form here, right? And they can verify all the way in the database whether the record has been inserted or not. Okay. So that's the end-to-end discussion. Now is your turn So we discussed this one. We got the estimation. So estimation, when you're talking about simple form, 2-3 points, complex backend. So this is not anything complex. So we are just building a form and all the way to verifying the backend. So I would say to be fair, because we need to build the form and we need to take care of it in the we need to store it in the database. So including testing, I would estimate this user story as 5 or 8. So let's go with 8. Okay, so there we go. So story is ready to work. There's no dependency. So we are only focusing on the technical aspect here. So 8, I would go with 8. Now go back to our learning. So now next you have exercise here. You can follow the same thing. Customer logs in using email and password. System validate credential, display welcome message. So this is your use case. So this case, a new customer, the customer we registered, it's already registered customer, no longer asking this is information. So using their credential, they want to log into the system. That's your use case. Follow the same procedures what we did. Identify the feature and functionality, draw a process flow, write your user story, be ready, discuss with your team. Okay, so answer will be discussed in the next session. Okay, so what you learn here, you're learning summary today, how to identify input and process and output in a system, and break business requirements into front-end, back-end API. We didn't discuss API here, so we discussed front-end and database. How to write a user story and acceptance criteria for this simple use case, and we visualize the data flow, drawing a process mapping, and we explain to the team and estimate the user story. Okay, and now next one is to understand your knowledge. We can take a small MCQ. There are 10 MCQs are there. We can just go to MCQ and we can answer those questions. Test your knowledge. Okay. Okay, so let's quickly go these MCQs and identify what are the important questions we learn from this MCQ, just to test our knowledge. Okay, and I think before that we can read the question. What is the primary role of a business analyst when receiving a new feature or requirement? So I will not read the answers. Okay, so I will directly go to the question. So understand the, sorry, I will directly go to the answer. So understand the requirement and identify system component and document the user story. That's what we did first, right? Second one, in the online registered use case, which component handle the users from input? Is it backend, frontend database, or microservice? So we collect the form from the frontend. Okay, so that's the right answer. Question number 3, what is the purpose of process mapping in BA work? To write SQL queries, to generate report automatically, to debug. So you have to choose the best answer to visualize how data flows across through components. That's the right answer. So question number 4, which layer is responsible for validating users' input and saving to the database? which one? Where do we validate it? We validate it in the backend, right? So after we collect the information. So C is the right answer. Question number 5. Which of the following is an example of output in online registration module? Entering first name, database table, success message, customer registered successfully, backend validation logic. So this is the right one, success message, customer registered successfully, right? So next one, when writing a user story, what is the correct structure? Can you guess? So this is the right structure, write a user story, user, feature, and what is the benefit, right? Question number 7, what is the acceptance criteria? A step in process mapping, a way to measure if a user story is complete and works as intended, a UI design, a backend API name. So right answer B, a way to measure if a user story completed, work as intended, definition of that. Okay, that's the purpose of acceptance criteria. Which tool can be used to create a visual process flow diagram? So this case, you can choose Visio and Draw.io. That's the tool we use, the free version. Okay. And question number 9, why it's important for a business analyst to identify front-end, back-end API and database component. Right answer, to understand how the system work and communicate requirement clearly. Okay, so last question. In the context of BA work, which there is not a part of input, process and output. Writing unit tests in code, right? So fill in the form, front end, back end, database. Okay, so now let's go back to discuss our interview question, how you can use this knowledge answer when you're answering to interview question in a technical round. So the first question, tell me about a time you identify system component of a new feature. So there can be a question like this. Okay, so you can you don't need to read it out, this one. So this just for your explanation, I'm using star method. You can just modify, just take as a reference this one. Okay, so I'll just quickly read. So when I'm working, the situation I'm explaining, when I am working on a loan customer registration application, I need to handle how the system work, which is a new functionality or the system feature. That's a task. So I identify the new features and create a process flow to identify whether this requirement belongs to front end or back end, right? The result, I had clear understanding how the system changed and how the feature should work as expected, right? So that's the first answer. Second one, so you can modify this, use like a base reference. Okay, how do you ensure that a user story capture all necessary functionality? So we are just again telling the same thing. While I am getting a requirement, stakeholder provided high level input, because stakeholder, they don't know how the system works, so they will tell we need a form to collect customer information for the loan project. So I created complete actionable user story. Of course, that's your task. I broke down the requirement smaller component. This is important to validate each with the stakeholder, wrote clear acceptance criteria. I mean, front end, back end, API, or microservice, or something like that. The resulting user comprehensive and developer could implement the feature without clarification delays. This happen if you don't talk and explain the requirement very well to the developers. Next one, how do you explain a technical requirement to a non-technical stakeholder? This is a very important question. Stakeholder need to approve and backend. So usually when business say we need a form, business does not know where do you, they know this saved in backend, but if you need any validation, customer input anything, right? So I had to, as a business analyst, you process clearly someone without a technical background, without using technical jargon word. You can just talk in the customer side. You can show you a diagram like how the data flow through input and how this process in the backend and go all the way to the database, right? So this way stakeholder can understand the workflow and they can provide necessary approval without confusion. How do you handle missing and unclear information in a requirement? Again, we are talking about the loan project, some validation rule. So validation means the field should be 15 character alphanumeric. So my goal was to ensure was complete before passing it to development, right? So the format I use, you can ask all these questions, cross it out, and so that you can capture it. Question, analyze process gap. So you are confirming the business team, what type and format and everything. So that way you can, you will not come to a situation that there is ambiguity on your user story, right? So you have to capture everything. Final question, can you describe how would capture input process output for a new system feature, right? Again, we can talk about the same use case. So data flow accurately and development and testing. I documented all inputs, defined backend processing rules. So even you can write everything step by step under your diagram. So that way the team understanding each component, what is the expected result. Okay. That's all about. So if you want to include this one in your resume, so today you learn the ability to capture business requirement, translate into XML user story. This is you are already doing. Experience mapping process and identify system component, right? So you haven't learned yet backend and API and database full. But if you are after you complete everything, you can add something in your resume. So in the skill section, you can confidently now talk ability to capture business requirement and convert them into action. So story, experience, identifying system component, front-end, back-end, API, and database, understanding how the data flows between them. Proficiency in creating process mapping and visual workflows for business features. Clear communication requirement to technical teams. Understanding of input and process output. So you can just what we covered is just a summary. So based on your requirement, you can customize your resume. Okay. So that's what we learned today. What's coming up next? So tomorrow we'll do a front-end deep dive. Okay. And learn how the UI collects data from user, write user story for UI component like forms and buttons, capture field level requirement and validation rules, hands-on create a simple form and understand how data behind the scenes. Okay, so we'll thank you very much and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to day 2 of our technical business analyst workshop. Yesterday in day 1, we covered how to identify features, write user story, and explain the user story to the technical team for the customer registration. This is what yesterday we did. We took the customer input and all the way we stored it in the database. So yesterday we validated this change. Okay, so today, so today, before we jump into today's use case or scenario, so we want to discuss about yesterday our homework. Okay, so the homework, let me go back to the slide. Okay, so the student exercise yesterday, this is the business requirement was given. So customer login feature, customer logins to using in the email and password, system validate credential and displays welcome message. So this is our path. This is the process we need to do. First, we need to identify from this use case features and functionality and draw a process flow, write the user story and acceptance criteria, and be ready to discuss with the team and get estimated. Okay, so we are going to do all the steps. Okay, all right. So I'll switch back to. So I'll show you what we try to build here. I think this is what. Okay, so there is an existing page we need to build. When customer login, customer provide email ID and password, and when they click login, it should take to the dashboard. So this is what we try to build. Okay, so let me log in and show you. I have registered this customer. Okay, this is the test email I should use. Enter this email. So this customer is registered in the email. So here, so this existing customer, okay, and the register password. Okay, so you can see, so the user was registered. It's taking to the dashboard. Okay, or the home page where it's saying welcome test user at example.com. Okay, I go to login back. So let's enter invalid name. Okay, so test 123 at gmail.com. So this password or email is not registered. So when I click this one, it should show a error message. So it's saying invalid email or password. Okay, so this is the expected behavior. So let's see how we can capture the requirements, write the user story, how we can estimate this user story for this feature. Okay, so this is some exercise. Okay, now let me head back to to exercise 1. So what is our features here? So if you see this use case, we need a login page on the front end with fields and email and password. That's what we validated here, right? So we need a customer login, email and password, and we need a login button here, right? So that's the first thing we need here. And validation for the backend fields and incorrect credentials. So validation means like when user enter, so first we enter the test user which is registered, so it says successfully login, so it's take the information from here through the API, it's sent to the database, and the database give a validation whether this user and password is exist. If exist, say yes, it exists, and it's take to the dashboard. So that's the validation we are talking. If this is not existing, and it will throw a invalid email or password error message. Okay, so that's what we need to capture. So back here, backend API verify login. So the API piece we are not going to discuss here. Only we are going to discuss the front end part only because we haven't learned about API. Okay, so let's go to our next step. Is so we identify the feature and functionality, draw the process flow. So draw the process flow. I'm going to use this one, the free tool which is available free. So let's draw our process flow. Okay, so we can start with this guy starting. So first what we did here, we can go, so user enter credential here, right? So we can write user entered credential. So that's the first step. And next step, we can put Frontend API request. Okay, so once user enter here, click login button. So this information is sent to the database, right? So that's a step we are capturing, number 2. Okay, so go back to the third one. Third one is, so here backend validates. So we are asked to do the system validate. So backend is nothing but I would say the middle layer of the coding. So here you can see this is the backend I'm talking. So the message is received from the front end. So the program will validate, asking the database to check whether this information is available or not. Okay. So since this is ending here, I'm going to start from here. Okay. Instead of that one, you can use a database here directly. So we can tell the information is validated from the database. Okay. Database confirms. So database is confirming. So the middle layer, the code is asking, we receive some data, user login via the API, and backend is asking the database to confirm whether do you have a record for this username and password. Okay, that's pretty obvious, right? So the next one, response and back. So maybe we can include a decision here. You can include something like that. If database confirm, delete this one. So if database is saying yes, so here you can say yes and no, right? Delete this one. So if database confirm, you can put yes, and we can put one more. Sorry. This is just this is not very user friendly. Okay, this free tool, but you got the idea of what we try to do, right? So let's say this is the yes. If this is no, okay. We are making 2 decisions here. Okay, that's it. Okay, we don't need to play this one. We can put this guy and we can put this guy. Okay, so here success message, and if say error message. So we have a happy path and an unhappy path. Okay, so this is the entire flow. Okay, so let's go back to our this one. So we identify the feature, we draw the process flow. Now next step to write the user story only for the front end, right? Okay, for that we are going to head on to Jira. Okay, so let's create a user story here. So here I'm only writing UI front-end user story. You can write front-end or UI. So this is for our login page, right? That's the use case. So customer login feature. Okay, so maybe we can just copy and paste to save time. That's customer login feature. Okay, create this one, and user story is created. Okay, but there is no description yet. I'm going to open in a different tab to modify this one. So just add the description. Okay, so let's write user story. Okay, and acceptance. Okay, so this is user story. User story also we can write as a registered customer. Okay, I want to log into my account, right, using my email ID and password so that I can access my loan dashboard and view my account balance or like information, whatever information you want to view. Okay, so you got the idea, right? So let's write the acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria, we are just only focusing on the front end. So let's add some bullet here. The login form must include email and password. So password fields. Okay, that's one. So here you can write the specification for the email field and sorry, email field and the password field. So maybe without going further, I'll just write both fields must be mandatory. Okay, I'll just include this one only. You can add other detail. Okay. So the next step, we need to say valid message and invalid message, right? So if credentials are valid, you can write given when then method also, but just write in the detail, the system must redirect the dashboard and display welcome message. So you can include the welcome message as well. Okay, so if you want to include the welcome message here, you can include the welcome message, but need to print here. Okay, and if the else case here, if credentials are invalid, what we need to do, the system must display display invalid email or password should not be visible while typing and must be secure. So transmitted backend. So this is what we need to do, right? So while we are typing, we should not show the password, and maybe we can ask show button if user want to see the password. So you can add. So mainly we need two fields. Those are mandatory. You can add field validation, right? So if you need more detail, you can add field validation. Happy path, we are just discussing, just validate success message and the error message. Okay, are we clear on this one? So let's head on to the next story. So now we wrote the user story here. So let me save that user story before we lose this one. So save. Okay. So next step, talk to our developing engineering team and the testing team to get estimated this one. Okay. So let's head on to Jira. Just a Jira board. So let me refresh this one. Okay, so customer login feature is ready for us. So here we have two layers also, right? Like we need the API layer, we need the database validation. So we are only discussing the front end only, right? So this case, I would say with testing, so if you take total everything, maybe 10 story point, we would estimate all the work. But since we are only focusing front end, I would say 5 to 8. So again, these estimations are based on the complexity. So I'm just giving an idea when you talk to your engineering team, right? So you can explain the flow, right? So we need an API to take this information and send back to the backend, right? So we are not writing the API user story, we are only writing this one. And we assume the API is there and it's storing the data values here and retrieving the information and coming back the result, right? So we are only focusing, so these two are dependency for us, right? So maybe here 5, here maybe 3, and altogether for this work maybe 10 to maybe it's a large user story 13, we can break into the 3 stories, but our case we are only focusing on this one. So maybe we can go with either 5 because we need to build the form and validate everything, 5 or 8. So we'll go with the highest story point here. So when you are estimating, it's just an idea. Ask your team and ask your tester, developer, how complex this one. So based on you can story point. So maybe I'll go with 5 here. Okay, so just the front end only. So you can add other 2 user story for the backend or API. So today I'm not going to show you the backend and API because we will be discuss backend user stories, API and database stories upcoming session. So we are only focusing the front end. Okay. Okay. That's it for yesterday's our exercise. Now I'm gonna close this one. So now let's focus on our day 2. Okay, so day 2 we are planning to focus more today about front-end layer, the field validation. So yesterday we just took the fields as it is, the customer registration form. If you see, go back to registration. So we didn't validate anything. So as long as there is some data in this field, this is stored in database. But this is not the case with working with actual forms. So there should be a validation, because we are not expecting all the users are follow the guidelines. Some users are simply enter invalid data. So we don't want our application crash. So we would like to add validation rules so that it's prevent entering invalid data into our forms. Okay, so we'll more focus on today field validation. For this one, from register form, where I have a form built here. So we are going to expand our form, simple form, the form to these are some UI elements. You can see yesterday you discussed about fields, and there's a date picker here. You can pick the date. There is some radio buttons. There's a drop down here, and you can enter value here. You can increase here. There's a checkbox here. There's upload button here. Okay, so most of the common UI elements we are going to cover here. So let's see how we can write this user story for today's session. Okay, so now let's jump into our use case. So this is what we discussed. Pass this one. So our case studies and scenario today. So the business requirement is here to capture loan details from customer before submitting the form, right? So we are just expanding yesterday registered form with field validation. Okay. So first we need to identify the features. You understood the business requirement here, right? The business requirement is to validate the form here. So we have to validate this would be a text field, and there's some special length here we need to identify. Email, what is the form, text form, and how long this field should be long. So those kind of thing. Okay. Phone number, customer must select drop down. So it's a drop down, you see, right? So phone number notice a drop down. Just telling if there is a drop down, what is the drop down criteria? There's a checkbox must be selected. So this is a mandatory checkbox. Agree and terms. So this is a radio button must select it. So once you get the case study, so you can do a kind of a rough documentation, each field, what are the things you identify before write your user story. Okay. So here, where UI elements their role. So first name is a text box. Okay, we are alphabets only, maximum 30 characters. So numbers are not allowed, right? So maximum 30 character length. Email is the text box, must include @sign, right? That's the criteria. Phone number text box 10-digit only. Loan type is drop down. Required gender is required. Mandatory fields these are. Terms and conditions must be checked. Submit button enable when valid data, right? So here you can see already submit button is there. So this is just a simple form. I'm just showing everything. I'm not validating everything, but your real production. So you can hide the submit button until the valid data center. Okay, so that can be done also. Okay, so now we completed our work identifying the features and functionality, how this should work. So now next step to draw our process mapping, right? So let's start the process mapping. So here I just put the detail. You can take a start. Customer open register form. Fill in each field. Front end check required field data types and length. If invalid, highlight field in red, display message. If all valid, enable the submit button. User click submit button, front end send the request. Okay, display success message. Okay, so let's try to build our process map using this one. Okay, so we can use kind of this one. So let me delete this one. So okay, this is our from previous example. Okay, so let's map our use case. Okay, so we'll start what our user is doing. Start here. User is open loan application form. Okay, good. Okay, next step is enter details, right? Enter details. So provide input, whatever you want to write, you can write, no problem. There's no wrong answer. Front end validation. So once everything entered, front end validations. So I'm going to put it down here. Next, if invalid. Okay, so here we can put a decision here. Again, right? So we can put a validation here. I need here too. I don't know why this is coming. Okay, I just copied this guy. You can make it a little nicer. Okay. Can we bring this one here? Okay. Better, right? Better than the previous one. So yes mean, let's say validation pass. Okay. Fail. Okay, so if validation pass, what we need to do? So let's write validation fail, which is invalid. If invalid, right? Let's take this one. If invalid, so error message. Can make little down here. Okay, we can copy the same one. We can just change it there. If valid, what we want to show? We want to show the success message, right? Just delete this one. Okay, success confirm message. Okay. So here user is clicking the submit button. Okay. So here we can extra step. We can say valid. Enable the submit button here. So here the submit button is hidden. Okay, case I'm just showing everything here. The actual case is submit button is hidden. Okay, so here I want to show you. So here you can pick the date here, right? So example, if you pick the date here, you can type the date and you can ready button here. You can select what type of loan and you can enter or pre-select it here. So you can upload a document here. Okay, so these are the common UI buttons. Okay, UI elements. So we completed our third point. So now next step is to writing our user story. Okay, so let's head on to our Jira, close this user story and create one new user story. Okay, so again I'm writing UI. So this is for our loan application, loan customer registration form. Okay, again there's no detail here. Let me go back here and edit the description. Okay, so let's edit the description. Okay, so let's add the user story here. So we are not learning how to use a story because they are not adding the background or not adding the epic and other elements. So we're just only focusing on the functionality. Okay, I hope you know how to clean up your user story. We are just only focusing the main functionality. Okay, criteria. Okay, so let's write. So as a customer or client, whoever you want to add user, I want to fill out a loan application from with all required details. So that I can apply for a loan online. Okay, so acceptance criteria all. So maybe I'll add one more here, requirement, because we field specification we didn't add, right? So maybe I can copy and paste this one. Oh, this one. Okay, maybe I'll use this one. What is exactly I need to do? You can write one by one or just for the saving time. Okay, the fields specification. Okay, so first name, and we are only talking about first name, and it's similar. I'll add one more here for the last name also. Yeah, last name. Okay, so you can fill up, you can decorate, can complete this one. Okay, so let's head on to acceptance criteria. So either you can capture this one under acceptance criteria, or you can write a separate column here under requirement. So in generic, we can write all mandatory fields must be validated on the front end. Okay. Number 2, email and phone must be follow the defined rule. So there are some rules for the email and fields. I'm just taking example. Okay, email and phone and date of birth, formats, must be follow the defined rules. So what you can do when you're writing here in the acceptance criteria, either you can write what rules or validation you need to include here, or you can capture here as well. Okay, it's up to you. How do you want? As long as developer and the tester understood, we're okay. Applicant must be 18 years old. So here there is a validation need. That's why we are asking the date of birth. 18 years old. Okay. So if the date of birth is less than 18 years, we are not a submit button remain. So submit button remains disabled until all validations pass. Okay, these are all generic confirmation message. Oh, what happened? The confirmation message must displayed okay, display upon successful submission. Okay, invalid fields should be clearly highlighted with inline error messages. Okay, so example, if the email ID is failing, it should say email ID is failing, invalid character, uploaded documents should be PDF or JPG for image format only. Okay, so what's the best practice, right? Like instead of you display generically, even some rules are applicable for all the fields. So I would recommend you create a chart, or like sorry, go here. I recommend you to create a chart field specification here and write all the rule how that field should behave, right? So example, let's take this gender. Okay, not the gender, date of birth. Do we have the date of birth here? Okay, we don't have date of birth. So let's take the phone number as this one. Okay, so the phone number 10 digit only. So you can write, is that a mandatory field? If do you need to validate if the texts are entered? What is the error message you want to show? So include everything in that for that field. So that's where it's very clear to the developer and the tester what's need to be do. Like here you see it's all generic, right? So some we are talking about date of birth field, and we are uploading field, so we cannot assume this field should behave the common criteria we displayed here. So my recommendation is write field by field and what should that field should do. It's expected behavior. Okay, that's it for the user story writing. So now we'll head on to how to get estimated this one. Okay, before we so when you are talking to the developer, let's go back to this one. So when you're talking to the developer, explain it's your to real-time front-end validation for all fields, and what field need what feature, one validation, what error message, like I explained you, right? So it's tell one by one, right? So document write here one by one all the validation, so that way it's easy for the estimation too. Okay, so this user story would take 3 to 5 points, medium complexity. So we will go with 5 user story for this one. Okay, so some people may, let me refresh this one. Okay, some people may estimate this one 3 or 5, it doesn't matter. So you can take your actual estimation from your developers and testers. Okay, for our demo we just estimated 5. Okay, so now let's go back to our slides. So we done the user story, so we done estimation, this one. So now your exercise. Okay, so we'll discuss tomorrow this exercise. So feature customer feedback from front-end focus. Customer enters name, email, rating. So you need to you need to capture requirement for a feedback, customer feedback form. Okay, so requirement, customer enter the name, email, and the rating. So rating, we are providing 1 to 5 scale. Drop down, they can select, and there is a comment box. They can write up to 200 characters. Okay, so these are the fields: name, email ID, and they provided their rate, and they can write their comment. So rating is mandatory. Comment field should not accept more than 2 characters. Form should show confirmation message, feedback submitted successfully, right? So again, you have to do the same thing, identify all UI elements and validation. So I have given some information, draw front end, only process flow, write a user story, explain how would you review with the developers and testers. So this is your exercise. Okay, so this is only the front end piece. So today learning summary is you learn different type of UI elements for the web application, and how to define front-end validation rules, length, data type, required fields. So length mean how many characters, like long this field should be. Data type is it's a text or like a integer or like a number. So required field, it's a mandatory optional, and you wrote user story and you estimated. So before we talk about what's coming up next, so we'll quickly test your knowledge, okay, using some exercises. Okay, front-end, BSA. Okay, I guess these are the interview questions. Okay. Which of the following field most likely to use a radio button in the customer registration form? Name, gender, loan type, phone number, right? So with given answer, name cannot be a radio button, right? Loan type, okay, can be a radio button. But our form, we can just check based on our form. So here, this is not a radio button. So gender is our radio button. So we can go with the answer gender, right? B is the right answer. So we are just answering based on our registration form. What is the main purpose of front-end validation? A, to store the data in the backend databases. B, to verify the data format and completeness before submission. C, to send data directly to the API. D, to encrypt customer information. So what is the front-end validation it's going to do? So to verify data format and completeness before submission, right? So that's what the front-end validation. If it is a 18 years old and the email does have a domain there and phone number 10 digit. So this all validation before it's sent to the data. Okay. Question number 3, which field validation ensure the phone field must be exactly 10 digit? A required field validation, a length and data type validation, drop-down selection validation, checkbox validation. So it's not a required field, it's not the drop-down, it's not the checkbox because it says 10 digit, right? Length definitely and data type, right? Because it should accept only numbers. Question number 4, in the given case study, what condition enables the submit button? A, when the user checks the terms and condition box, when all required field pass validation, the backend confirms data when the email format is correct. So in the given case study, what is the condition enable the submitted button? So when all required field pass validation, right? Not on the condition. So it should pass all the validation to enable the submit button. That's what business requirement was. Question number 5, which of the following elements is not a UI control? A drop down, B checkbox, C API endpoint, D text box. C API endpoint. That's the right answer. It's a drop down, checkbox, text box. So API was not included in the UI element. Okay. Question number 6, a business analyst should clearly separate which two validation types in documentation. A, UI validation and data validation. So this type of error, okay, validation. B, front-end validation and back-end validation. C, manual validation and automation validation. D, API validation and API testing. So what they're asking, business should clearly separate which two validation types in documentation, right? Front-end validation and back-end validation, right? Because when you're writing front-end, we must clear what is the front-end, what is the back-end should do. Okay, so that's very important. Question number 7, what message should appear after successful submission in the case study? Invalid input, please fill out the required fields, registration successful, server not found. So if successful, based on the business requirement, it's a successful message. So our case registration successful. Q8, question 8, why is it important to include examples of valid and invalid inputs in requirement documentation? So answers are to help developers code faster, to make documents longer, to prevent ambiguity during the development and testing, to reduce need for UI design. So why include examples and valid in requirement documentation? So you see, if I discuss simply with the paper like this, then you may understand this one. But when I saw the actual expected solution, what we are building, so this give a bigger picture, clear understanding to everyone, right? So this may not be the right UI. So I don't have any HTML or decorated this one. So you will understand. At least try to provide a basic using Excel or other document. Try to create a form, and you can create in Excel also, right? So you can just name and write your criteria. What's the field should be validated if you are not able to do that something. But some mockup scripts will be very helpful. for to understand the flow. Okay, so that's what we are expecting here. The right answer, not code faster, to prevent ambiguity during so like someone cannot make assumption, right? Like if you have the right precise requirements, so no one will assume anything and there is no bug will come up later on, right? So yeah, of course, this will help developer code faster, and also reduce the need for UI design. This none of this one. So we want to make sure the testers and developers are clear during their testing site phase and the development phase. So C is the right answer. Q9, what is the story point estimation for the front-end validation usage? Again, this is just to provide an idea, okay? So, but based on your discussion with your team, your work can be more than 3 or 5 or 8 story point. So this is just to provide an idea, okay, just to make you practice. So I would go with 3 or 5. So this there's no right or wrong answer here, okay? So this is actually should come from your team. So I would choose 3 if very simple, but the loan application with this one, definitely I'll go with 5, whatever the highest points I want to pick here. So I'll go with 5 here. Okay, but if it's just a 2 field, maybe we can go 3. So we have a medium complexity work here, so I'll go with 5. Question number 10, the last question. When reviewing front-end requirement with the team, what should be the tester focus on? A, UI color plate, business logic and backend data, expected result or valid, invalid inputs, story point estimation. Obviously, expected result, right? So what should expected, what should the validation, right? So each field, that's why when you are writing your user story, you can create a chart and include what should that field should do. Okay, everything, mandatory, non-mandatory, alphanumeric, validation, error message, everything. So that way it's very easy for the tester when they are testing what is the expected result. All right. Okay. So we're done with the questions. Now we can head on to the interview questions. So what are the type of questions can come for interviews? Okay. So here, the first question I have, tell me about the time you gathered and document front-end validation requirement for a web. Okay, so this is just a base reference. So based on your use case or scenarios or projects you are working on, you can simply replace my text or replace my answers with the situation, and task is going to be the same and actions going to be the same, and I guess the result would be changing. So task and action you can keep based on your. So let's discuss this one. So during a loan project or banking project, ensure the accuracy, client onboarding form, registration form. So this is just a BAU task for the business analyst, but how do you explain to the interviewer? That's important, right? So my task was define rules for the all registration form. So I conducted walkthrough with business owners and developers. So I would recommend you the method I was telling, include a chart, okay? So one by one. Logic required fields, so maybe a chart, Excel sheet or something with all the fields, and that way it's everything clear to everyone, okay? Document reduce UI validation related certified testing help. So, right? So when you have a documentation, right, each field, right, let's say you have 20 fields, you should have a 20 field text box, chart, one by one you can write, okay? So that reduce your lot of discussion time. Second question, describe a time you explained front-end requirements to the both developers and testers. Okay, so the same project loan application, unclear about submit button, right? So when to enable the button. So you can, I need clearly communicate validation logic, expected behavior, UI element. So what you are doing, I organized a short joint session, walk them through process flow diagram, valid versus invalid path, explain the submit button activates after all the mandatory fields. So this is very useful for your explanation, right? So here we have after fields received, validation pass, right? If pass only, enable the submit button success message. Very, very clear. Can save a lot of time, right? Instead of you explain. So if you show this diagram, it's everyone can understand. Only show if the validation pass. Very clear, right? So these are very helpful. So I'll pass to. So the alignment avoided multiple testing cycle and form passed the first round of UAT with no front-end logic defects. Yeah, that's true when you have a clear requirement. Can you give me an example where you have for missing validation for UI logic during analysis? While reviewing requirements for a customer feedback form, I noticed there was a rules for limiting the comment field input. I had identified this gap, ensure it was documented before development started. Of course, you need to capture this one. So always very important when you're capturing uh, customer input or user input, you should ask this question whether it's a mandatory field, how long field should be um, longer, how many characters. So you should include everything, right? And the testing result also. The result was change, improved user experience, prevent database truncation issues, and so if you not know what is the truncation, so we'll be discussing in our upcoming session. But just to this can be a question in your interview, so you can come back and revisit the result if you don't understand. Okay, so I'll just quickly read. The change improved user experience, prevent database truncation issues, and was appreciated by the testing team for the clarity and validation and testing, right? So we have rules in database also how many characters we can save. But if you are upfront, if you are implementing this one, the front end, so we are avoiding unnecessary processing time in the backend too. Okay, so this is very important. The fourth question, tell me about a situation where you use process mapping to explain front-end logic. So online loan application project is our project. Task was present logic clearly to a business and technical team. You create a simple draw mapping, right? So you can use this mapping for everyone. Anyone can understand this, right? So you can use this one. Diagram made is front-end technical stakeholder, development team implement the exact flow without confusion. So you can add more detail to the flow. You can add swimline or detailed diagramming. Okay, so when you have add detailed diagramming, so let's move on to the next question. Describe how you estimated a user-related front-end validation. Right. So your case is you are not estimating as a BA, so you are getting estimation from your team, right? So during sprint planning, we had a story implemented registration page, multiple field level validation. I was responsible to discuss estimation story complexity with the team. I reviewed the number of UI controls and validation rules. So that's why you had to create that chart I was talking. How many fields, how many validation rule we have to add. So it should be 3 to 5, and if you are increasing more fields, so 8, 13, let's go. Okay, the story was delivered within sprints, 0 spillover, and estimation model become reference for similar UI stories the latest sprint. Yeah, you can use the same thing. All right, okay, so one thing left, what you learned today for your skills. Okay, so let's head back. So today you learn front-end validation rules, back-end validation rules you haven't learned yet, process mapping, user story acceptance criteria, of course, and how to talk to developers this front-end, and requirement walkthrough, right? So you can explain to what's the validation, what's the validation rule. You can walk through, give a walkthrough to business, technical team, and everyone. So resume, you can update hands-on experience analyzing and documenting front-end requirement for web application, including front field level validation, input, control, configuration, and UI interaction. So skilled identifying front-end versus back-end responsibilities, preparing validation metrics, and creating process map for client-side logic. Right. So experience writing detailed user story and acceptance criteria, front-end validation features, and collaborating with developers and testers designed to ensure consistent user experience. Okay. So it talks the same thing. Ultimately, you know how to capture the requirement for front-end validation. All right. So that's it for today. Let's talk about what's coming next. Okay. So in day 3, we are going to talk about the backend layer. So we know completely, we discussed last 2-3 days how to capture user input. And now we are going to move back to backend on the day 3 and how backend system validate and store the data, how to capture the backend logic as a user story, how frontend and backend interact through the APIs. Okay. Stay tuned until we see next time. Thank you very much again. Have a great day. Bye. Welcome to day 3. Today we are going to focus on what happens after you click submit on a form. So where that data goes, how it's stored, and how a business analyst can verify it. So we'll be using our loan application project as a live example. So by end of this session, you will clearly understand how the front end, back end, and database all talk to each other. Okay. So our goal is today understand how the data travels when a customer fills in a form like name, email, and loan amount. That amount information doesn't disappear anywhere, so it's stored somewhere permanent, the database. Okay. So as a business analyst, you don't need to write database queries, but you must know how to read, verify, and discuss what's happening behind the scenes. Okay. Quick recap on day 2 exercise. So before we go to today's session, so let's discuss the answer for the day-to-day student exercise. So the requirement was to create a customer feedback form. So these are the specification was given. Customer enters a name and email rating is 1 to 5 drop down here, and comment was a text box, so 200 character long. So rating was mandatory. The comment field should not exceed 200 characters. Form shows confirmation message, feedback submitted successfully. Okay, so our first task is identify the features of uncertainty, so which we already discussed here, and also UI elements and validation. So we discuss here. Second one, we draw a flowchart diagram and write the user story and explain how you would review this with developers. Okay, so let's do this one. So just make it easy. I already put it in a chart here. So again, my recommendation, if you are working on front end or any field related, right? Like any field related on a form or any user story, I recommend you to create a chart like this. Put a number here also, so that when you are talking to developers, it's easy. You can mention A or B or number. So I summarize everything here. You see, name, that's a field, and the type of the UI element we need here. Text box, required, it's mandatory, max 50 characters. And very important, if you have sample data, right, if it is coming from API response, or like if you have sample data, please include here. So that's very easy for the tester to understand what this field going to accept expected value. Okay, so email text box must be valid email, john gmail.com. Rating is a drop down, required 1 to 5. Example, this one. Comment text area, maximum 2 character. Submit button, it's a button. Enable when all validation pass and clickable. Okay, so this is our requirement. So next step, we need to draw a front-end process flow and write the user story. Okay, so let's draw the front-end diagram. Okay, I can make it a little bigger. Okay, let's start with start. So what customer opens the feedback form. So there is no right or wrong steps here. Try to understand what customer is doing. Okay, that's very important. Okay, customer open the feedback form, fills in each field. Okay, and front end check required field here. Okay, so next we can so front end checks what front end is checking here. So front end is checking number one, required field, is it mandatory or not? Okay, so that's the first check. And second one, highlighted max length. So every field we need to give a max length. And number three, valid format. Okay, so it's a text box or what type of data. All right, okay, so now next one, we can if valid pass, if validation pass, we can write it here, maybe a text box here. This is a box here, we can use this one. Let me put it here, and let's put it down here. Okay, so here flow ends, but this we will continue. Okay, validation check. Okay, so pass, fail. Okay, so if validation if any valid So if all these conditions are valid, okay, this is what's happening here. Okay, all the conditions are valid. Highlight, enable submit button. The submit button. User clicks submit button. So here one more step. User is going to user clicks submit button, and here if any invalid, what we need to do, highlight field and show message. Okay, so here we can expand this one further. Frontend sends valid data to backend API, but at this point you don't know the API. I'll keep on adding here. Okay, and backend stores data in database. So maybe we'll put it here. Display success message. You can write feedback submitted successfully. Okay, so this is the message, and this is the end. Okay, so end, we can grab this guy. This is the flow end. Okay, so let's review the flow again. Okay, I can make it smaller. Customer open the feedback form, fills in each field, and front-end check the required validation here. If validation pass, enable the submit button. So user click the submit button. So what will happen when user click the submit button? API send the data to the backend store, and again front-end display this success message and process it. If validation fail, highlight the field and display the field validation message. Okay, very simple, right? Okay, so now let's go back to our next step is writing the user story, right? So we are going to use okay, so I can go to Jira. We are going to write the user story. Okay, so it's loading. Okay, So we want to go to Jira board. Let's go to the recent one. Okay, let's go to the just try to go to the recent dashboard. Okay, so now go to backlog. In the backlog, so I want to make it little up, then only you can see this one. Okay, I hope you can see now. So here we will choose a user story. Okay, so let's write the user story. So here write UI user story, customer feedback form. So why I wrote here, this is only the front end only. Okay, so let's hit create. Okay, user story is created. So now let's open this guy in a different tab and let's modify the user story. Okay, so user story as a user I want so that, okay, just for simplicity I'm just writing everything so that I don't need to. Okay, so next one is acceptance criteria. Okay, so let's put an underline here and here. Okay, so let's fill up the details here. So as a customer, and what we need here, I want to submit my feedback with, you can add detail, but it's okay as long as you write feedback on valid fields. Okay, yeah, come on, so that my feedback is successfully recorded. Okay, T is missing. Okay, now let's write the acceptance criteria. Name and email are, I'll write manually, then I'll show you the chart also. We can copy and paste, and rating must be selected one, two. So you can write this way, or you can write given when then method also. Okay, so there is no specific format. Selected rating must be selected from 1 to 5 drop down, and comment, sorry, this Jira free version we have a hard time to write this one. Comment field cannot exceed 200 characters. Okay. Submit button is enabled only when all validation pass. Okay. And after submission, display success message. Okay. Feedback submitted successfully. Okay. Message. All right. Okay. Okay. Here type error. Okay. That's it. Okay. So you clean everything. Now it looks good. So that's it. Your user story. You can add more detail, but one more thing I mentioned here, you can add a requirement section here. So this way is clear for the tester and the developer. So you can remember this little chart, right? So this is very important. So let's take this chart here, let's paste it here. So this is very important. No matter how good you write here, no matter how you describe here, so this will give a end-to-end clear understanding how the requirement is summarizing. So if you can make a chart for the field visualization, that would be great. So this is important for the testers and developers. Okay. So now let's discuss the estimation with our team. Okay. So that's the next our important thing. So we are telling to the team, so especially when we talk to the developer, we telling need to implement front-end validation and ensure backend save the data securely. So you're saying we need a front-end validation and data should be saved in a backend. So when you are talking to the tester, you can show the expected results. Need expected result for valid input. So what customer is entering input and confirm message displayed and valid. Okay. So that's how you are explaining to the tester. So designer, if you are working with designer, because this is a front-end user story, so we need to have a design. So when you are talking designers, so you can show the need to show the error message clearly, ensure input fields highlighted on invalid data. Okay. So always provide sample inputs and invalid inputs in the requirement documents. Avoid ambiguity, right? Like people will get confused and they will assume. So always try to provide the sample data. That's very important. Okay. So now let's estimate this user story. There's no story point here. Okay. Okay, I don't see where to put the estimation here. Okay, and also there is no way. Let me close this one. For some reason it's asking epic. Okay, so let's assign epic here. See this little checkbox is not coming here. So let's assume this is the user story. There's no checkbox here, but let's assume this is the checkbox for this user story. Okay, so this is a front end. There are, how many fields we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 fields are there. With these 5 fields and validation. So I would recommend you this medium or large size user story. So it's testing and I'll go with it. Okay, so here I'm scoring here this user story, but something wrong in the Jira. It's not showing the estimation box here, so I'm just put it here. Okay. All right. So that's the end of the our student exercise. But important, I can show you. I prepared. I created this one. So let me see. Okay. So front end, the code is running. So maybe I can access the UI. Okay, there we go. I'll bring a little bit middle. Sometimes this is not working. And same time, I'll open the database also. I'll show you how the okay, browse data. Um, I guess okay. So this is the table. Okay, I try to make it small so we can keep side by side the day. So this is our form, online form. This is the table. Okay, table name. This is where the data is going to store for us. Okay, all right. So right now we have few record. When I building this one, I tested this one. So let's enter one more record. Um, testing. Okay, so this is the full name and email. We write Rami testing 123 at Gmail. So this is what we build. Okay, so rating, you can see a drop down. Let's put service testing. Okay, so now you see this submit button is already enabled. I'm not doing any validation. So you see we have 3 record. We have to see when we hit the submit button, we must see one more record, Rami testing. Okay, so let's hit the submit button. Okay, so we see the successful message. This is what we try to display, feedbacks submitted successfully. I'll refresh the database. Okay, so I refresh the database. You can see our comment, great service and testing. Okay, cool, right? Okay, so that's it for our exercise, week 2 exercise. Now let's get back to today's discussion. So we'll start from the basic. We will be not writing any SQL query, but I'll give one homework today, and we will write some SQL queries, how to retrieve data from databases. But let's understand the basic. Keep going. Okay. So a database is just an organized place to store data. You see, right? Like here. Um, why I'm saying organized, you have control, you have index, like you can point, you can ask which table, and you see, you can ask which table, and you can find which database, which app, which program. So there is a lot of control, and you can retrieve the data to retrieve it. So again, so the database is a structured or like organized place where to store the data, right? So think like an Excel sheet, rows and columns, but more powerful. So if you see an Excel sheet here, um, this is a row, right? I don't need to show you, so maybe I just simply show you column 1, column 2, column 3, row 1, row 2, row 3. 1, row 2, row 3. Okay, so let's create a small table. Okay, so you can see this is a row, right? This is a row, the highlighted one. This is a row, and B, this is a column, right? So this is how Excel work. And database also similar concept, row and columns, but it's far more powerful than Excel. Okay, so let me minimize this one here. So here you can see this database record. Here this is a record, this is a row, and this one is a column. Okay, so each row is a single record. So this is a single record. So each column represent data field. So this is what the front end field we stored here, right? So this is for entire loan application for our project. So for our practice, we are going to use SQLite, but there are other databases, common databases we call RDBMS, relational database. MySQL, the generic ones are MySQL or PostgreSQL and Oracle databases, especially finance company. There are other databases like NoSQL databases being used by companies for the scalability and other stuff, but still the legacy systems using these type of databases, MySQL and Oracle database. So as a business analyst, you don't need to worry what type of database is being used. So we just need to understand how the data is stored and how to retrieve the data. Okay. So we are going to use the same approach. We are going to use the same loan application, and we are going to see how this data is stored in the backend database. Okay. So there are a few more other concepts you need to learn. We discussed this one. Database components you must learn as a business analyst. The first one is table. So table is collection of related data. Example, customer data. So you see, right? So this is a table. Feedback, customer feedback is a table. So there are multiple tables in a database. So if you see this database, there are many other tables also, right? So database is group of collection of tables. Now, if you are seeing table, table is collection of data, okay, particular data. Next one, column. So specific type of data stores. We have seen what is a column, which is a field here, becomes a field here. And next one, row. You have seen a row, specific record. So if I mention in column, that's a field. If I saying row, that's a record. Okay. And schema. So you will be hearing this word. You don't need to create schema. This created by solution architect or like a tech lead someone. But as a business analyst, you can also get a copy of the schema or spec of the schema so that if you want to validate, you can validate, but otherwise you can pass it to testers. They can validate also. So let's understand what is the schema. So schema is structure of the database table, right? So what is the structure of database table? So let's go to the database structure here. You see, I click the structure. So you can see the schema here. So let's go to our feedback table here. So feedback table let me modify here. You can see the structure here. So you can see the fields here, ID field, and it's saying integer. Integer is nothing but it's a number, right? So what type of data this field should accept, right? Can this field accept null values? Null means can this be zero? No, right? So not null, NN. Okay. So next concept is a PK. You can see the primary key. So primary key is like your date of birth, right? So everyone has a unique identity. Like in database concept, every record should have a unique identity. Like that's why we have to take care duplicate record, right? So we don't accept duplicate record. So how the database is making sure there's no duplicate record using this primary key. So the PK, if you see, that means the primary key. Okay, so this is what, so here we need to define what is the max length and how many characters. This is all about the schema, right? So database structure, table structure, how this accept the data. So that's the schema. So primary key, we discuss unique identifiers, the foreign key. The foreign key, I don't have, we have multiple tables, but it's not related to the other table. So let me go back to the modify table here. So primary foreign key is, let's say this customer ID, right? Like I think I am in wrong database. So let's say this ID. So this is the unique ID for each record, right? Like example, if you browse data. So if you go here, so this is each customer, Test Ram, Rami, John Doe. So this is each customer. You see every time there's a unique ID here, 1, 2, 3, right? So maybe there might be another table after we fund the loan detail. So there also you can see the loan ID, customer name, right? So we can link this table. Let's assume this the application table and the loan table together, so that if we need to do a combine data retrieval, maybe some feedback or like a real-time analysis we can use for that. To make a link, we need a foreign key, which is the foreign key is the ID, right? So when databases are defined or made, created, this is defined in the schema. What is the foreign key? Uh, what is the primary key and other stuff? Okay, so as a business analyst, it's good to know if you are creating any databases, but more specifically, you can for the tester, you don't need to capture anything. Whoever writing the database schema, they will insert this one. But if you are curious, you want to know, and you can ask this question, so your developer can tell you what is the foreign keys. Okay. All right. So let's go back to, we learned the SQL basic. Today's case study. When a customer submit a loan form, and we are going to take this information and we are going to insert in the database. That's our case study, the same loan application we are working. So I'm not going to create a process flow here. So before, okay, we can create a process flow, but before we go to the process flow, I want to explain this SQL queries, so that we can familiar this queries also. Okay, so as a business analyst, your role is to break down each function. For example, like a submit or edit or delete or modification, what's happening behind the scene. Okay, uh, behind the scene, here we are using a language called SQL, standard query language. So here you can see here when we use a command called create, syntax create for the table. For the inserting data, we are using insert. So read the data, retrieve the data, we are using a command called select. To update, we are calling using update, delete. So you don't need to write any SQL queries to this one. So you just need to understand in customer point of view how the insert, how the update, and how the delete is working. Okay. Let me show you before what I am actually talking. So okay, I need to close this one. App terminal. Let's activate the virtual environment. So I'm just setting everything. Okay. Now start our server. Okay, perfect. I can show you now. So this is our URL. You can close this URL. Okay, there is. Okay, so this is our loan application. This is what we are going to use for our demo today. So let's open the database also for this one. Open database. So this is the loan project. Okay, SQLite 3 and loan application. Okay, so here is our database. Okay, so this is our front end. So John Doe, so John testing 123 at Gmail. This is the 10-digit number 416, and let's add a date here from the date picker. Oh, okay. Okay, gender male and loan type. Let's select personal loan and amount. Let's put 13,000 and terms and condition agree and choose the document here. Any document is good. And so now we can submit this one. Okay, so you see the record is created. We can see here time update. This is the only record we had before. So now when we submit, this is going to store in the database. So let me refresh the database here. So you can see the John Doe record is created right now. Okay, so and so that goes here. If you see, so that's equivalent to insert. So you click the submit button it's equivalent to insert. So if the customer click insert mean it's inserting a record in the database. That's what it happened now when you create a record. Okay, so now the next command here you can see update, right? So what will happen if customers are updating the log? Okay, so let's go back to our front end. So let's update this John Doe. Okay, so we click update button. So it's bring back to the update here. So this is changed to update here. So we can write update here just for your simplicity. Update and update. Okay, and I click update button. Okay, so now you see our record number 4 ID number record number 4 is updated. So let's see what happened in the database. I'm going to refresh. Okay, so let's make it a little bigger. This one, you see it's got updated. So when customers are clicking update button, so what's happening? That's the query is sent to database here, editing or modify update. Okay, so it's a first you insert a record, now it's update. So now let's go back and delete a record. Okay, so if here for the simplicity I provide a delete button here. So let me show you the database first. So let's delete the record number 1 with the customer ID 3, this record, first record. Okay, so I click delete. So it's asking the confirmation from the front end. I'll show you want to delete the time update Kumar. So yes, delete. So now it's showing 1 record. So we should see the same expected results here. Update. So it's gone from here. Okay. So that's the delete command. Okay, so next one, select, load the data. So data is already loading here, you can see, right? So whenever we request to the front end to load the data behind the scene, it's a select command. So that's why it's you can see the data, viewing the data. Okay, so these are the most important commands when you're working with SQL or databases. You don't need to delete any column. So you'll be working like a select command or update something or insert something. Okay. All right. So now let's go back to our today's case study, what we need to do. So we are going to store a loan application data storage, which we have already seen. Store the loan detail in the database, auto assign a loan ID, save the data status, show in admin panel. Okay. So these are the command we need to use this one. So I'll just first create the process mapping. And I'll write the user story and we'll get estimated. Okay, so we'll limit to this one. I guess we can directly go to creating the user story. I'll close this one. So let's create one more user story here. So this is database. So we can write application form. Okay, so this is our database user story. Okay, it's got created. Go to, the flow, right? We collect the data and you know what, so same flow we can use here. Customer, instead of this one, we can just modify this one. Okay, maybe it's easy to create this one quickly. start here. Customer fills loan form. Just quickly create this one. Front end sends data. Front end send data to backend. Backend validates data. So maybe we'll get a database here. Okay. So now backend send confirmation. It's always good to create a data backend. So then shows success message. Okay. So this is the high level flow. Okay. So it's the same flow what we are discussing. So let's head on to our user story writing. Okay. So as a user, so here our user is customer. So customer, I want to submit my loan application details through an online form so that my information is securely stored in the system and can be reviewed and processed by the bank for loan approval. Okay, so this is what you can write the detail. Okay, so I'm just okay, acceptance criteria. So I'm going to write we don't need to write everything, but I just write a few details here, how the data. So if you have a database schema, you can just copy and paste it here so the tester can validate how the data is stored. Okay, so I'll just write few lines here. When the customer submit the loan form, all input fields. Okay, all input field, you know, right? First name, last name, email, phone number, date of birth, gender, loan type, and amount, and document must be stored in loan application database. Okay, so that's your writing. Each you can add more detail. Okay, each new record must auto automatically generate a unique loan ID. Okay, loan ID. So I'll just so you can add the system must save the submission date, status, and submitted. So you can add more detail when you are talking. Okay. Okay, so maybe I'll write one more acceptance. The system must save the submission date and status as submitted. So loan record is important, submitted, pending, completed. So you can add more detail, whatever information you need here. Okay, so now how to explain to the developer. Okay, so let's save our user story. So we are in a PBR, we are talking to our developer. So we are telling ensure the loan application model includes all required fields. That's very important. Okay, so you can bring your fields here and with proper data type. So you can create a chart here under requirement, so that can be used by as a database schema. Name field, remember in our database you have to loan application, so modify, so you have to give more detail, right? Like ID is integer, first name how many character, last name how many characters. It's can accept null value, so mandatory, primary key or like a foreign key. So everything you can provide in the requirement. So that is very important when you are talking to the testers and developer. Okay, so we are not talking about the exception handling, um, fallback mechanism or other latency issues here. So only we are just discussing the basic only. So I'll cover separate video, more detail exception handling, working with databases. So just assume we are writing happy path user story for the database. Okay. So when you're talking to the tester, just say verify each form submission, insert a new record, the loan application, confirm the unique ID, submitted status automatically, tester front end by leaving required fields. So just tell as per the schema, validate everything. Database or table can insert and view and drop columns record if needed. So tester can validate this one. So if you want, you can add testing scope here. So you can see verify that each form submission inserts a new record in the loan application. Sorry, loan application table. Okay, so you can add more detail similar to this one for the tester, and for the developer you can write put the schema or the fields here. Okay, so let me save this one. So let's go back to the estimation here again. Estimations are not showing here. So I would estimate this one 8, definitely 8 or 13, because this is a little bit time consuming. Okay, there's no much complexity here, but definitely it's 8 or 13 users story point. Okay, so now let's go back to our continuation. So we have done this one, user story, explain to the team, estimation. So next one is the student exercise. In the student exercise, tomorrow I'll show you writing few SQL queries. So your case study or your scenario, you as a junior business analyst, I don't know if it is big enough. Okay. So you join this FinEdge loan company. So the QA tester asks you to verify if the loan application correctly saved and update deleted database. So your job is to a new customer, John Smith, apply for a personal loan, 10,000, write a SQL statement, insert record into, so manually, you are not doing from the front end. So yeah, you see, right, when you create this one from the front end. So when you do it from front end, when you submit, this is a creating, right? So what I'm saying, without this one, how you can insert manually using SQL, okay? That's one. So second one, you are reading the data. So you are writing select statement here, and now you are third one, you need to update, and finally we are deleting. Okay. So here we have a duplicate record, how to identify. So this is your exercise for tomorrow. Before we start, we can take a look at this one. Okay. So today's learning summary, you learn what is a DB, key component table, schema, basic CUD operations, create, read, update, delete, front-end, back-end interactions. So now let's test our knowledge. We can go back to our knowledge check. Okay. So what is the main purpose of in database application? Okay. A, display information on the screen, to store, organize, manage data, to send data out to the internet, or design the user interface. So right answer is this one, to store, organize, and manage data. So database acts as the storage system for all the data the application collects. Okay. Number two, which of the following best describes a table in a database? A form used to enter data, a collection of related data organized in rows and columns, single piece of data like a name or number, a tool used to API. So the right answer is a form used to enter the data, right? Sorry, right answer is B, a collection of related data organized in rows and columns. So this is the right answer. So tables hold data in a structured format similar in an Excel sheet. Okay, so again I'm repeating. Right answer, a collection of related data organized in rows and columns. Okay, so that's the answer. What is a primary key? We have field used for login, unique identity for each record and table, a field that stores password, a field that connects to tables. Right answer is a unique identifier for each record in a table, which is P. Okay. The primary key ensures that each record is distinct and easily retrievable. So that's the purpose. Question number 4. When a customer submits a loan form, which SQL command store the data? So C, when you submit the loan, so that's the SQL statement is using, that's the syntax is insert. The insert command adds a new record to the database table. Okay. Which SQL operation is used to view or fetch the data from the database? So right answer is select. This is the command you need to master. So select is used to retrieve data from one or more tables. Okay. Which part of the system sends data from the front end form to the back end? So we haven't discussed this one. So the data exchange, data carried through a API. So this is the right answer. The front end communicates with the back end using API. So we call it as application programming interface. Okay, so we'll be discussing tomorrow this one. Question number 7, in our loan application, what happens if a record with the same email is submitted twice? Okay. The database ignores it. The system should prevent duplication and show an error. The system overrides an old record automatically, nothing happens. So this is a very important concept when you're working with databases. The system should prevent duplicate and show an error. Okay, so that's why we have a primary key, so it won't allow the duplication. Okay, business rule must ensure no duplicate entries except for the same email and date. Okay, that's a rule. Which of the following SQL command is used to modify existing data? So modify we saw it's update. Okay, so update change data that already exists in the table. Number 9, what tool in, so this is Django really allow you to easily view the stored data in BA or tester. So this is my project related, so I'm not worrying about. So here right answer is Django admin panel. So you should not know this one, but it's okay, just for our knowledge. Question number 10, as a business analyst, why is it important to understand the database layer? So this is very important. C, to validate that data is stored correctly and support testing discussions, right? So a BA doesn't write code but must understand data flow and storage to confirm requirements are met. Okay, so that's very important. So that's it, our knowledge check. Now let's head back to our interview questions. Okay. Tell me about a time you worked on a feature that involved database updates. Okay. So we can use our loan project in a loan application project. User needs submit personal loan detail online. So your task was to ensure the fields were correctly captured and stored in the database. So what did you do? I reviewed the database schema with the developer, right? So that's what you capture in user story, confirm each front end field map to correct column and verify data persistence. Uh, just ignore this one after test submission. So that's what you need to do. So result, the data was accurately saved without missing duplicate records, and testing team confirmed full end-to-end data traceability. So here you can use MySQL, or you can use Oracle database, whatever the utility you are using to retrieve viewer. So you can use viewer, database viewer. So there are so many tools you can use, but for our case, we are using this Django. So how do you validate that the front end and back end are correctly saving data to the database? So during a customer onboarding project, we need to ensure the data entered by user match was stored in the system. So same kind of pattern, guys. So front end customers are entering this taken by the API and store it in the database, right? So my response was verify the field level data accuracy. I compared front end entries and back end entries since equal select queries, and I also reviewed API response for confirmation message like record created successfully. We identify fix two mismatch fields before production, improve data quality and reducing rework. Okay. So again, every time there's a front-end application and storing the data. Okay. So give an example when understand SQL help you as a business analyst. This is a very good question. While working on a financial reporting enhancement, tester reported missing transaction in the report. I need to identify whether the issue was the database or the reporting logic. So I use simple SQL queries like select from transaction where status is approved to check source data and found the backend was inserting new records properly. The issue was escalated and resolved quickly, preventing inaccurate report for end users. Okay, so this is a good one you can share. Describe how would you handle a scenario where the database has duplicate customer entries, right? In a customer feedback system, duplicates appear when users submit feedback twice by mistake. My job was to help define a validation rule to prevent duplicates. I proposed adding a uniqueness constraint on the email date combination in the database, suggesting backend validation, reject repeat entries, right? So the fix reduced duplicate feedback entries by 100%, improving the data integrity and report accuracy. So I have given many 4 or 5 scenarios in a different angle. So whatever scenario it fits for your use case, you can keep on practice. How would you explain the database interaction process to a non-technical stakeholder? Okay, so during a stakeholder meeting for a loan processing app, some team members didn't understand how user data was stored. So my goal was to explain the process in simple non-technical language. So I describe it as when a user fills out the form. So like I showed you, right? You can show the application and you can show the database, then business can understand. The system send the information back and which saves digitable table like Excel. The stakeholder clearly understood the data flow, which improved the communication, reduced confusion, right? So you can do the same thing. You can show from the front end, you can show the database, how the data is stored, and you can show the process flow. So business can understand very well, okay? So these are the things you can include in your resume. So you under your resume add technical skills or tools and technology, database and data management, practical understanding, relational database, SQLite, MySQL, Oracle, whatever database you are familiar with, hands-on experience, data schema design, CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete, and verify store data. Okay, so here we are using Django admin, but if you are using any other utility, TeamViewer or any other database viewing systems, you can use that one. Okay, tools, SQL browser, light browser, SQL queries, you can use this one. So you can mention data persistence, data schema, primary key and foreign key, mapping between front and back end, and validation. Okay, so if you want to put the project, you can we can use our project as well here, right? So we can build a full stack loan application, so end to end, right? From front end, understand data flow, front end to database, design, tested code, functionality, create, and this one, collaborator developers, define structure, data validation. You can use our sample project in case if you want to use. So skills, again, there are different angle you can put it in LinkedIn also, so that's why I'm showing everything. You don't need to copy and paste, or you don't need to use exactly the same, but you can modify and use it in your resume. Okay, maybe in the LinkedIn if you want to share. Developing, storing, practical understanding how business record translated into backend database structure, experience reviewing and validating data storage, and travel using Django and SQL databases. Okay, so that's it for today. So let's go back to our discuss learning summary. So tomorrow we discuss, okay, practical understanding. We discuss the resume one. So what's coming tomorrow? Day 4. Now, previously we discussed front end. Today we discuss database. Now we are going to discuss in day 4 API layer. So you learn what APIs are, how system communicate, reading API docs, writing user story, and Postman. I will demo using the Postman how to do the API testing. Okay. So until we see you tomorrow, thank you everyone. You guys have a great day. Day 4, APIs, how system talks to each other. So welcome to day 4 of our technical business analyst workshops. So yesterday we learned how data is stored in a database using our loan form example. So we inserted and updated and viewed and deleted data. So today we'll go one step further and we'll see how systems communicate, how your loan app talks to another system using something called APIs. So before we go to today's lesson, so let's do a quick recap on SQL before we start our code exercise. Okay, so let's recap our exercise. So this is our exercise yesterday. So you are a junior business analyst at FinEdge Loan. The QA tester has asked you to verify if the loan application from data is correctly saved, viewed and updated and deleted in the database. Okay, so here are the questions. So we need to create or manually insert a record, and we need to read the data, which is we need to view the data, and we need to update a record, and we need to delete the data, and we need to handle the duplicate record. Okay, so these are the activities we need to do. So before we go to this activity, when I was reviewing yesterday's recording, so I noticed I mentioned SQL standard. SQL stands for Standard Query Language, which is incorrect. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. So maybe I'll write here. So maybe I'll include one here. Okay, so SQL Structured Query Language. Okay, so SQL is standard for. So common SQL commands. So this is what we're gonna practice today. So create, I'll write uppercase, create or insert. So this one equivalent to add new data to database. Okay, so next one, select, which is retrieve data from database, viewing data, update, which is modify existing data, and delete, remove data. Okay, so we'll practice this all today. Okay, so one more thing. So two tools for querying databases. Okay, so you can have different databases you can work with. So MySQL, there is one called Workbench for MySQL databases, and pgadmin for PostgreSQL, or otherwise you can have universal one. So you can have DB Weaver. DB Weaver is universal, or like you can have SQLite, which is we are using browser for this exercise. Okay, so if you are using Azure Data Studios, so there are many tools available, utility tools you can use to access database. Okay, so let's head on to our database. Let's open our database. So here I'll open the database here, go to desktop. So I have created here FinEdge loan DB. So if you browse the data, there is no data here. Okay. So if you go to database structure, currently there is no table created here. So first of all, we are going to create a table. Okay. So I think I have some schema. So this is a schema. So we have here row ID. Okay. We have a customer name. Row ID is the primary key. This is auto increase. Customer name, which is a text field. Loan type is a text field. Amount is integer. Email is a text field. These are the fields we are going to have. So this is our schema. So just to save time, I'm going to copy this command here, and we will go here, execute SQL command here. Okay, so you can paste your command. So right now there is no table in our database, so let's execute this one. Okay, so now our table is created. So you can go browse data, so you can see now your table is created. Okay, so these are the table. So now our first question was, to insert a record, create a new record. Okay, so let's create a new record here. So now we are going to use the manual way. Let's go here, and I'm going to, so we don't need this one, let's delete this one. So let's write the command. Okay, so here we need to insert. So here it's auto-populating. You can press tab into, so you can see into, so our table name, loan application. So first we need to write here what are the column names. So first we can customer name, comma, loan type, okay, loan type, and amount. Okay, these are the three columns we are going to fill up. Okay, so now what are the values? So value is going to be, so here we can write John Raj, or maybe we write John Sumit, famous one, and here loan type. So here we can enter the loan type, personal, and comma, and amount. So we can enter 10,000. Okay, that's it, and closing statement here. Now let's execute this one. Select and execute. Okay, so this is executed now. So we can go back to our browse data. So you see our first record is inserted. Okay, so that was our first question. So without coming here, our second question was, if I'm not wrong, read the data. So whatever you inserted here, you have to read it, right? So let's go back here. So let's read the data here and write the question, read. So we can use select here. So this, so how to write a select query here? Okay, so let's write view all personal loan applications. Okay, so I'm writing a comment here. So select, okay, this is the command you will use, select star, which is all from, enter, and loan application. This is the table name. So we want to filter only personal loan. Okay, so let's add a filter which is where loan type I did a mistake here, so loan type equal to personal. Okay, let's execute. Okay, I'm missing the command. Closing. Should show record, serial record. What we are missing here, select star from loan application where loan type equal and personal, right? Oh yeah, so here we did a mistake here while we are entering, so that's why it's not showing. So let's copy the same here because there was a typo error, that's why it's not coming. So O came before this one, so that's why it's not showing the data. So there we go. We can see the data whatever you inserted. So that's how you can view the data using a select command. Okay. So now our third question, update a record. So we need to update whatever we entered here. Let's write a command here. So we'll go to, you see this record we inserted, there's no email ID. So what we're going to do, we are going to update the email ID. Okay, let's write John Sumit updates his email address. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So that's how you add comments when you are writing SQL statement. Okay, so now you start with update command. Update what you so table name. So our table name is loan application and set. So set is update. Here set what we're gonna set, email ID equivalent to let's put john dot s at email.com. Okay, so this is the email ID and the SQL statement. So we should see email ID here. Execute here. Okay, so this executed, so we can execute this select statement so that we can see here. Okay, see, there is the email we entered. Easy, right? You can write your query one time and you can use anytime. Okay, so next question is deletion. Okay, so let's enter comment here and delete. I'm not sure you guys can see this one. Okay, so delete. So John Smith withdraws his application. So let's say he doesn't want to continue with us. Okay, he want to remove his record. So let's start with the delete command. Delete. So delete from, we have to give the table name here. Okay, and our table name is loan application. Okay, and what is the record type? So where customer name equal to have to give the name correctly. John Sumit. Okay. Close the SQL statement. Okay, now let's execute here. Okay, it's gone. So again, we'll run the select statement and see. Maybe we did a mistake here. Let's go back and check how many records. So we have one record here, 10,000. Okay, so something wrong here. Let's check the name here. Okay, loan application where customer name GOH SMITH. Okay, delete from loan application where customer name. Okay, everything looks good, so it should delete the record. Execution. Okay, let's view, read the data. Okay, let's write again. Okay, I'm gonna copy the name, customer name here. I don't know, it's something. This the record is creating, right? So let's copy the name. I'm not sure if there is a mistake here. So this is the record we try to delete. Okay, it should delete. All right. So delete from loan application where customer name equal to John Smith. Okay, so this record should go. One row affected. Okay, so let's see if you still have the record. So now it's gone, right? So something wrong. There was a typo error on the name. Okay, so that's why. So we can run the select query again and see. So there is no record. Okay, so I'll execute again. So there is no record here. Let's insert a record here. So one record executed, and let's read the data, select command, so we can see record created. So this is null. Let's update the email ID here. Okay, and again let's run the select command. We see whether email ID has been updated. Yes, correct. Now let's drop the record, delete the record. Okay, now again run the select command. Okay, there's no record. Okay, so the last question is here. I think last question, duplicate record. So when as a BA, when you are working with requirement, so make sure ask this question: what are the business rules we need to implement, handle duplicate? Usually database will not allow a duplicate record, but as a BA you need to capture this one. So I'll show you one example manually how we can delete. Okay, so for this one we need to have multiple record. Okay, so I'm gonna insert multiple record here. So let's view here. We have one record here, number 3, row ID number 3, same record. Okay, I'm going to execute one more time. So we should see 2 record for John. Okay, so if you want, we can create. Okay, so now how we will remove this one record? It's exactly same, right? So that's our question. So let's construct our SQL query here. Number 5, delete duplicate record. Okay. So this SQL query, little, I would say, not complex. So let's break into one by one, okay, line by line, okay. So first, what we need to do, we need to delete. So let's write the delete statement here. Delete from, okay, what we need, table name. So from the loan table, loan application table, we need to delete a record. Okay, so that's the first line. So now let's go to the second line. Let's apply the filter where we need to delete. So we need to delete the customer called John Smith. Okay, double record. So let's apply the filter where customer name equal to. Okay, I'm gonna copy this same record just to avoid confusion. Okay, remember when we are typing we had some issues. Okay, so now we know from the loan table where customer name. So if you delete, it won't go, it will delete everything. Okay, because we just want to keep one. So now we need to add line 3. We want to extra filter. If you execute this one, what will happen? Then where the customer name is John Smith, all the record will be gone. Okay. All right. Okay. So now let's add the filter. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to select delta SQL select. Okay. I'm going to tell to SQL to keep the I'm going to tell to SQL to keep the row, the lowest row ID, which is 3, and delete rest of everything. That's what we are going to do. Okay, so I'm going to write row ID. Okay, row ID. Row ID is nothing but here is the primary key. Okay, so we are going to keep the lowest record ID and we are going to click the highest one. Okay, so row ID, and where again we need to tell the table name from, let me make from loan application. Okay, that's typed wrong. You have to type correctly, otherwise it won't populate. So now let's do the same thing where customer name is equal to Johnson. Okay, I'm gonna copy this one so that I can save time. Okay, so I don't need here. So here is our enter. So let's repeat again what we are going to do here. So this is our query. So delete from loan application where customer name equal John Smith, and we are filtering select minimum row ID, lowest row ID from loan application table where customer name is very simple, right? So we are going to close the bracket here. We open the bracket here, right? So I think I am missing not in. Okay, so that's why I know something I am missing, but I'm not sure what I'm missing. Okay, row ID. Okay, so let me write again here. Okay, I need to add one, and let me write again. Okay, and row ID, sorry, row ID not in. Okay, subquery should go here, select. Okay, let me remove here. So, and row ID not in, subquery select min row ID. Okay, now row ID, you have to write the same row ID here. Okay, So I can close this one, and now I can close my statement here. And okay, so let me double check again. Delete from loan application where customer name equal to John Smith, and row ID not in select min row ID from loan application where customer name equal to John Smith, and close this one. So let's execute and see if this record is deleting or not. Okay, execution finished without error. So that's a good sign. So let's see, select and see whether, okay, there you go. Our row ID 4 is deleted now. So as a business analyst, so let me show you again the flow, okay? So I'm going to insert one more record. Let's insert a couple of records, okay? I insert 4 records. So I'll show you here. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 records here, right? So the lowest one is third record. So rest everything should go, okay? So that's what we are going to duplicate here. So let's execute here. Okay, everything affected. Let's select and see, right? One single click. So that is our exercise. As a business analyst, you don't need to write SQL queries, but sometime you may need to verify testing evidence, or you need to show sample what is the expected value. You can you can get a query. If you don't know how to write, you can ask your developer, or you can ask your tester. Get the query, you can execute, and you can ask the table, so they can provide you the query, and you can execute, and you can see whether it's working or not. Okay. All right. So that's all about our exercise about database. So now let's start our day 4, which is API. Okay. So our goal is today understand how internal and external system connect using APIs. You will learn what is an API is and why it's important, and how request and response work, and JSON structure and key value pair, HTTP methods, get, post, put, delete, and difference between REST APIs and RESTful APIs, what BAs need to define for API requirement, and how to write user stories. Okay, so let's get started. So API stands for Application Programming Interface. Okay, so you can think of what is an API actually. Like they exchange data between two technical components, right? So you can think of it as a messenger or bridge between two systems. Okay, what are the two systems? It can be from front end to back end, or database to front end, or database to another external database, anything, right? So example, when our loan application system want to check customer credit score. So let's say we collect data from, let's go back here. So we collect data from, this is customer is providing us. So we are not sure if we cannot provide money, lend the money, right? So we need to get customer credit history. So how we can get this one? So we can send this information, not customer name, SIN number, or other demographic data, to the credit union, right? Credit union, we can send this data via API. So credit union can provide us some credit related information. Okay, so that's one use case. So that after we get the credit score and credit history, and based on the business logic, our system can, our application can decide how much loan can be given to this customer. Okay, so API is very useful. So if you are talking about real world analogy, think, so maybe I'll include here. So think like API is like a restaurant waiter. So how this works? So you are, as a customer, you go to a restaurant, you see the menu, and waiter will ask you what you want, right? So you provide your input, you provide your data, you provide your request, right? You order your food, whatever you name it. So here most appropriate word is request. You provide your request. I need a soup, I need a burger, right? So waiter, our case is API, take your order to the kitchen or server, our case. So as a customer, client, you provide your request, and API carries the request and go to the server to fulfill the your request, which is the kitchen, in our case, this analogy. So the kitchen prepare your food data, right? So you are asking some credit related data, or you are asking a burger. So kitchen prepare. The waiter brings back as a response, right? So customer, client provide the request, API takes the order, request, JSON payload, and go to the server and bring back the response. Right, so you can go and on. There are so many examples, like librarian example. There are so many examples are there. I hope it understand what's the main concept of API. Okay, so here you need to understand request and response. Okay, so API act as a middleman. It's like a postman, right? Like you post a letter to your friend, a postcard. So postman take the letter and deliver to your friend, right? Same concept. Okay, so next one, I didn't write this one. Okay, so let's write it. Type of APIs. Let's make it a little bigger. So these are just good background knowledge. You can capture in your user story also. Internal, first one, I'll write internal APIs. So if you are working your institution or your company, so this API, let's say from front end to back end to front end, or it's getting from another database, CRM or profile in another database, you have some REST services or other APIs. So those are not exposed to out, it's internal. So internal, so something we can call used within the same organization. Okay, so the example between front end and back end, sorry. Okay, so this is one example. So next one, external APIs. So external API connect with third party system. So these are the examples, very important. You need to know how to capture requirement for this kind of work, external APIs. So, okay, either you are creating an external API or you are using external API. Okay, our use case, remember, loan application, we collect information from customer application form and we send to credit union. So we are using their API, external API, to get the data, or you build an external API to send requests to credit union, either way. Okay, so that's the external API. So you are building API to get data from external systems. Okay, third-party vendors you can call. Okay, example, credit check. Okay, fraud detection, KYC verification, you name it. Okay, so there are many use cases. Open APIs. So you have seen open APIs. Google and other companies are giving like weather data. You have open API, currency exchange, right? So you have see. So let me write the detail here. This API is publicly available. Okay, publicly available, this API. Okay, so example, currency exchange data you have seen, right? Weather data. Okay. Sometime we are building partner APIs. Okay, so they are shared between trusted business partners. Okay. Example, credit card integrations, right? Like Visa, MasterCard, or debit integrations. So you can use as that. Okay. So these are the type, but it doesn't matter it's internal API or external or open API or partner API. The format is going to be same only. So we are going to discuss the format. Okay. So let me duplicate this one and oh, I deleted this one. Duplicate the slide. Okay, so let's modify. So what is the BA role in API project? Are you working with any APIs? Sometime no, right? So as a business analyst, as a BA, okay, as a BA, what we need to identify here? Identify the systems. Identify which systems need to exchange data. This is very important. Okay, you can map this one. You can ask this question. Define what data fields, next one, okay, are required in request and response. We'll talk about requires. Okay, next one, document error message. We're going to see everything. Okay, I'm just writing first messages and fallback roles. Okay, and review API contract source for other documentation. I'm not going to list it here. I don't want to introduce more concept here. So let's keep it simple here as a VA, at least if you know this, and support. This can be doable. Support testers during API validation. Okay, so we will be using a application called Postman. Okay, so this is used for API test validation. Testers are using this one, so maybe we can write using Postman or other tools. Okay, other tools, automation tools. Okay, So our case, we are going to use Postman. Okay, so identify the which system needs to exchange data, define what data fields are required, and error message. Okay, are we clear? Okay, so let's take a look. What is a request and what is a response? Okay, so request is what data we need to give to the system, right? So to get the data, what input we need to give to the system? Ask something, right? So this request is sent to a specific URL, also called as an endpoint. Can I have a URL? Just want to show you. Okay, so example, you see, so this is sent to this specific URL and also called as an endpoint. Okay, so we are using something called HTTP method. So I'll come back to you here. First, let's learn required basics. Okay, so next one, response. So let's go back here. Response here. Okay, so response is what comes back after your request is processed. It include like data, like a loan record, right? So here you see request, show me loan status, what you are asking, and what do you get back, right? Like error message or like whatever sample response. So you see, this is a sample request. You are sending name, loan amount, and status, right? Sample response. Okay, so this is a sample response. See, loan is created successfully. Return list all. Sample response. Okay. So next one, you will be hearing JSON request, JSON payload. What is it? JSON. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So this is the format API used to send and receive data. It's a key value pair you can call. So the name is the key, actual data value is the value. So loan is the key here, loan amount, and actual value is whatever the loan amount, which is here 5,000. So status is the key, approved, whatever the status, approved is the value. So we are calling this as a key value pair. So simply we call as this one JSON format. So you will be hearing JSON format, JSON payload is nothing but it's just a very straightforward key value pair. Okay. So next one, HTTP method. Okay, so before we learn HTTP method, you need to understand what does mean HTTP, right? So let me write it here. What does HTTP mean? HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Okay, so you don't need to like this all for your background knowledge. Okay, you don't need to memorize anything. So what is actually doing this HTTP Hypertext Transfer Protocol? It is the rule or language computer use to communicate over the web, right? Let me write. It is the rule or language computers use to communicate over the web. Okay, let me correct this and oh, the okay. So when we send or receive data between two systems, like your browser, right? So here from your browser, so that's a front end, right? So from the browser, you are sending data through your Postman to server. Postman, which is our API, right? We are taking API, so to the server. So it happens using HTTP. Okay. For example, it's like think your highway. Okay. So HTTP is like a highway. Think of HTTP like the road on which which your request travels from your computer to the server. Okay, so think like a road, a car. There is a car. Okay, so car go on road. So this is the highway. Example 401. This is the highway in Canada. Okay, so 401, and your car is going to from one destination to A destination to B destination. So we use highway, right? 401 or 400, whatever the highway, freeway you are using. So your car go one place to another place using a highway or road. So same like the web data goes through the HTTP. So the road is HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, right? So that's why you will be hearing HTTP methods. So what are the HTTP method? So HTTP method you can see here, get. So get means fetch data. It's equivalent to select statement, right? So you see view the data, use the get method. Post data mean you create something new, add a record, right? Put, update, modify record, delete, or you can see self-explanatory here, remove data. Okay. So those are the basic. We can keep this one. Okay. So don't worry. If you understand up to this point, uh, I'll just tell why they are calling as REST representational state transfer. So there are rules, each request is independent, use standard HTTP method, we'll cover more detail about API, more concept and other technical detail, but as a BA, this is enough. So basically you just need to cover request, response, and what are the fields, what are their message we need to cover. Okay. So as a BA, these are the things you need to know. API name, URL, HTTP method, input parameters, JSON payload, output, and validation. These are the things you should capture in your user story. Okay. So now let's take a case study, and we'll create user stories, and we can execute and see how this is data transferred between systems. Okay, so our scenario, you are working as a business analyst for an online loan application system. When customer fills out a loan from website and clicks submit, the data should go to the backend system through an API. Okay, so this is our use case. So we are going to build APIs. You don't need to build. So we just need to capture requirement. So we are going to build APIs and which carries data from front end to back end. Okay, so that's our use case, and we might use this one for connecting to external database and fetching data and store it into our database as a student exercise. if time is available, we can use this one. Okay, so this is for tomorrow, or some other similar use case, whatever use case as a recap we can use tomorrow. Okay, so we are only focusing this scenario. Okay, all right. Okay, so now what is the first thing we need to do? We need to capture the features, right? What we are going to implement, right? Our feature and the process flow, right? In the user story estimation, then creation. Okay, so let's do quickly this thing. Okay, I'm gonna insert one column here. Okay, so our feature is loan application submission. Okay, so this is our feature, functionality for loan application. Okay, so our use case, when a customer submits, let's document everything, submits a loan form, the system what should do. Okay, so that's what we are going to document first. Sends the form, typo error. Okay, sends the form data to the backend API. So that's what the flow start, right? API checks if all field are valid. Okay, and API connects to the credit bureau API. Okay, so this is end to end. Okay, so we are only going to continue these two step only. Okay, so let's write stores, store the data in the database. Okay, maybe, sorry, store system store the data in the database. Okay, that's it. This we can continue tomorrow. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Okay, so let's create a process flow first. Using this one. So let's start first. So what is happening first? When we start front-end loan form, what customer is doing, customer enters details. Okay, let's keep simple. Enter details. Okay, what details you know, right? Okay, then click submit button. Okay, so that's the first step. Okay, now second one, let's go to API gateway or the backend service. Okay, don't worry if you don't know these things, we will explain you. Backend service, simply write backend service. Okay, so the backend service, I'll just go here, validate data. Okay, whatever request parameters, whatever it should go there, validate here, data. What is checking? Check for missing or invalid fields or something like that. Okay, so you can include all the detail. I'm just keeping very simple. Now if validation pass, our case stored in database, right? The data in the database. Okay, so this is our okay. So you can write success message or error message if everything is good. Respond. Okay, so respond. Let's insert one. What is this responding? Response, not respond. Respond to frontend. Okay, so message, right? Remember loan submitted successfully, or an error message. Your error message, you can make this one bigger. Okay, so this is our state flow. Okay, so now we can go back to our user story where we create here in Jira. Okay, so let's go here. Our API user story. Let's create a user story. API so we can write here something called implement a new API for loan creation. Okay, so here either you can capture, and I will not recommend to create all the APIs in same user story. We can break it, so we just for demo purpose I will include all the APIs in one user story. Okay, so but when you are creating, you can create separate user stories. Okay, let's create this guy. Okay, so now this is created, so we don't have information. So let's go back to description and we can add. So let me show you what I'm talking here. Okay, so let's write the user story. So here there is no user here as a microservice or as a developer, as a backend system or something like that. Okay, because the customer is not asking to create APIs. Okay, so here there is no user for us, so I'm using as a loan application system or as a loan application microservice or as a developer or backend admin or tech lead or whosoever. Okay, so what we need mainly, I want to provide RESTful APIs. Okay, so as I said here, I have written the title one API. Okay, so I'll include everything here for just demo purpose. Okay, APIs, but when you are creating, actually you can keep it separate user story. Creating, retrieving, updating. We are going to create 4 APIs. Okay, so that's why deleting loan record. Okay, loan records. So that other systems like what do you call reporting systems or CRM or something, or mobile apps, whatever other system can access and manage loan data efficiently. Okay, so this is what we need to create this one. Okay, so here if you are creating a add loan, okay, so you can use this one. If you are doing get method or updating or deleting, so based on your requirement you can keep the word. Okay, but this is just a mega epic super big user story. Okay, so we should not create big user stories unless it's required. This just for the demo purpose. I'm acceptance criteria. Okay. Oh, sorry. Something. Okay. The acceptance criteria. So let's create the first API here. Okay. So create. So I'm going to use so scenario one, we are creating loan creation. Okay, create loan API. Okay, so here we are using given when then. Okay, so just for me it's easy, but it's okay, whatever you prefer you can use. Okay, given a valid JSON payload. So don't worry if you are a beginner, if you're not follow along, I'll create a more dedicated video how to create user story for APIs. It's just one big video. Okay, first name, what are the fields we need to include here? Okay, email and amount. Okay, so these are the fields will go in the request. So what we need to do when the request come, when a post this HTTP method request is sent to here URL. Okay, so the moment when you are creating the URL, if you don't know, just leave it here. When the URL is ready or design is ready, you can ask your developer or tech lead provide the URL. You can include in your user story. But my case, I know the URL name. Let me copy paste. I have. Okay, so this is the URL to create. Then a new loan record is created. Okay, and the system response with a success message. Okay, and a unique ID. You'll see in action. Okay, so very important. It's not important how do you write this one. So very important. You provide a sample request and sample response. That's very important, right? That's the main part of writing a user story for API, right? So I have here, this is how I capture. This is what actually developer and tester is needed. So if you are wondering who will give this one, so usually the design tech lead or the solution architect or the vendor, uh, they will provide it. So you can write simply what purpose you need and the definition of dumb test cases. So here you see the URL. So this the URL tester will use in the postman and method. This is very important. And sample because what are the input parameters here, right? The JSON payload, what you need to provide input parameters, right? First name, last name, email, amount, and sample response. Once you send, what you get back. Okay, so this is one method. Let's assume we are created for this one, creating one only, right? So I'm going to update it for the next one. So I'm not going to write the user story given when then. Okay, so I'm not going to write here. Maybe I'll write second scenario so that you guys can watch this one. Given existing loan record. Okay, so let's assume we created a loan records in the database. When existing loan, when get request is sent to, so URL name here. Okay, we'll just read it. Then what the system should do, then the system returns a JSON list of all loan records. Okay, so second use case we want. So similarly, we can provide the sample response here. So I think I have the wrong request of here. So get all loan, we'll use this sample here. So one more thing, there is I'll show you something here. So if you see, there is no sample request, there is nothing you need to provide. So how do you get this one, right? So the here in the URL itself we are providing the loan ID, right? So here you see, if you provide here 1, so the loan ID will read this first record will read loan ID 2. If you are providing 2 here, the 2 will record here. Okay, so it's included in the header, it's included in the URL. Okay, so that's the second scenario for us. Third scenario, we can have an update here. Okay, so given a valid loan ID and updated information in a put method. So here we are put request is sent to valid JSON data. Okay, when you execute, then you will understand this one. Okay, JSON data, what the system should do, then the system updates that specific record, right? Whatever the record you are asking to, and returns a confirmation message. We are going to test using Postman, so don't worry. So again, we can provide a sample request here too. So update the loan, this is the sample request. Okay, so put method, in the Postman I'll explain you the sample request here. URL. Okay, so here you are providing the loan ID itself, right, which record need to be updated here, and in the request body you are giving what data fields should be updated here, and you get the response something like that. Okay, so finally, last but not least, and we can delete a record. Okay, number 4, acceptance criteria. So you can create 4 different user story. Okay, just for easy, I'm writing everything in one, like it's like a big user story. Given a valid loan ID exists, when when delete send to, this is the URL name, then the system removes that record and returns a, okay, maybe you can see here, success response. Okay, that's it. Okay, so let's quickly give a sample here. So this is the sample. Okay, let me make it big. Oopsie, it's gone. Okay, it's taking time to load. Okay, let's save before it goes. Okay, so first one we are creating. So important, whatever you write text here, it doesn't not going to make any changes. So important, you provide this information: URL, method name, sample request, sample result. These are the 4 items. It's very important when you are writing a user story, API user stories. Okay, these are what tester and developers they are looking for. Okay, so now we created the user story. Our next step is to estimate this one. So if it is one user story, I will estimate to 5. Okay, so let's assume we have one. So you have 4 user stories there. So 4 into 420 story point. Okay, so we assume one API. So that's why we story pointed 1. Okay, so when you're talking to your developer, so this is not very complex, so medium complexity backend data person. So when you're talking to your tester and developer, again, they're very interested. They want to know this information. Okay, sample request and the sample response and URL and the method name. Okay, so which we already included in the user story. Okay, so now let's go back to our actions, right? So I already created here, but before that I'll use how to use this Postman. Okay, so you can go to Google, you can type Postman free download for API testing. Okay, so you can, it will open something like this. Okay, so from here you can use your Google account. Using your Google account you can sign up. Okay, so that's very straightforward. And once you sign up, and you will see something like this. Okay, so this is my Postman. Okay. So here I already created, I'll show you here. Okay, so you can create new, so it will ask HTTP, right? It will ask HTTP, and first we need to create this one. Okay, so this everything provided by the developer. Just for the demo purpose I created everything. Okay, so the first URL is here. So this is the URL we are going to copy. So here there are few areas you need to take a look here. So you see this is the URL, and you need to change your HTTP request. So here you see in request, this is not get. Get mean you are viewing. So this is a post. You are going to create post request, right? So you see, sometime they will talk developers headers. So here I'm for the simplicity, we don't have any headers here. So body. So body is the place where your input parameters will go here. So you can just simply click row. So don't worry if you are thinking this is a lot of work and a lot of technical, you don't need to do this one. So if you are ahead of the game, you can clearly explain to your testers and developers. So if you are a backend BA or working with technical user stories, like creation of microservice data migration, these are very useful concept. But you can simply ask your tester or the developer, share with me the Postman collection. You can just import here. You can directly start testing. Okay, but it's always good to know this is what's happening behind the scene. So that's what we are learning. Okay, so here body. So if you see the body request, so this is what will go. That's what we need, the sample request. So let's copy the sample request here, copy, I'll post it in the body. Okay, so I'll beautify, click this one. So this is arranging my request. Okay, so now what we need to take care of this one, sample response, right? So we can send this response. So let me go to the database first and I'll show you. Okay, so open database here. D4 API, okay, loan demo, SQL database. I don't need to save this one, okay. So browse data. Okay, so this is my database, okay. So this is the database. We try to insert the data using Postman, okay, the APIs, okay. So let's change the name here. Let's write my name, Jason, okay. And last and let's change to 15,000. Do you have a record for 15,000 here? No, right? Okay, so this is the request. We can hit send. Okay, so see, this is the sample response. That's what we are providing, right? So message ID and the loan ID or the row ID is created. So we can verify. So you see, this is what the HTTP code, right? 201, it's created, okay, or 200, okay, something, okay. So our case, it's giving 200, okay, created. So let's go and refresh, and you have to see something. I'm refreshing data. So under my name, one record is created, okay. By the way, my last name is not Sumit, okay, just simply for the testing purpose. Okay, so your congrats, your first API is working post method. Okay, so your next API is, let's go back to our user story also. How to view, right? So this method we call get method, right? So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy the URL. Okay, so here we can go to new HTTP. Okay, so it's by default get. Place your URL here, and let's see what we need to provide input parameter. Okay, sample request, nobody is required. Excellent. Okay, so sample, this is what we need to see. Okay, so let's go back to Postman. Body, there is nothing we need to give here, so it's empty. So what we are trying to get, whatever the data is here in loan application, this table, we are going to review. Okay, so we have how many records? 6 records. So we need to see. So this is how your records will be shown to you, right? First name, loan ID, row ID, and the name, and this format. Okay, so let's go ahead and send this request. Invalid. Okay. Okay. Invalid protocol or URL. Okay, so I might close this one. Don't save. So I have already running this request. Okay, let me execute and see if it is working. Okay, so you see, I already created that one. So this is what you have to see. Okay, so there is nothing you entered here, and you should see all the records. So how many record you have until the last record you created. Good. Okay. So now your next one is we can do update. Okay. So that's a put method. All right. Okay. I'm going to so I'm going to use the same thing here. I already have. Okay, so the put method, here you have the put, you need to select here put and your URL, and here you need to provide your response. Here you see the loan ID, row ID here, right? So here there is no, if I send this one, so let me send this one, okay? So there is no loan number 4 here. What will happen? So 404, these are the error code we are talking about, right? So this record is, nothing is there, right? So let's say if I play around something here, I remove this one, okay? Bad request. This is incompleted. So you see, it's giving a bad request. So uh, you need to capture this one, right? Okay, let's get back here. So again, giving 404 bad request because there is no ID exist 4 here. That's why it's giving, right? What else? Okay, so now we'll go back and do the actual testing. So can we update the record I created 9, okay, under my name, amount. So what we try to update here, my loan is 15,000, so I want to update to 30,000, and my email ID is here, so we are going to replace with John Smith. Okay, let's go ahead and do this one, send this one, and you see what is the response you'll get. Okay, so this is the response expected. Loan records updated successfully, loan ID J Smith and 30,000. Let's check it here also. So see, it's updated to 30,000 and your email ID also updated. Very easy, right? I love it. Okay, so the last one, we have a delete. Okay, so I have already running here. I think I created delete also somewhere. Okay, so this is the delete method. Again, there is no body request we need to give here. Okay, so we just need to simply give which record you need to drop here. So this case I'm giving 9, the record I created. So you see different status code we are receiving. Okay, so all good to go. This should go. Okay, it's giving 404 not found. So we don't have loan ID 5. So we're supposed to give 9 here. Okay, 35. Okay, say loan record deleted ID. Okay, so this should go. Let's refresh. This is gone. Okay, so those are the 4 basic HTTP method you need to learn. Okay, all right. Let's go back to our slide. So you see, you notice while you are testing, right? So you see OK status code, the last one you see OK status code here, and 201 when you created the updated one, post method you see created, 400 bad request you see, 404 not found you see, 500 I'm simulating this one. So I can break the connection here and I can simulate this one. So let's leave it this one. So these are the common status code here. Okay. Okay, we discuss everything. Just double check if anything. So okay, so we reached to end of our lesson. So you learn what APIs are and how they connect systems, and JSON and key value pair, HTTP and REST services, how BA define API spec, and writing user story for API integration. Okay. All right. So now time for the testing our knowledge. Go back to our um, multiple choice questions. Time for testing your knowledge. Okay. The first question. What does API stand for? Very easy, right? Application Programming Interface. API is bridge that lets two software systems talk each other and exchange data. Okay. And what is the main purpose of an API? Okay. So B is the answer, to connect two systems so they can share data, right? API allow the front end, back end, or external system like credit bureaus to communicate. Okay. What is an API request? Can you guess here? API request, the command of data we send to the API, right? A request asks the API to perform an action such as creating or retrieving the data. Okay, so we saw all four examples, HTTP methods. What is an API response? The data returned by the API after processing your request, right? After you send a request, you provide some input parameter, the API replies what data or status message. This is called a response, right? Okay. Question number 5. What is JSON used for in API? To format and exchange data between systems. This is the right answer, right? So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a simple text format for sending and receiving structured data. Okay, that's the right answer. Okay, question number 6. Which HTTP method is used to retrieve data from an API? Can you take a guess? Very easy, right? So you are retrieving the data, which is get, right? Get is used when you want to fetch or read data from the server. Okay. So again, which HTTP method is used for create new data? Which one? Put or post? Post is the right answer. Post is used when sending new information to be added to the system. For example, new loan report. Okay. What does the delete method do? Obviously, this is removing a record from the system. Okay. This one. Question number 9. What is an API endpoint? It's a URL, right? API endpoint is the unique URL where an API can be accessed, right? Each API has a unique address, like API get loans, you send or receive data. Last question. As a business analyst, why do you have to understand API specification? Obviously not to write code, right? So to define clear input output requirements and helping testing, right? That's the right answer. Understand API specs, help BA explain what data is needed and what response is expected, and verify if system communicate correctly. All right. Okay, so now let's go back to our interview questions. Tell me about a time you worked on APIs in a project. Okay, very good question. So in my project, I've just put training project. In my project, we build a small loan management system. So based on your use case, you can update this one. Okay. So let's say if you are not actually worked on, you can use this our project as an example. Okay. I was responsible for documenting and testing API that connect with the front end and back end. So what you did, obviously you created the user story. So you can mention what method it's include, what you did, post and get, and how do you, you can clearly mention how do you test it postman, like you saw, right? And result, I learned how backend data travels through API, and my test result help developers to fix data formatting issues quickly. Okay. So second scenario, how did you ensure that API met the business requirement? This is very good question. The business owner doesn't involve the API requirement, right? But how do you explain to the business owner? The business owner wanted the loan system record and display all the applications accurately. So what you did, I had confirmed that API met those requirements before team moved to the next phase. How you perform, I reviewed the JSON request and response sample with the developers and tester, check the field names are compared, So whatever the business is giving, okay, the names, SIN number, field name, those are business requirements. So where does it go? It goes JSON payload or JSON request input parameter, right? So that's how we need to put. Okay. We caught few missing feet early, such as created at timestamp, fixed them. So based on your experience, what are the issues you are facing, you can replace this result. Okay. So next question number 3, describe a time when you collaborated with developers on API issue. During testing, the post API for creation loan was returning an error. So you can troubleshoot, right? So I need to help identify issue was due to missing data or backend logic. I analyzed the postman request, confirm all the postman requests will tell you in the response why is the error is based on the code you can identify. Confirm all the match data model and share this screenshot with developers to develop found that amount field was passed as a text instead of a number. Okay, so this is a common mistake, nothing to worry, but you can catch this error while you are testing. After correcting the data type, API worked correctly. This experience taught me importance of clear data format validation. Okay. Question number 4, how do you handle communication between front-end and back-end teams during API testing? Our project had separate front-end and back-end developers. I need to make sure both sides understood how data would exchange through APIs, right? So these are the common case for all the PAs. So you might write front-end user story and you write back-end user story. You will write integration user story. So you need to talk to front-end developers and back-end developers or full stack developers. It doesn't matter who you are talking. So if you are writing a API related user story, clearly mention your API endpoint and purpose, sample response input parameters or fields, expected response, which I show you during the demo. Okay. So last question, tell me about challenge you faced while testing APIs and how you solve it. Okay. API testing is very fun. Okay. It's not difficult if you have the response and request. So here situation, while testing the updated loan, system was not updating the correct record. So task was I need to find out issue was with the API logic or the record ID. I tested different IDs in Postman, then shared the logs with the developer. It turned out the endpoint URL was missing /n. So these are the common errors when you work more, and if you will learn how to read error message and you can quickly figure it out from the response. Okay, result was no need to worry. So the issue was fixed immediately and learn how small syntax errors can break API communication. Okay, so last but not least, so your resume update. You can include your response with documented and analyzed API requirement between front and back end system, created sample requests and response. So you're not creating, so you are work with this one, you have exposed to this one. Okay, so maybe you need to change this word. JSON, create, read, update, delete operation, use Postman test. You can mention this one, used API testing using Postman, field validation, collaborated with developers to troubleshoot API issues, verify endpoints, help align API design with business rules for customer loan. So definitely you can include, because we convert business fields into this request and response, and your skills, technical skills, you can API testing using Postman, JSON, REST, requirement documentation, collaboration, and this is your domain. Okay. Okay, I think that's it for API layer. So tomorrow what is coming? So day 5 we are going to discuss very exciting topic, microservice. So we are going to put together everything, front end, back end, and the APIs in one system. Okay, so that's called microservice. So we learn how small connected service from larger system using APIs. Okay, so until we see next time, thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day. Hello everyone. Today we are going to learn about microservices and see a live demo using a capital market example, specifically a mutual fund microservice. So by end of this session, you will understand what microservices are and how they interact with databases, APIs, and front end, how to build and test a microservice using modular architecture. Okay, so we will also do a small activity to map features as a microservice to reinforce our learning. Okay, so what is a microservice? So let's start with a simple analogy. So imagine a supermarket. Okay, so in a monolith system, one cashier handles all sections, like example, dairy, bakery, fruits. So if this cashier is busy, all checkout stops, right? So the monolith is mono mean single. So monolith application, one single application handle all the business logic, like our supermarket example. So in a microservice system, each section has its own cashier. So dairy section has own cashier, bakery section has own cashier. So each section works independently, and if one is busy, other continue serving. Okay. So let me show you. Let's draw a diagram, and I'll show you how this is working. So this is first we will understand monolith. Okay, let me text here. Monolith architecture here. So this is our user interface. Okay. So this is going to be single front end app. Okay, so this example. Okay, so application layer. Let's put maybe put it here so that is easy to see. So application layer here. So what does it mean? Application, all business logic in one large module. Okay, module. So next one, we'll go to database layer, right? Keep on building. Data access layer first, and handles, just for our node, handles all database queries. It's not typing. Queries and updates. Okay, the next one, last one, database single shared schema. Okay, so one, so as a B, you don't need to no much detail, but you should be able to capture requirement for microservice related development. Okay, so I'll make it just to be clear. Okay, so this is the UI, user interface. The front end send request to the same backend for all features like login, registration, payment reports, and everything, right? So that application layer, all logics modules like customer account, accounts, payments, right? So here users are approaching for the different activities, right? And through the this sent to the application layer, like behind the scene, it's a different module. I'll show you one example, like customer accounts or payments. It's sent to those systems. So it's combined in one code base. So entire thing is combined in one, right? So what's happening inside the database layer? So a single layer handles data queries for entire system. So if the application grows, it it becomes difficult to manage and test this one, right? So the database, only one shared database, all features read and write from same table. So this is how it's look like a monolith architecture, right? So now let's talk about modular architecture. Okay, so we talk about here monolith we talk about. So let's here we'll enter something modular architecture. Okay, so what is this modular architecture? So modular architecture is a design approach where system is divided into separate modules. Okay, so let me write it. Separate modules. Each response. So each responsible for a particular features, or we can say business function. Okay. Okay. So this is the modular architecture. Like I can give you one example. Think car. Okay. So think car as the whole application. So the engine, brakes, or transmission, and air air condition, right? So these all are like separate modules, right? So each modules can be upgraded or repaired without redesigning the entire car. So that's the benefit, right? In software terms, modular architecture means like each module or service has its own logic, data, and purpose. Modules interact using well-defined interfaces or APIs. One module can change without breaking others. Right? Example, we can have a customer module handle registration login, loan module for processing loan application, payment modules for handle payment transactions, reporting module for generate reports. So each is developed and deployed independently but works together to form the complete system. So what is the benefit of a microservice architecture? Right, so let me introduce here, or maybe I'll introduce a new slide here. Okay, benefits. So let's enter the benefits. Scalability, right? So you can scale only the module that need more resources. Okay, so you can scale only the module that need so that needs more resource. Okay, so independently you have control, faster faster developments, because all API approach. Team can work on different modules on the same time. So in parallel, you can assign one team to work on mutual fund microservice, one team work on monitoring microservice, right? So in parallel, you can work. Easy to maintain also, right? Easy maintenance. So easy menu, fix or update one part of without affecting others, right? So here we have team A, team B, parallelly we can talk, right? And also better fault isolation. So let me write that one too. Better fault isolation. So what does it mean? If one module fails, other continue to work, right? So these are the benefits, a main benefit having a microservice architecture, right? So now let's visualize how microservice interact with other component. Okay, so let's go here. Let's include a text here. So microservice architecture. Okay, make it a little bigger. Okay, so let's draw the diagram here. So user interface, and so it can be web or mobile. I'm just taking example. Frontend. Okay, so this go through API gateway. So request coming to API gateway and request. Let me put it here so that routes request to the correct microservice. So we have multiple microservice. So as we discussed beginning, like login, we can have a different microservice. In payments, we can have a different microservice. For the mutual fund, we can have a different microservice based on the activity, based on the transactions the product customer is accessing after login. So based on that request, the gateway can route to the appropriate microservice here. Okay, so we can, okay, so maybe I'll include here. So just to show you, we can have different microservice. Okay, hold on. This is easy for me. One more microservice. So let's have two microservice. Oh, so 2 or 3. So based on the product, can have different microservices. Okay, this, let me bring this one, and okay, just to make simplicity, we'll have two only. Okay, because I don't want to spend time multiplication this one. So let's say this is the customer microservice. Okay, I don't know, service. Okay, so this is fund microservice, microservice, and let's assume, or like payment microservice. Okay, I write MS. Okay, now the benefit of this one, each microservice has its own DB database. Okay, so unlike the monolith application, so here we have a customer DB. So here we can draw a separate fund DB. Let's say fund or payment. Okay, so let me make a little smaller. So now you can see in one this one. Okay, so user interface is front end, right? User interact through a single web or mobile app. So the API gateway acts as a single entry point, and it decide which microservice should handle each request, right? So if the transaction or the user activity related customer related, so it should route to the customer service microservice, right? So microservices, each service handle one business function, right? So what's happening, why we are isolating? So we will keep the business function related that particular service customer is accessing in that same microservice, right? So example, registration, we might have KYCs, right? How to log in and how this customer should be allowed, what ID types we need, and all kind of business logic we can keep here. So fund microservice, uh, fund, okay, it sounds like fund. Fund microservice, manage mutual fund and product and other stuff, right? Capital market related, we can have the payment microservice, manage process payments and transaction, right? Like credit card and other stuff. So they work independently and communicate through REST APIs, right? So it's communicate to front end or it's database to REST APIs. So database per service, each microservice its own database, like you can see here. So changes is one don't affect other, right? So if you want to update something here, it won't affect this one. So this service will work. Okay. So now I will show you a live demo. So this is a microservice I built using Django Python. So just to demonstrate how this concept work. Okay. So first, let me show you the project structure um, so that you will understand how this one. Okay. So here we have funds here, right? So this is the microservice app. So inside here, I have everything, all the setup for the microservice. So here, under the capital service, so this for capital market service, I have all the logics which required for this one. Right? Example, the mutual fund and other stuff. Okay. So we can add, like for the customer service, you can add one app here. You can add for login. So you can keep on adding for this one. Okay. So now here, let's go to, so before I start, you might hear developers are talking Swagger, or like now Open API, right? So it's nothing but Swagger is a tool set for designing or documenting or testing REST API, right? So don't worry, like it's not something. It's very easy. If you have the Swagger URL, you can straight away you can go and try it out. Whether if your Microservice is existing or any other API is deployed. Okay, so let's think this is our Swagger UI. Microservice is deployed, and we are going to try it out. Okay, so here I have a post method. We can post. We have simple for field fund name. We have a fund type, NAV, and the risk level. Okay, so these are the important fields we are going to create a entry in our database. Okay, so let's assume this request coming. This is the admin or some user filling from Frontend. So this sent through the API. API comes to the microservice. So microservice will take care of this one, insert into the database, or whatever the logic need to do. Processing will be done by the microservice. Okay, so let me quickly show you the database also. So open database, capital market. Okay, so go to browse data, and okay, so this is what we are capturing. This is what we are assuming it's going to come from the front end. Okay, so let's do a quick test here. We can use Postman also, or you can use Swagger. So this is the alternate for the Swagger. We can use this UI. Using this UI, we can post transaction. Okay. 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 So here sample, you can see this is how it's going to be the sample here. So value you can first is fund name, fund type, and the value and the risk level. Okay. Here we can enter. So I'm going to copy the same one just to keep easy. Alpha level fund, and equity you can select okay, debit or hybrid or whatever you like. Okay, so I'll keep hybrid, and let's put 200. There is decimal 2. Okay, so risk level you want to keep low or high. Okay, let's keep it low. Okay, so let's post this one. Okay, I didn't get an error. So I guess it's saying HTTP to one created. Okay, so let's go to our database and let's do a quick look. Okay, so this is the amount let me bring here side by side. You can take a look. Okay, so this is what we submitted, 208, an alpha equity fund and low risk. Okay, so we similar for just the demo purpose, I have post and get only created. So let's do a get request and see what are the records available in the microservice. Okay, I mean in the database. Okay, so you have seen in our database we have five records. You can see all the five records, right? So these activities are happening from front end, right? So customer or admin, some user are accessing, they're clicking some button. So behind the scene microservice, the request is sent to the get request is sent to the microservice, our mutual fund microservice, and mutual fund microservice, it will fetch from its database and send this request to in the response in the API. So API will communicate. So you saw our diagram, right? So API will communicate. So example, this. So request is coming here. So API will gateways route to the correct microservice. Microservice fetch from the database, retrieve from the database, and send back in the response. Okay. So this is what happening behind the scene. So we can test this one from Postman also, right? So we can test our microservice API. We can test from Postman also. So let's do a quick testing in Postman also. Okay. So I have already created the request here. So first we are going to do a post here. Okay, so same request only. So this is a post method we covered under API discussion. This is a post method. Fund name, we can type alpha 123. Okay, so equity, we will leave the fund time equity. So this time we will post 300. Okay, and let's leave it high. Okay, so we can send a request. So it's saying ID number 6 and alpha 123 is created. Okay, very easy, right? So let me refresh this one. So we can see our mutual fund entry is created in the database. Okay, so we have a get method also. We can retrieve this one. Okay, so there is nothing in the body. Okay, so it's listing everything. So which is the ID number 6, our. Okay, so very easy. So when you are capturing requirement, you can get this information. You can include in your user story. Okay, so these are 6 entries we have here, and these are the 6 entries you see. Okay, so now let's write user story. How do you write user story for this one? Okay, so we will we are doing a reverse engineering. So this is the end result what we supposed to build. I show you first. Okay, so now let's go back here in Jira. Let me see if I have the case study here. Okay, we did this one. Okay, I need a blank page here for the case study. Sorry, I forgot to include that slide. So our case study is, the business requirement or case study. So what we need to build here, a capital market company or bank, whatever. Okay, assume company wants to mutual funds efficiently. Okay, and currently fund data is stored is something similar. Okay, stored in spreadsheets, causing errors and delays, of course, right? Delays. Okay, so the company wants a microservice. So they're not telling directly they need a microservice. Business won't tell you we need a microservice. Okay, so this is just for your understanding. I'm writing this one. So there are so many typo errors. Okay, let's correct it. Okay. So what are the feature we need, right? So first one, you see we need a post method, right? So fund creation. That's what we need, fund creation. And let's assume listing only, right? Fund listing, which is the viewing. These are the two we need. And we need updating the net asset value, right? So easy to integrate with other application. So NAV stand for net asset value. Okay, so here we are not capturing for update. I just include this might be the case business one, right? So creation, get, and update, right? So these are the things. Okay, so let's draw flowchart for this one quickly. However, because always when you get a requirement, try to create a process map or diagram, so which is easy to test with, easy to explain to your technical team or engineering team. Okay, that's what we are going to do. Let me check how big is this one. Okay, so let me increase the size so that you can see. Okay, so this is our new feature. So customer or user or anyone you can, okay, whatever the company initiates action, whatever action initiate the action. So what, this is not for the customer. Okay, so this is for our internal team to explain our requirement. Okay, so API request. So let's assume this the front end user is doing the activities like creation or listing, clicking those buttons. So the API request is coming, and so this is our mutual fund microservice. Okay, and what are the features we need here? Okay, let me list here. Okay, create fund and list fund. Only two we are including. So usually we need to provide update also. Okay, so let's say first MVP, first iteration, we have only create and list only. Okay, and we can give all four methods, right? So list, update, and delete. Okay, so let's assume we only have this requirement. Okay, so the next one, this is the business logic we captured in what functionality business needs. These are the functionality business is looking. So this is our database layer. So from here, so we have same. Okay, so we can put the arrow here. Request is coming. When the request is success, and we have to, Microservice will send the response to the API. API will communicate to the front end, so the customer see the result. Okay, so very straightforward, right? Very simple. So now let's go back to Jira and create our user story. So what we'll write, manage mutual funds via API, or create new microservice to manage mutual fund. So usually this is not one story, okay? So you have to set up the skeleton, the structure of the microservice that can be a separate development task. So we are only focusing on the functionality, right? So you can this is not an easy task. This will take at least 1 or 2 sprint setting up the microservice, right? So setting the microservice structure, so that you have to create a developer task or user story. So once you create it and there is no API or there is no service associated, from using Swagger, you can just go and try it out if the microservice is existing, which is when you ping the health check of microservice, you'll get okay 200 response, right? So we are only focusing the functionality piece of the microservice this demo, okay? Just to let you know, if you are wondering, like maybe you will think very easy to create a microservice, so that's wrong. So that's the project going to take 1 or 2 months based on the business requirement. Just for the demo purpose, I'm explaining the this is only the one functionality, okay? So let's write the user story. Sorry, user story as a capital market admin or user, okay? Anyone. I want to create an view, only view, okay? So you can add, let's say you are adding all 4 functionalities here, you can add update or delete or something, okay? So we are only keeping whatever our requirement is, okay? Update mutual funds, okay? Mutual funds via a microservice, okay? So this is, you are writing the requirement as a business analyst, okay? Business won't tell you they need a microservice, okay? They will tell we want to digitalize, that's it. So that I can accurate what fund information and integrate with other. We can learn integration tomorrow efficiently, okay? So other services efficiently, okay? That's a user story. I think via acceptance criteria. Okay, so what do you need here? Let's insert bullets here. Admin, you can write given when then also, but I will just write the straight point. Admin create a new fund. So here are the columns we want to give, right? So this button, so fund name, fund type, NAV, and the risk level, right? So this is what very short Jira story here. So you can list one by one here. New fund, I'll include here just for fund type, and value and risk level. Okay, so second one, admin or API consumer can list all via get request. So you can create separate user stories for post method, separate user story, get for separate user story. So I'm just including everything, so you can because so that different developers can work on different user story, but keep it that way, that is clean, and multiple people can work and more efficient also. Okay, or if one developer is going to work, this can be done during one sprint. So you can create two user story, but I'll include everything here. Level admin can update, not update, so admin can list. So we are not giving update feature here, right? So only two here enough. Admin cannot delete. So maybe we can write all data is stored in the database, because why we are saying, so that persists across sessions. So if you write this one, so that tester can validate this one also, right? What are the API content? So you can capture here also, right? So maybe should I include here? Why should I include here? So API returns proper HTTP. You can write all the status code, what's expected. So what we see, 201 created, right? Just go here. So 201, this is 200 for listing. So when you created one test, so 201 created, right? So one is created. Go back to the Jira, right? We are here. So 201 created. I think 200 for okay listing, right? And error code, if server error and other stuff, you can include. You can talk to your developer. Okay, so I think this is good. Let me save this one. So now how do you explain for the estimation, right? Grooming. So let's assume this is the user story. You need to groom. Do you have a place to update the so okay, thank God we have this one here. Okay, so during the product backlog requirement PBR, okay, so you can first discuss what is the purpose of this microservice creation, and there will be dependencies, database creation. There will be some other dependencies, setting the project structure of the microservice, right? So health check, establishment of health check, and after do all the groundwork, framework setup is ready, and we are taking these user stories, right? Let's assume all our microservice structure is already existing. We are trying to add endpoint to our microservice. Okay, so that's all about this user story. So so for this one, I would say it's not very difficult once we have everything. So I would say 5 story point but if you are going to do the two service here itself, so you can go with 8. Okay, so we have get and post together here, so we'll go with 8. Okay, so that's a summary of our case study. Now time to check your knowledge. Okay, so the first question, we have 10 MCQs. Let's go through quickly. The first question, what is a microservice? So I will not read all the options, so let's only discuss the answer. Okay, so a small independent module of an application, right? So microservices are self-contained modules, each responsible for specific business capabilities, right? So question number 2, which of the following is a benefit of a microservices? Right answer is independent development and deployment, right? So microservice allows team to develop and deploy and scale modules independently. Question number 3, how do microservices typically communicate, right? So via REST APIs or messaging queues. So today we only saw APIs only, so there other system input JMS listener or can have messaging queues also, right? So Microsoft using well-defined interfaces using API or messaging systems. Okay. Question number 4, which scenario represent monolith system? So mono means single, always remember. This the example we discussed, right? One cache handler checkout for the entire store. Question number 5, which of the following is true about microservices and databases? Microservices may have their own database or share one, right? So each microservice can manage its data independently for modularity and fault isolation. Okay. Question number 6, this is related to the project we did. Okay, so in Django, what is a good way to structure a microservice? So create separate apps for each service module, right? I show you during the demo. Question number 7, which of these is not a typical microservice characteristics, right? Tight coupling with other services, right? Microservices are loosely coupled, enabling independent development and scaling. So that's the key feature of a microservice. What is the main advantage of microservices over monolith architecture, right? So microservices allow independent scaling and maintenance. Microservices are improve flexibility, maintainability, and fault isolation compared to monolith. That's what we discussed the feature, right? So which tool is commonly used to document and test microservice API? So I mentioned this one during this one. So Swagger is the right answer here. Okay. I don't have the Swagger version, otherwise I could have. So you just go to Google. So I'll show you. This is how it looks like. This is free version, I guess. So I don't have anything to show, but just want to show you the interface. This is the company I'm talking. So Swagger provide interactive API documentation, making it easy explore and test microservices. Okay, that's what I want to show you. So last question. In a microservice-based supermarket analogy, what represents a microservice? Separate cashier for dairy and bakery and fruit. So you won't forget it. So that's why I include this example. Okay. So now time for our interview questions. So there Multiple type of interview question can be asked during the interview. So let's discuss quick interview questions. What is a microservice? So you can prepare something like this. A microservice is a small independent module of an application that handles specific business function, right? So you can talk about some benefits like develop and deploy scale independently. Example, whatever the application you are working. So e-commerce system, payment, e-commerce website, Microsoft handle payment system, another handle the inventory, right? That's one example. So how do microservices communicate with each other? So you have seen, right, so using APIs. Microservice communicate through REST APIs, right, or messaging systems. Each service exposes endpoint that other service can call. What is the difference between monolith and microservice architecture? So this can be asked always. Remember our one cashier and multiple cashier example, right? So all functionalities are in a single application. Changes to one part may affect others. Scaling requires scaling entire system. Microservice functionality is divided into independent service, modular approach. So each service can deployed, developed, and scale separately. The question number 4 is related this one. So what are the benefits of using microservice, right? So we talk about independent development, deployment, is whatever we discuss is the same answer. Okay, so I'll bypass this one. What are the common challenges when using microservices, right? So I would not say challenges, but it's good to know always. Okay, so distributed system complexity, right, requiring handling service communication, retries, mechanism, and failures, right? Because there are dependency services, we need to take care of this one, databases, and if data enrichments are happening, or like need to communicate to another database, right? So if system not available, it cannot be processed, so it will store the data in a retry table, and we need to implement some mechanism to retry the failed records to process again, right? So those are kind of things. Data consistency, each service may have its own database, right? Make trans across service complex, right? So it's that one. Monitoring and debugging, this very important. Need centralized logging and monitoring tools, right? So we need to create example. If your microservice deployed in Anthos, right? So we need to create monitoring, alerting, dashboards to see which service are failing, how many transactions are going, and we need to analyze logs. So many things to do here. So deployment and management. Managing multiple services increase DevOps complexity, right? So let's talk about some structured questions using STAR method. Describe a situation where you worked with microservices. So this is a straightforward question, right? So in my previous project, our e-commerce or whatever your project, platform was struggling with scalability because it was monolith application. Okay, so the old legacy applications, this might the case. So now all the companies are building microservice architecture, or like moving functionality from monolith to a microservice. Okay, so you can, if you have worked on any application, you can include. Otherwise, the example we talk about, this is more than enough to answer the question. Okay, so I need help break the system into similar smaller independent service to improve maintainability and performance. I identified core business functions. So you don't need to worry like how this can be implemented, right? So your main job starts with capturing the business requirement. What business need, okay, application, it's need to update or create or delete or view something, right? So that's where you independent. So where this request is coming from front end, so there might be a API involved here, right? So there we go. if there are any other services needed, right? So we can, the solution architect, the tech lead will come up with the design and say, okay, um, we have to implement a new microservice. So your business functionality requirement won't change. So this is architectural change, architectural implementation. But as a business analyst, you should know what approach they take. Based on that, you have to create user stories, right? So that's why, but this won't affect anything to business for sure. This will be faster service, performance improved, data integrity, and everything. But when you are capturing requirement, so main focus, maybe you think this a lot of work, so many technical thing you need to know. No, your job is just to capture business requirement, and you can get into more deeper about how the solution will be implemented during the design phase. Okay, so we are here. Functionality. I design API for communication services. So you are not designing API. So you are containers for deployment. So you can, your captured requirement. That's what I meant to say. After implementing Microsoft, each module could be deployed independently. So these are, you have to convert it into like business analyst perspective, right? Like, we created two APIs, right? The user story, first creation, second one list, right? So you can include those. How did you ensure communication between microservices? A microservice need exchange data for order processing. I need to design a reliable way to microservice to communicate, right? So here I captured, right? Not design. I captured requirement for so and so task. So we test here, not you implemented, right? So we implemented as a team. So here you are saying always use capture requirement, okay? Gather requirement, okay? REST API for synchronous communication and messaging queue for an event. Also include error handling and retries and reliability. Unfortunately, time is not enough. I cannot show you error handling use case here. So we just discussed the happy path only. Okay, so maybe another video I'll talk about the edge cases and the error handling in a microservice or the API. Okay, resulted service communicated seamlessly, order were processed without failures, and system became more resilient service without to the service downtime. Right. So describe a challenge you faced while implementing microservice. During deployment, one microservice was failing intermittently, so causing cascading errors. So my goal was to identify the issue and prevent it from affecting other services. So these are topics you need to ask, like when you are writing your requirement. Otherwise, your tech lead will tell you. So this can cause some technical debts in your system. So these are should be captured during requirement gathering. Okay. So I analyzed log and added to centralized monitoring, implemented circuit breakers. So these are kind of development perspective you're talking about. So that's why what kind of question can be asked, right? Like maybe focus on the first five question I showed you, but um, definitely the requirement gathering phases, like your job is gather this first question is applicable for you, right? Gather the business requirement and talk to your technical team, and they will tell you like how many APIs, how many endpoints read, how many microservices we are going to create for different project. So that's where your start is. But you should know these are can be asked. These are the uh, possible questions. Okay, so these are kind of technical side questions. Last question, explain a time when Microsoft improved process, right? So as a business analyst, your job is to make sure, is there any performance requirement? Is there any authentication requirement, right? So you need to ask your write checklist, your requirement gathering questions, so that you have to include in the user story, then only the tester can test this one, right? So our monolith inventory system was slow update stock information. I had to improve the speed, reliability, inventory update, right? So I designed an inventory microservice that handles stock update independently, exposing the API for other services like order, payment. Okay, so we are talking about more specifically about the use case. Okay. All right, so you can include these things in your resume also, like example, the example what we learn here. So we learn capital market microservice, right? So this is just an example, okay? So this you can list your microservice here, whatever your experience, what technology you use, right? It's like you're not coding, so requirement gathering side, okay? Design a mutual fund microservice. So here you are writing gathered requirement, right? So maybe you help write test cases and you test through the Postman or Swagger. Those you can include it here, okay? And LinkedIn update build. So here it's a build microservice. So you didn't build a microservice. So you gather requirement for microservice project. Sorry, this one. Okay. Okay. I think we're right at the time. Let me check my PPT if I miss anything. Okay. Okay. I think we cover everything what related microservice today. So this is the front end. Just want to see if I don't miss anything. Okay. So this is the summary. You learn what is a microservice, what's the difference between monolith and microservice approach, why we need a microservice, what are the key features like is to scale and update and maintain, right? And you show the demo and we build a user story, right? So what is coming next tomorrow? Vendor integration, right? So learn how external systems are incorporated, like integrating with microservice. Okay, so until we see you next time, thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day. Welcome back to day 6 of our technical business analyst training series. So yesterday we explored how a bank system works inside the backend, the front end, and the database. So, but today things are get exciting because your bank is about to talk to the outside world. So, and that's what we call vendor integration. So today you will learn how external vendor systems are integrated with banking application. For example, vendor APIs, so credit KYC decisions or credit bureau service work together. We'll be covering this vendor APIs and integration basics and how, data flow and how we can gather requirement for the vendor integration and how to write the user story and how we can group. Okay. So we are going to use a use case online application, loan application. Customer is requesting a loan. So this information, customer information sent to the external vendor. So from external vendor, we get back the credit score to make the decision whether how much we should lend this customer or should not lend to the customer. Okay. All right. So let me go back to the diagram just to give you a context what's going to happen. Okay, so imagine this is our yesterday's diagram. So this is our microservice. So this is the front end, our customer. So this is our, let's put this one, customer. Okay, so this is our customer, applies a loan. So sorry, so let me write here. So our customer apply for a loan. Okay, so that's what is done. So let's put the arrow here. So now when this customer apply for a loan, bank says sure, but we need your credit score, right? So let's see if we have a bank here. Okay, yes. So this is your bank. Okay, so now bank need additional information like credit score. So does the bank have that score sitting in their system? No, right? So it has to ask from another company. So like example, let's put another company, same, sorry, it's too many. So this is not, this one we can call credit bureau, okay? So this is the flow. Now customer applying for a loan. Bank needs additional information. So bank has to get it from a vendor. We can call as a vendor. This use case, we are asking from a credit bureau. Okay. So how do you ask this one? So we are going to ask through a API, right? So we are going to call the credit bureau through the API. So let me put this one, API. So we send some information. So we send, let's say this is the John Doe coming to the flow, is asking a loan. So now you are asking from the vendor, hey vendor, here is a customer name called John Doe. Can you give us the credit score, right? The vendor replies back and send with the credit score. Example, let me put this, okay, so just to differentiate, the response is coming back from the vendor to the microservice. So one is request is coming, this is the entire flow, customer apply the loan from the web or mobile interface, and it's go through the API gateway. Let's what is our microservice name? Vendor integration service. Okay, so let's put loan microservice. Okay, so for easy, loan microservice. Okay, so the request is coming to the loan microservice through the internal APIs. The information record is created here. Loan DB. Okay, loan DB information is created here. Request is created here. So we have to send customer name, OC number, and whatever the request required, and the credit bureau send back us the credit score and the credit history and store it in database, and the microservice will process based on the business logic written here and send back the response to the front end whether loan is approved or not. Okay, so these all will happen like within a second. So without this vendor, external vendor, bank cannot make this decision, right? So now let me show you how I built this application. So here, so this is our microservice. Okay, so we are going to send a request to the vendor. Vendor is going to send back us the credit score. Okay, so let's send a postman request. So this is the post method. Here you can see. So for simplicity, we may so actual projects we will be sending if customer SIN number is available, customer SIN or name. So for just a simple demo, I'm just going to use only the name only. Okay, so this is what we send to the vendor, and this is the sample request. We are expecting the customer credit score. Okay, so let me show you the database also. So here we have the customer name, credit score, and vendor reference, and this is the date. Okay, so now let's our customer name is John Doe. Why John? All right. Okay, so we don't have any record here. So let's hit the database here. So the record is created here. Okay, so I'm refreshing the database here so you can see. So I'm mocking, this is a mock response. Okay, so that's why you see the same credit score here. Okay, so only that I changed the name here. All right. Okay, so let's take a real case study. Okay, so let's learn how to gather requirement, how we can document for this particular project, and how we can write the user story, how we can present to the team. Okay, so let me switch back here. Okay, so before that, I need a blank here. Okay. So this is our project gonna be. So our project, okay, study, whatever you call it. Okay. So let's write ABCD bank wants to automate credit checks for its online loan system. Okay, so this is our project. Okay, so maybe some background context. So currently the loan officers manually log into a vendor portal. Okay, portal, and type customer details and download a PDF. Okay, download PDF. Okay, so this is what now happening manually. Portal. Okay, so this is the background today happening, and attach to the application. So this is how the current process, the ABCD bank, is functioning. Okay, so the bank wants to automate, we have seen the flow here, right? This flow. So when customer come, so this has to happen with the flip of second, right? So customer apply here, this will go route, and it will go to our microservice, create the request, and get the response and make the decision. Okay, Let's go back to our use case here. So why it's first question, like it's good to know the rationale, right? Like why wants to, obviously the digitalization. So currently it's slow, right? The manual process are slow, and lot of human errors can happen. Okay. So we have to integrate. We need a vendor. We need a partner to this one, right? So the flow is going to be like, so this is the current state for us. Okay, so the future state, let's write what we need. Okay, number one, the system. So we are all documenting, like to create our user story. System automatically sends their name. So our case, like I will document everything. Okay, date of birth in the request, what we need to send, and SIN number to the vendor. Okay, vendors API. Okay, so when you have the API document from the vendor, these are already defined. Okay, so for our use case, our demo, we are just sending only the name only here. Okay, so you can add more fields, because sometimes on the flow, customer won't provide the SIN number, so name and date of birth will be sufficient. Okay. Number two, the vendor. So what will happen? How the flow works? The vendor returns a credit score. Okay, credit score and summary. Okay, so you see in the response, it's coming a summary. Okay, so vendor reference and yeah, other detail we would have, just the date is coming. Okay, so let's assume we are getting a credit history. That's a normal one. So the system, next one, the system displays it instantly to the loan officer, and the result is stored in the database. Okay, so let me go to the flow. I will show you what does it mean here. Okay, so when customer applies this loan, and this go to the microservice create the request and send to the credit bureau. So we have already written all the business logic, like, okay, if the credit score greater than 500 and customer income and expenses analysis done through the system, and whatever the remaining dollar and whatever the applied amount. So if affordability is good and there is no other bankruptcy or any other consumer proposal currently going on, system should qualify based on the business logic, let's say 10,000 or 15,000, and the response immediately digitally sent to customer, right? So some cases, okay, customer credit score is good, but it's showing there is a bankruptcy file 10 years ago or 11 years ago or something. There was a mispayment reported for a small amount, $10 for a credit card payment, right? So credit card is 750 and a small payment, so maybe customer doesn't know this outstanding stand, or maybe this recently customer pay up but still it's showing credit. So those kind of scenarios, like the decision can be sent to a manual analysis, right? So I'm not showing this one. So microservice can send this decision. Sorry. So microservice can send this one. So this is not going to come from API. So this is coming from Manual review. So a bank employee can manually review and call the customer and get clarification and provide the loan, right? So that's what we have written here, the manual review process. Okay, the system displays instantly loan officer or in the dashboard. Okay, so the loan officer can take a look and make a decision. Or if all good, and system should auto approve the loan. Okay, so this step, no mistake, no just the instant data, right? Like immediately the system will make a decision, or if the manual decision is needed, the officer can take a look. So as someone working in IT, so your first step is to gather the right requirement, and you'll ask question like, okay, so let's insert, duplicate this one. Let's ask the question. What question? Keep on building this one. Your questions. Okay. BA questions. I'll write BA questions. Okay. What data does the vendor need? Okay, this your first question. We see we have already documented in the previous year, right? So this is our assumption. So, but vendor will give the API contract document, so you can find out and what data vendor need, right? So when you are integrating a third-party vendor service, so you have to have your checklist and you need to find out this answer. So usually the vendor documents are so many pages, but if you have a checklist like this, so immediately you can find this one, or during a call with the client, with the vendor, you can ask this question so they can clarify. Okay, so this is the first question you want to know: what information from internal we need to send to vendor. Okay, so and also what data format, right? So I'll write field specification or data format. So data specification. So maybe, so this is going to be JSON API. Okay, so there is no XML data format or like other specifications, right? Like example, in our database, customer like example, customer database date of birth, it's in a like this month, this format. So but vendor need in a different format, right? So you have to take care of those specifications, right? Like if there is a full name, including the middle name, how to do those, right? So you have to ask these questions and get clarification on this data requirement. And how will errors be handled? So you can have your checklist and you can, so errors mean like, let's say let's go to the problem. Okay, so let's say if the credit bureau service is not available, right? So customer is submitting the application. Our microservice try to call the credit bureau, right? If it is not available, how should we handle, right? So we want to have a mechanism. So usually microservice will have a health check dependent service, right? Like a database. So let's say microservice own database is not available, what to do, right? So we are not able to process the requirement, right? So there is retry mechanisms are implemented already. So how to handle this one? But you need to ask this question, right? So you want to, the first you are capturing the happy path. Second, you need to capture the error handling edge cases, right? So unhappy path, right? So this is that case is covered. So do we have log every transaction for compliance? So something, how do we know this one, right? So let's do we have to log every transaction for okay, or store it in the database, or like no, compliance, okay. And what else we can ask? You have to document like API endpoint, right? What is the API endpoint, URLs, and when you're talking sample request and response, right? So example, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the URL, this is the sample request, this is the sample response. Okay, so this is the response coming, this is the request body. So these are very useful information. Like if you have a checklist, like all the vendor integrations are going to be similar only, right? So we are calling a API, or like the external system calling us, like for asking demographics or something, right? So the structure, the pattern is going to be the same, only the requirement gathering. So you can have a checklist every time you work with the vendor integration. You can just find out this information and your requirement gathering is completed. So next one, so maybe I'll include here. So next one, error messages, right? So like a status code, right? Like example, what happened if, is there any field validation we need to send, right? Example, you see 400 BAT request, and if the server is not available, how to do this one? This everything should be recorded here, right? So the error messages or error handling, okay. And I'm not sure you'll get access to this one, but I'll write these are covered in the API spec provided by the vendor. So, but you can keep it security encryption, right? Like for the data, how the data send it, data encryption and access token authorization and authentication. These are technical stuff. But if you are really want to know, you can ask your tech lead, or these are documented in the contract also. Okay, so this become your vendor integration requirement document, right? So let's summarize here. So you study the project, what need to integrate here, that's your project or use case, and you have the current state and future state, what we are planning to do, and you have your requirements, everything documented. So what's the next step, right? So we usually what we do, we draw a flow chart diagram. So we have the flow chart is diagram we are just using from yesterday's. Okay. So this is also ready. So the next step is writing the user story, creating the user story in Jira. Okay. Okay. And let's create a user story in our backlog. So I think you cannot see this one. Let me, I'm not sure if you guys can see this one, but okay. So what we are creating here, user story, this is backend. So I'm just putting, usually you can put, it's a UI user story, or like you can put loan microservice. So because you will be creating more user story, right? So loan microservice, this one vendor integration. Implement a new API. Okay, you can have it whatever it's user friendly for you, whatever you understand. Oops, where it's gone. So it's it's there. Okay, so let me hit create. So it's created. As usual, we'll open and add the description here. Okay, so the user story, you can break into multiple user story. Okay, but just for simplicity, we can just keep everything together here. Okay, so we can write it from a user perspective. So as a loan officer, okay, and I want the system to retrieve the customer's credit score from the credit bureau, right? So that I can make faster loan decisions. Okay. Okay, so your user story ready. So you can add background. You can what's happening today. You can attach your. Usually, it's good to provide the current state and future state as the background, or you can write a summary here. Okay. So let's move on. Acceptance criteria. Okay. Okay. So what we need here. When the loan form is submitted. So that means, submitted, call the vendor API. So here you call, there are some more technical little you can add. So should this call asynchronously or synchronously? Those can be discussed also. Okay, so like when loan application, every request is coming, or you want to have a real-time call, or you want to synchronous call, or you want to have asynchronous call. What does it mean, asynchronous or synchronous call, right? So every request thing, like independently can process the request and send to the credit bureau and bring back the results, store it here, process it. So I think it's good to have a synchronous call, so that way the system no need to wait for the next call or avoid deadlocks and other issues. The performance should be good. So that can be discussed, but just I'm mentioning here. If you have more idea, you can ask those questions and you can capture here. Okay. So response, what we need in the response. So now we are calling the vendor. So response includes the credit score and report ID or something. Okay. Or credit history or whatever response we're supposed to see. Show results in the loan review screen. Okay, so this can have two user stories, right? Like storing in the database and showing in the dashboard, because you might need another API like get request, put it in the screen, right? So this one is straightforward. We are just fetching, we are requesting the data. Data is coming from the vendor. Okay, but I'll just include everything, so you can just change the user story the way you want. Okay, so if API fails, like error handling we discussed, right? Here we mentioned we want to know how to handle errors. So we are capturing those requirements as well here. So error handling, what we have to do. So if API fails, right? Show something credit check unavailable, something like that, so that officer know the credit check didn't happen, so we are waiting, or it's went to manual, or can we use the old credit, or something should be handled. Okay, so that's what we need to take care. So log or store. Okay, or mean like based on the requirement. Okay, so recommendation, store the data and log the every request and response for audit purpose or data retention, whatever purpose. Okay, so that's where this user story clean and testable, and you can break into two. One is storing the data and one is showing in the loan officer dashboard. Okay, or you can, it's up to the team how they want to work. So maybe you might need to update the title if you are including those requirements here. All right. Okay, so the next step is to story point. This one, do we have, let me refresh. Okay, so here we have a small point we can update. So this is our entire flow is going to be, right? So we assume the client triggered. Client mean I'm talking about the front end. Front end triggered this request, and microservice prepared this. So we are building this right side data exchange happening from our loan microservice between their microservice or service or API. This one, right? So this we built yesterday. So this is the piece where, so we are not doing this one today. So we assume this is a prerequisite. This connection, this already is already built, right? So we have to integrate this system only. Okay, so this medium complexity, like I would say simple API only, sending the request and getting this one. So maybe the 5 story point sufficient for this one. There is no much detail. Tester has to verify this one because we can do it from Postman also, right? Like, let me show you this one, right? So we can verify from the Postman also what information is coming. So very straightforward. Maybe a 3 or 5 story point will be sufficient for this user story. Okay, again, I'm just giving a rough idea. So it's based upon your team. They can decide, but if you are wondering like how many story point we should be add for this one, so I would recommend 5 should be sufficient including testing. Okay, all right, so that's it from so usually you can keep this one user story for happy path. Okay, so you can create another user story for error handling, or you can keep the um, um, like error handling scenarios here, and you can increase the point here. So maybe let me add here like error handling, what are the scenarios you can include here, right? So maybe what happened, what if the vendor doesn't, you send all information doesn't respond. So you can include in a separate user story, or you can capture here also. What will happen if the vendor doesn't respond? Okay. The next one, we can system down. Their system is down, right? And network is slow. You can ask. So what we need to do these kind of scenarios, right? The system should show an error message. So it's nice and clean to have this one separate user story, so we know, but still let the user continue, right? So they can wait. Also, communication must be encrypted. We are sending personal data, right? Like a SIN number. All communication must be encrypted because we are sending personal data like SIN, DOB, date of birth. Okay, so our use case, we are not showing this one. So that's why we use API, HTTP, and secure tokens, right? So this you can include in a separate user story. So this is kind of you can use as a happy path. Okay, even you can use mock data to establish the connection. Okay, so now your turn. You can create process map, like you have this document you can use as a base document when you have similar type of project. So this is not really technical. So if you understand the previous lesson, like how to work with APIs and microservice, this will be very easy. Okay. So let's do a quick recap what we discussed. Okay, so I'll show you the request again. So John J. So let me send a request. So let's assume we discussed this user story, our developer built. So we are testing this one. So this is our request. This is going to come to our database. Okay, so we are storing here. Hit button. So John J, the record has been created. So you got the why it's coming 750, because this is hard coded mock data just for the demo purpose. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's do a recap what we discussed today. Do I have a recap? Okay. Summary. So vendor integration means the two system talking through APIs. So it's a good example I can show you. So vendor integration means, so here actually the vendor also have a system like us, right? So this could be a microservice. So integration means two system talking through APIs. Okay. So secure data exchange. We are sending SIN number, date of birth, and name and other stuff, right? So real-time result. When customers submit this request, a flip of second, the request is sent and the response will come back here, and decision is made. So login transaction, storing the data, this can behind the scene, this is happening. Okay. So if you can explain this one sentence, right? Like the one we talked about. So you have understood the core concept of integration, third-party integration or vendor integration, you name it. So it's technically two systems, your internal system, your company, your bank or your financial institution system, and it's talking to the external client or external vendor. Okay. All right. So that's it for today. Now let's go back and test your knowledge. Okay. So the first question, what is the main goal of vendor integration in banking? Not only the banking, okay, so because we are talking about the banking use case, banking domain, so that's why I mentioned banking, right? The right answer is B, to connect bank system with the external service, right? So you have seen. So vendor integration lets bank connect external system like credit bureau, KYC, and payment gateway. So there are many examples, but here we use a credit bureau example. So number two, which of the following is a vendor service? The right answer is TransUnion Credit Bureau, right? It's an external credit bureau used through the API. So question number three, what type of interface is used to connect two systems? So very good question. So you learn this one. The right answer is B. So REST API, SOAP API. So the summary is API. So our API stands for Application Programming Interfaces, allows secure communication between systems. Okay. So the next question, what is the role of the vendor API in a loan system? The right answer is to fetch external credit or KYC data. It's based on, this is not the case always, like whatever the use case, whatever the project you are working on. So technically we are requesting the transaction related or customer related data or like AML related data or fraud related data to make a better business decision. Okay, that's the answer. Next question, what should a BA confirm before starting vendor integration? The right answer is the API request, response, format, and security and other stuff, right? So when you are gathering requirement, I show you a checklist here, right? So your questions, you can have this everything ready, right? Like a sample request and response. These are very important. Okay. And also the correct field mapping, encryption, and data formats, everything you can keep it ready. Okay. I think we are in question number 6, if I'm not wrong. So what happens if the vendor API times out? Okay. So this is a very good question. What will happen? App crashes, data disappears, or loan gets rejected. So system retries or alert users, right? I'll talk about this one. So I think so timeout or anything so there is a mechanism we can build this one, retry mechanism. We can configure how many times system can refigure here, right? So those can be done if the timeout happen. And also how we have to code it, we have to provide requirement, how the system handle errors, like we have to configure systems so they handle errors gracefully and inform the user, right? So maybe IT send a notification to restart the server, or like if robots are running, if the queues are working, whatever IT ops should be notified, or whoever the business users should be notified the flow is not working, something like that. Okay, so where we are. Okay, so that's we can use the system retry mechanism and alert users also. So question number 7, what document contains API request and response details? Right answer, FRDO, interface specifications, right? So FRD stand for the functional requirement document. It's list detailed integration fields, right? So usually you get a API spec or like a detailed BRD from the vendor. So you can see all these details, or you can some kind of documentation. All the vendors will provide. Many pages are there, so you can find all the information, right? So what is stored in audit logs after vendor's call? So why we need to store? That's a main question, right? Why we need to? Because logs help in tracking and compliance audit, right? So API request and response ID is the correct answer. So why we need to store? Because we can debug or if there is anything we need to track. Okay. So question number 9, which teams usually test vendor integration? HR, QA, sales, admin. Easy question, right? So our QA team, QA verifies quality assurance or testers successful communication between systems, right? So they can do API testing here, integration, and when this connection is established, so using Postman, they can do a API testing. So after complete, we can do end-to-end testing from all the way to user interface web to and see verify this flow is working or not. So two kind of testing they can do, but for us the right answer QAT. Okay, integration system SIT, we can call a SIT SIAT, system integration testing. Okay, so question number 10, why is encryption important during vendor calls? Why is important? We discussed this one, right? Encryption ensures sensitive data remains secure and compliant. So SIN number, date of birth, names, and other stuff, right? So right answer is B. It hides the customer data from unauthorized access. All right. Okay. So let's jump into our interview questions. Okay. Um, so this is very useful, and also most of the employees are looking for this one as a PA skills, how to gather, how to work with projects like vendor integration. Okay. So tell me, let's start with the question first. Tell me about a project where you work on vendor integration. So this is a typical question. So you can use your use case. So if you are new student or you just starting, so you can use our loan project, whatever I show you end-to-end this flow, you can use this. Our loan project, we had a connect to TransUnion Credit API. So we didn't connect to TransUnion. So this simulation of that. Okay. Sorry. My job was to define data mapping and error handling, right? So data mapping mean like here you need to capture, right? Like a name field, how many field length and what data type. Do we need a validation? So if you follow this one, where is our requirement gathering? So you see, uh, you have the all the detail, right? If you fill up answer for this question, and you can confidently answer to this question, right? Vendor spec, clarify field requirement, and test at API responses, right? So you can, if you don't know how to test, you can work with tester. You can learn this one. Okay, so what has happened? So result was integration reduced credit check time from 10 minutes to 10 seconds, right? So why is 10 minutes? Because today, if you see when we start the current state, it's happening manually with our implementation. So this is happening even, I don't know, like 5 millisecond or millisecond. So it's immediate, right time, real time. So 10 seconds or so more. Okay, but significantly it's reduced. So question number 2, how do you ensure security in vendor integrations? So data encryption, right? Like um, we just discussed, right? So let's go through the question. Okay, situation during a KYC project, we handle sensitive customer data, right? So KYC, onboarding, right? When customers are onboarding, they provide their email ID, they provide their telephone number, and we have device related data. How do we know these customers are good? They're not fraudsters. How do we know? So we can partner up with vendors and see, send this information, the new customer coming to our flow, and ask their opinion, extra detail like, okay, the email, can you take a look? Do you have any previous fraud reported for this email ID, mobile number, right? So these are sensitive information, right? So how do you ensure this data exchange was secure? You don't need to do extra effort to do this when you are not implementing. It's already there. We are going to use as a BA. What is your responsibility? Make sure these are documented, right? So you should be aware, right? So we are using HTTP, which is API, token authentication, encryption in transit, right? So data unauthorized access cannot be accessed. This one, right? System pass all internal security audits, right? So that's one question. So the next question, what step do you take when vendor documentation is unclear? This is a really good question. Um, like usually vendor documents are like, from my personal experience, like it's very I would not say complicated, but it's kind of boring, like too much informations are there. So maybe you can read the content and see the table of content, which information you are looking for, or you can do a search, right? So vendor API spec had missing field definition. So um, this is really, really, really important. This happened to me also. Uh, like sometime vendor, um, they work with multiple clients, right? Like they forget to update their document. They might give the same document to us also, because it's a similar use case for them, right? Like they are just adding another client, right? So maybe the information used uh, in their organization, it doesn't match with our structure. So missing field or like a field value, so let's say the date of birth matched to not date of birth, maybe we can use name match with 10 characters or 20 characters, but for us it's required at least 40 character or something like that, right? So ID number or something. So you have to carefully take a look when you receive this document, right? So the task, I need to complete mapping for testing, arrange joint session with their tech lead and upload our integration sheet. All the test cases pass on the first try, right? So you can do this one. They can give a KT, knowledge transfer demo. You can work with your tester and you can ask their testing or like a tech lead or someone, run some test cases like using mock data or sandbox and validate the field mapping is correct. Okay. So the next question, how do you handle vendor API errors or downtime, right? So vendor API sometimes fail during peak hours, right? Like you can do a performance testing, but these are real scenarios. So I had to ensure a smooth user experience. We built retry logic and clear error message like credit check on, please retry later. Right. So these should be captured during the requirement gathering, and you can handle separately in a error handling user story. So user complaint drop by 70%. Sometime when you apply credit card or like some behind the scene, if the decision is made, like if the application is spinning more than 2-3 seconds, so that's something wrong, right? So customer have many choice. They will go to one institution to another institution. So we have to make sure this stress test, performance test, everything is tested. Otherwise, the company will lose customers. Okay, so these are, as a BA, you can check this. You can capture this non-functional requirement like performance and everything when you are gathering requirement. So last question: how do you test vendor integration as a BA? Right. So during credit bureau testing, I want to validate the real response. So my task was to confirm field mapping accuracy. So as we discuss here, you can use Postman. Use Postman to test request and compare JSON keys with database fields. Okay, and result found and fix two field mismatch before go live. Okay, so these are typical examples. I hope you understand this one. All right, and also I didn't include the resume portion or the LinkedIn portion. You can include something you can come up with. Work with Project A, vendor integration, KYC vendor, or the vendor name. You can include your vendor name and you can update your resume page and you can capture the same thing in your LinkedIn as well. Okay. So if you are first time learning this one, so you are new BA, just graduating, you can include having extensive knowledge working with external vendor and how to capture requirement. You can use our checklist. Okay. All right. So let me see if I miss anything. All right. So I think I covered everything. So what is coming next today? We have covered so far everything. Front end we covered, APIs we covered, microservice. You know how to work with microservice. Today we covered how to integrate external system. Tomorrow we are going to learn important topic like data mapping, right? So how the business data map with one system to another system, right? So topic will be covered, identify key fields and relationship and how we can map these things, right? How to ensure consistency between and this one. Okay, I think I covered everything. So I don't think so I missed anything. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to day 7 of our technical business analyst series. So if you have been following along, you already know how we connect banks with vendors like credit bureaus. So today we are going one step deeper. We are taking about data mapping and how to estimate story in PPI. So by end of today, you'll understand what data mapping really is and create your own mapping table, write a user story and gather requirement for data mapping. So learn PBR and estimation, right? So let's get started with, so what is data mapping? So imagine a customer named Sarah applying a loan. Okay. Um, so let me the blank page. So this is our use case. So we have a customer named Sarah. Okay. This is our customer applying for a loan online. So she fills out the form. So from the front end, fills out the form. Okay, so this is what customer is doing. So the first field, full name. Okay, so her name is Sarah Lee. Okay, and her annual income is how much? Let's put 80,000. And she like to apply loan amount. Let's assume 10,000. Okay, so this what customer filling out. Okay, and now next step, she clicks submit. Okay, and her data, you know the flow, right? So we discuss many times this one travels through. So let's so it's go to front end and it's come to back end and it's come through. We add more detail here. It's come through API and it goes to all the way to database. Okay, so this is high level. Okay, all the way to go to database. So here's the tools. Each layer calls the same data differently. So how many layers we have, right? Front end, back end, API, database, right? So let's map it out this one. So layer, right? Here we need a field name. Okay, and value. Okay, I try to create a table. So let's put the front end first. Front end, full name. So this is the field name in front end. Okay, value. I'm going to copy her name so that I don't need to write again and again. Okay, so now backend API, how this name is there. So customer name. Maybe I'll put some more tab here so that this is clear. Okay, and again the same name. So in the database, the label, the field name is cust name. So data mapping is simply a dictionary that keeps all systems speaking the same language, right? So without it, developers and testers and the business team would get confused and errors happen fast in banking, right? So at a high level, data mapping is nothing but let's assume we have two bottles and you transfer item from bottle A to B. So that's the data mapping. So here we see we have three layers and the same data and different names, different labels. Right? Value is the same, but it's appear in the same different with the different labels. Okay. So in the banking, let's get another slide. So in the banking, data accuracy is critical. So any software application, but we are discussing banking domain, so that's why I mentioned banking. Accuracy is critical. Okay. Even one field mismatch can cause big problems, right? So what are the things? Wrong loan amounts, right? Wrong loan amounts, incorrect credit scores, and failed vendor integrations. Okay, so as a business analyst, you become the translator between business and technical team, right? So you ensure full name in business language equal cust name in the database and cust name in the API. So that's your superpower. So business won't tell you, okay, what should go in API, what should go in database. They said we need a field to capture customer name. So that field name is full name. Okay. So your job is to make sure all the layers store the value of the customer name, right? So here is the 5 step you can follow when you are capturing these type of requirement, or like how to create the data mapping document. So let's insert one more table or one more slide here. So let's put this one, how to create a data mapping document. Okay, so you can keep this one for all the project you can use. Okay, so the number one, collect first. Your first step is, before you worry about what is the field you need to include in the API or database, first collect business field. What is the fields provided? This is similar to Frontend. Check what users see on the front end. Okay, so this is our first thing. So second one, identify database field, right? So we can go with one. Talk to a developer or check data models. Okay, you can see, or like a database schema or database spec document, anything. You can find what is the field in the database. Okay, so next one, review API fields now. Okay, so now we have the front end, what customer will input, customer will enter, and the second one, how this is stored in the databases. Third one, if data API is going to implement API, see what goes in and out of the system. So this, we are talking about APIs. So fourth step is match and document. Create a table with business field like UI, API, DB, and data type. Okay, we'll discuss data type. Okay, number 5, validate with team. So you have to validate. So with developers and QA, confirm that everything aligns. Okay, you need to discuss with the team during a PBR or like a technical grooming with this all. Okay, so let's take a case study and learn how we can implement our requirement gathering document for data mapping. Okay, so let me insert one more slide here for the case study. So our case study today, you can take the same case study. So online loan application system with vendor integration. Okay, and front end captures name, date of birth, loan amount, and annual income. Same like Sarah's case. Okay, income. And back end, we just note down all the provided information. So here, customer name we capture like this, the database, and date of birth. This is the field date of birth, loan amount. This is how it's going to look like, annual income. Okay, so vendor API return score and risk level. Okay, or maybe we'll put okay like this. Okay, so this is what how the field's going to looks like. Okay, so now let's go back to Jira and we'll write the user story. Okay, so let's create one user story here. Story. So map loan application data across systems. Okay, so you can create separate user stories, but we are going to create only one for demo purpose. Okay, so user story has been created. Let's write our user story. Okay, so there's no user. Let's write as a BA. Okay, as a business analyst. Okay, I want to document how each field moves across Frontend API and database so that developers, testers, and auditors or business can ensure data consistency. Okay, so this is kind of a epic. Okay, like you can break front end is separate, back end separate, API separate. So just a demo purpose, I'm including everything here. Okay, so now let's go to the acceptance criteria. All key fields mapped correctly. So you can create one user story for database, one user story for API, one user story for the front end, or even for the integration, you can create one separately. Okay. So second one, data types match across layers. Right? Like text or like a string, right? Number, integer, right? Like that, or float. So every system has different format, right? Like this, that's the data format we're talking. And if there is a date format, date, right? Or digit. Document, so testers can test this one end to end, right? So based on if it is a front-end user story, you can provide your field mapping, and testers can, if it is API, and testers can test the API user story. So I would recommend you always, when the I think if you remember when we're discussing the front end one, we always create a table for the field mapping, right? So let's create a table. I'm not sure table will work here. Insert. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Never mind. We can just, is this table? Yeah. Okay. We can add name, no problem. So let's capture the first one, business field. Okay. So business field, let's write everything. I like to we need a row, I need a, okay, no, I need a column before this one. Okay, it's only giving the column, so maybe I can see now, add a column to left, right, or left, doesn't matter. Okay, I can copy this one and put it here. Okay, so I just need a number column so that we can track how many records are there. Okay, so now full name, number 2, date of birth, so we need a row here, loan amount, credit score, just all the field. Okay, and this should be uppercase, and one more field row below, number 5, vendor name. I think this is enough just for the demo purpose. Okay, so next one, UI field, this is the front end. What we need to collect full name. So what you're going to display on your website, DOB, date of birth, and the requested. If you notice, this is changing, right? Loan amount, we are telling requested loan amount and income. So here, sorry, I think I made a mistake here. I should have loan amount, annual income, income, and next one is credit score. So here we can keep credit rating and one more field we can add vendor name. Okay, vendor. Okay, so what is the API field name? We can define here API field, right? So customer name, this is how you are going to see date of birth, first letter is capital. In my case, loan amount, annual income. We can have a score, vendor name. Okay. We can add more column here. Right, and so here we can add DB column, customer name with hyphen. Okay, I'm not sure if you can see date of birth, so we can differentiate loan amount, annual income, credit score. You don't need to decide this one. So there is a schema spec. You can ask tech lead. You can get this detail. Okay. Okay. So now very important. Let's add the data type. Okay. Let's add one more column to write. Okay. So customer name is text or string. Let's keep this format text. Okay. Both are same, but let's keep in simple English. Decimal, 2 decimal. You can decimal integer because it's the credit score, and text. Okay. And also very important, we can have not null or like a mandatory, right? Mandatory. So let's make everything is mandatory. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll just keep this one is optional, and credit score also mandatory. Okay, so this is our data mapping table. So you can one time you can create when you are creating your spec here, current state or future state, and I would recommend you to have a table like this. So this is very clear for the tester and developer. So there won't be no question. Important the field name and the data type. And even better if you have a sample data, like include one column. We cannot assume, okay, everyone knows the name or the date or something like that. So it's always recommended to have a sample value, right? So here you can include one more column to write sample value. Okay, so how this is going to looks like. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. Notes should go notes. Okay, mandatory. Okay, sample values. John Doe, date of birth. Loan amount 10,000 and annual income 80,000, right? And credit score 0 to 0 to 1,000, I guess, between some number, right? And vendor name, let's put ABCD, something like that. Okay, so I guess this is how you can create your data mapping table. Okay, let me save before it goes. So here you can create 3 user stories, guys. Okay, so for UI you can keep one, API you can keep, database spec you can keep separate, and based on that you can just adjust to, instead of business analyst, you can put the user or the developer or backend or microservice or API, and you can update this section given when then, or like you can simple point form you can write the user story you are going to create. Okay, so now let's go back to our slide. So we discussed this one, very important, have the accurate data. Okay, we discussed this one, case study we passed this one, user story, we wrote this one. Okay, we did this exercise. Okay, we'll not do this one. So now we'll come back here, PBR, product backlog refinements. Okay, so how do you estimate this user story with the team, right? So this story is mapping loan application data. So dev and QA need to confirm field names and dependencies, right? So developer may ask, do we include vendor API fields? BA, yes, credit score and risk level. Tester might ask, let me go back to our user story. So these are vendor API, right? Tester may ask, do we have all sample data for verification, right? So you see, we just included testers. This is, yes, we'll prepare JSON samples and expected TB rows estimation, right? So maybe I will say 8 total story point for doing all of this. Okay, so let's estimate our user story here. 8 user story points. Because identifying field 2, document and mapping 1, validate QA and dev 2, prepare test data, review, finalize. So everything together, 8 is a fair number. Okay. All right. So that's all about data mapping and estimation. So now let's check our knowledge. So let's do a quiz. Okay. So what is the main goal of data mapping in a banking project? Not only the banking project, I'm using a banking as our domain project. So that's why here I mentioned banking. To match data fields between different systems, right? So data mapping connects data fields between front and back end APIs and databases. So all systems speak the same language. Okay, so that's the main purpose. So in a loan application, the front end field full name map to which backend example. Okay, so you know what is mapped to, right? So what's the first of full name? So customer name, right? So customer name is a common backend naming convention. The key is that the meaning remains the same across all systems. Okay. And third, which of the following is not a typical data mapping field? Font size, right? So this is not a data mapping field. Data mapping deals with data, not UI visuals like font size or color. Okay, so you have to keep in. Question number 4, what happens if data mapping is missing or incorrect? The system may show wrong or missing information, right? Incorrect mapping leads to data mismatches, example, wrong credit score or missing values in reports. So during PBR, question number 5, during PBR, who explained the data mapping or story? Yeah, so obviously you, the BA leads the PBR session by explaining the purpose, fields, and data flow for the user story entire team. So always recommend to have this table ready before you go to PBR. Okay. And question number 6, in the estimation process, why is the story given 8 story point? Right. So this is just a rough idea. Okay. So for this question, let's answer the right answer. Because of coordination between team and add complexity. Right. So documentation is lengthy. Yes, that's the right one. Coordination is required because it involves UI changes, because API is slow. So right answer I'm expecting here B, because coordination or dependency is there. Okay. Question number 7, what document is created as part of the data mapping activity? So the BA creates a data mapping table listing each field, business name, API name, database column, and data type. So data mapping table. Okay. In data mapping, what ensures that a date of birth field is stored correctly, matching the data type date across system, right? So data type date must match between front end, back end, and database for consistency and correct validation. So what should tester use to verify that data is mapped correctly? Question number 9, data mapping document. Testers use the data mapping document to trace data flow from front end to database and confirm the correct mapping. Okay, so this is very helpful for the testers. Last question. During the PBR meeting, what is the BA's key responsibility? So this is just a generic question. The BA ensure the whole team understand how data flows across system and what needs to be built and tested. Okay, answer is B. Okay, now time for the interview questions. Okay, so can you explain what data mapping is and why it's important in banking project? Not only the banking project, any project. Okay, so in my previous project where we integrated our loan application system, you can replace with your project. Okay, here, what is the API? So I was responsible. Any of the system you can use here for your example. Okay, so if you for UI or if you map for API or database, can use any example here. Okay, I was responsible to ensuring that data uh, from loan form match correctly with the backend and the vendor system. So this was our example. Okay, so I created data mapping document, right? You can see something like this. Okay, so I created the data mapping um, document listing each field, how it appeared on the front end, what the API field name was, and which database column store it. I validate the data types and confirm mapping with the developers and testers. So this result mapping helped identify mismatch fields early. The project avoided production errors, of course, right? So data mapping ensures consistency, accuracy, and smooth system integration, specifically critical in banking, right? So you can do the same approach for all the data mapping user stories. So how do you conduct a PPR for a data related story? So we had a story aligned data fields between our core banking app and the loan microservice. My job was lead the PBR session, make sure developers, testers, and product owner understood the story scope. So I walk the team. So here this is what important. Business context, data flow, mapping table. We discuss dependencies on vendor APIs and confirm the test data availability. Right. So how do you do this? All should be discussed non-functional requirement as well. So by the end of the meeting, the story was clear, the effort was estimated as story points, and no ambiguity remained, right? So the sprint ran smoothly because everyone understood their part, right? So this is not the case usually. So it's good to discuss always, okay? So the good PPR saves rework it where clarify and collaboration is begin. Question number 3. How do you estimate user stories like data mapping? In a digital loan project, we need to create a mapping between form fields, APIs, and DB columns, right? So I had to guide the team in estimating this user story during the sprint planning. So I broke into smaller activities, identifying fields, documenting mapping, validating with dev, and final review. We discuss about complexity instead of hours. Okay, so the team agreed on 8 story point, and the story was completed within the sprint. No blockers. So the takeaway: estimation is guessing. It's a teamwork and understanding complexity, and no just time, right? So question number 4. Tell me about the time when wrong data mapping caused an issue, right? How did you handle it? So during UAT in a credit bureau integration project, the credit score displayed on the UI was 0 for some customers. So you can use any example. You can replace these values with your example. Okay. So just to give an idea how you what other question can be come from this section. So I was asked to investigate and coordinate between dev and Q to find out the root cause. So I reviewed the API database mapping. We discovered that the API returned a field name score, but the backend expected credit score. So I have updated the data mapping table, raised a defect, and worked with dev to fix it. So the issue was resolved and next build, and our UAT results were 100% accurate. So takeaway: detailed mapping document prevent major data issues, and BAs are responsible for ensuring that accuracy. Okay. Question number 5. How do you validate that the data mapping you created is correct? So we had multiple system exchanging data for a personal loan application. So again, you can replace your project here. So task was I had to verify that all map fields were work correctly across front-end API and database. Action, I perform a sample testing with QA, entering data on the UI and checking API responses and querying the database to confirm values. So I also made sure the field formats are data types and matched as per mapping. So result, all mapping were validated successfully. QA used the same document for the future regression testing. So the takeaway, validation is not just testing, it is confirming that your documentation reflects real system behavior. So that's it. All the interview questions. Let's go back to our slide here. Okay, so we did this one. So let's do a quick recap what we learned today. So data mapping connects between fields to system fields. PBR ensures that the team understands the story and dependencies. Estimation help the team plan effort using the story point. So today you created the data mapping table and practice real world BA skills. So tomorrow we will, what's coming up? Tomorrow we will validate this data. Testers will check if front-end API and database values are matched perfectly. So you will learn how BA support testing with clear acceptance criteria and mapping. So see you tomorrow for day 8, data validation and testing. Thank you and welcome back everyone. This is day 8 of our banking domain technical business analyst series. So yesterday we learned how do you do data mapping. So how business data travels through front-end, back-end databases. So today we are going to level up because now we'll talk about something every BA must master, but most beginners skip. Non-functional requirements. So by the end of the session, you will know. Okay, let me add this one. What is functional requirement in the short form? I'll write NFRs and why they are important as functional requirement. So why they are important as functional requirements. And there were 7 key type of NRFs, non-functional requirements. The 7 key type of NRFs and how to write them as a user story. As a user story. How to discuss them in PBR, I'll just short form PBR, and how to answer interview question on this topic. Okay, interview, how to answer in questions on this topic. Okay, okay. Let's understand what is non-functional requirement. Okay, And also let's make it super simple, this one. So when you say functional requirements, we mean what the system should do, right? Functional requirements. So when we say non-functional requirement, we mean how well the system should do it, right? So functional, what the system should do. Non-functional, how well system should do it. So here is an example. Functional, the system allow the users to apply a loan. That's a functional requirement. Non-functional, the system should load the loan page within 2 seconds. This example for a non-functional requirements. So you see the difference, right? One is about functionality, the other is quality, right? So this is functionality, this is the quality. So you can think of non-functional requirement as the personality of your system, right? So let me write here. So this one, the action. Okay, this is the personality, right? So the system action is functionality or functional. Non-functional is the personality, right? So kind of, is it fast? Is it secure? Is it always available? Is it easy to use? That's what all about non-functional requirements define. Okay. So the next, the 7 key type of non-functional requirements. Okay. First one is, let's go through the 7 most important non-functional requirement categories. So every BA should know. Okay. The first one is um, performance. For example, speed. Um, how fast does the system respond? This is the question you can ask during your PBR. If you are capturing, you can include this question in your user story. If you are developing technical like API, backend user stories, right? It's performance. How fast the systems should respond. The second one is scalability. So scalability is, can the system handle more users or transactions as it grows, right? Example, system can support, for example, system can support 10,000 active users. Okay, so handle, that's the scalability. So next one is availability. So how often is the system up and running? How often is the system up and running, right? So example, for example, system should run 99.9%. It's not possible 100%. There we go, per month or something like this. Okay. So next one is security. What does it mean security? How safe is user data? That's the security. How safe is user data? Remember, when we send external data to credit union, we say it encrypted, right? Those kind of thing. Security. All password must be stored in an encrypted format. Personal PI data should be masked, something like that, right? Next one, reliability. Usability. So usability is the system easy to use and understand? Ease of use. Example, user should be able to complete registration in less than 3 steps, something like that. Okay. So next one is reliability. So reliability is the system behave consistently under normal condition, right? Example, system should process transaction without data loss. System should process transactions without data loss. Okay. And maintainability. So how easy to fix or update the system? Example, code changes should be deployed with minimum downtime. When you document requirements, adding non-functional requirements turns your user story from average to professional, right? So you can have these 7 questions. Like you can create a user story template, right? So when you start a requirement, uh, maybe you can include like non-functional requirement during your PBR. You can check, okay, is there any performance we need to take care of this one? How about the scalability, availability, security, usability? So you can just simply ask the team so that you can mark your checklist. Okay. So now let's go back to we talk about the examples. So our case study, next one. Case study, we are going to take the same example, our loan application. Okay. So functional requirement, remember, if you remember our functional requirement, as a user. So this is our, just to remind you, okay, I want to, what we did, apply, right? Apply for a loan online so that I can complete my application digitally. Okay, so this is our requirement. So now how do you write non-functional requirement for this one, right? So let's take our 7 key non-functional. So performance. So let's write performance. I think one by one we will write like this. Scalability, availability, and security, and user, okay, usability and reliability and maintainability. Okay, so these are our 7 non-functional requirements. So what should we write? Let's write this one quickly. System should load the loan form within 2 seconds. Okay, so for the scalability, if you are writing system should handle 500 concurrent loan applications. So if you are wondering who can give you this one, so yeah, definitely you need to talk to your engineer manager, solution architect, yeah, your tech lead, right? So this business won't give you. You need to work with your technical partners. Okay, so system should all business want to make it quick and fast. 9.99% uptime during business hours. Okay, for the security, you can write sensitive data like SIN, you can PI data, personal information, right? Details must be encrypted during transmission and storage. Okay, usability, same example we can take. User should be able to complete the application in less than 5 or whatever steps you need. Okay, system must not, for the reliability, system must not lose data if the user session expires. It should persist. Okay, maintainability, developer should be able to update interest rate formulas without system downtime. Okay, so that's how you think a non-functional requirement to a real business case. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's write a user story for this one. How we can write a user story for this example? Okay, so let's go back to Jira. No drawing diagram today. Let's create a user story here. So I will write the title so that you how to write NRF non-functional requirement as a user stories. So that's our title. Okay, so we can start with as a user. So let me write as a user. I want my dashboard to load something, whatever your page, your dashboard, with 2 seconds, so that I can view my loan details quickly. So this you can capture during your requirement gathering. Okay, so you can write something like that. So if you want to write quick acceptance criteria for this one, okay, so dashboard API should respond within, so let's write dashboard API should respond within 2 seconds under concurrent requests. Okay, and average response time must remain 3 seconds for 95 of users, something like this. Okay, or you can write one more style. I can show you. So another one. Okay, so another style you can write as a system administrator. I want user password encrypted so that customer data remains secure. Okay, something like this you can write. So acceptance criteria for this one. Oh, what's happening here? Let's insert bullet. Password must be let's write hashed using some SHA-256 algorithm. So you can talk to your tech lead so they can help you. Okay, don't worry if you don't know this one. So you can simply write password should be masked or hashed or whatever you like. Data should be only be transmitted via HTTPS. Okay, writing them like this help your dev team and QA team include them in their test plans, right? So now let's save this one. Let's go back to our product backlog. Let's refresh this one. Okay, so we have our user story ready here. So what questions can we ask? Like what question they might ask you, right? They can ask, what is the expected load on this page, right? So that's the question you can ask. How many concurrent users are we targeting, right? So these questions you can ask. So let me put it in the user story. So this can be your checklist. You don't need to put it in the user story, but maybe your notes section can have your documents. You can or you can have it in user story. Then you can ask this question and you can mark it up or strike out if it is not applicable. So let's put all the what questions we can ask. What is the expected load on this page? Okay, so that's the first question you ask. How many concurrent users are we targeting? Okay, one more question. What is the acceptable response time? You can ask this question during your PBR. Are there any encryption? Oh, sorry, what happened to this one? Let me write again. Are there any encryption or security needs? Okay. So developers may estimate higher story point if performance or security is involved. Okay. And that's normal. So non-functional requirement often take extra effort, right? So it's not something straightforward like functional requirement. So for example, adding caching, security tokens, or stress testing might increase story from 3 to 5 points. So when you participate in estimated session, always bring up a non-functional expectation as well. Okay, so this will help testers and developers. Okay, so let's estimate this one, 5 user story points. Okay, 5. Okay, so that's all about non-functional requirements. Now time for check our knowledge. Okay, so what do non-functional requirements describe? B, how well the system performs. Remember, that's a quality, right? Personality. So in a non-functional requirement is define how well a system performs, its quality attributes, sorry, not the functionality itself. So always remember non-functional requirement, quality attributes. Okay. Which of the following is non-functional requirement? C, right? Loan page should load within 2 seconds. The page load time is quality performance requirement, so not functionality. So number 3, functional versus non-functional difference. Functional, what system does, non-functional, how well it does, right? So functional features, non-functional performance, quality, usability. Number 4, supporting 500 concurrent user is an example of what? Scalability, right? Measures how a system handles growth in load of users. Question number 5, storing user password securely is an example of obviously security. Protecting sensitive data is a security requirement. Question number 6, system should be available 24/7 refers to, of course, availability, right? So availability measures uptime, ensuring the system is operational when needed. So question number 7, system should recover automatically after a crash is about. So reliability ensures the system behaves correctly under the feature or stress. Question number 8, user should complete registration in 3-step relates to usability, right? So usability ensures the system is easy and intuitive to use. Okay, question number 9, which is not a non-functional requirement. User can update address, right? So this is direct to the feature, right? The updating an address functional. What is the system does, not how well its performance. So last question, when should non-functional requirements be discussed, right? After deployment? No, right? During PPR, we should discuss. So non-functional requirements should be identified and discussed during backlog refinement to influence estimation, design, and testing. All right. Okay, so let's learn what are the question we can how to answer question related non-functional requirements. Okay. The first question, uh, the standard one. Tell me about the time you gathered non-functional requirements for a project. So you can include your project here. So for us, for example, the banking project to implement an online loan application. So task was the ensure the system performed well under heavy load, secured and sensitive data. So I interviewed stakeholder to capture expected response time, uptime, and security measures, then documented them in the user story. You can use as it is. So the system met performance goals, processed 500 concurrent requests smoothly, and passed security audits, right? So next question, how do you validate performance or scalability requirements without coding? So new dashboard feature needed to support multiple users. Okay. So ensure response times and systemic scalability are defined clearly. So you can use that 7 quality attributes in your user story, right? So you can ask that question um, in your user story. You can ask one by one. So work with QA and developers to define acceptance criteria for load and response time. Reviewed non-functional requirements in backlog refinement. Right, so this what happened. Verified that under 200 concurrent users, response time remain under 2 seconds. Okay, so you can increase the load and you can test this one. So what is the biggest mistake BAs make regarding non-functional requirements? Observed previous project delays due to non-functional requirements. Identify potential gaps in requirement documentation. So this is a kind of a negative question, so you have to answer carefully, okay? Ensured every functional story had associated non-functional requirements for performance, reliability, and security. So they just want to know, are you aware about non-functional requirement? Okay. Reduce, rework, improve system quality, and delivered a smoother user experience. So you can just have a user story template. So every time you create a user story, just copy the non-functional requirement asked during the PBR. If not applicable, just cross it out. So how do you document non-functional requirements in user stories? Example like loan module development requirement fast and secure processing. Ensure developers understand the required quality standards. Added non-functional requirements are as separate acceptance criteria in the user stories, including metrics like response time, uptime, and encryption standards. Okay, so what's the result? The developers and testers were aligned, reducing defects and clarifying expectations. Okay, so the last question, how do non-functional requirements affect estimation and backlog refinement? So the banking system upgrade involving multiple concurrent users, so estimate story points accurately considering system quality requirements. So you can mention something like that. Discuss non-functional requirements during PBR with developers or document in the user story. Factor in extra effort for performance optimization and testing. So story points reflected real effort, sprint planning was accurate, and delivery met performance expectation. Okay, that's it. So let's capture what you can include in your resume, right? So let's note down what you can include in your resume under, so maybe you can write add this under your skills section. Okay, non-functional requirements, so you can mention this one in your section like performance, scalability, and let's say here scalability, security, availability. Okay, so this you can mention under your skill section and something like that. Experience defining non-functional, or you can write like this, short form NFRs in banking and financial applications. So based on your project, you can write this one. You can write collaborated with dev teams, so they mean development teams. Okay, teams for performance and usability improvement. Or you can, there are some security teams are there, or separate performance testing teams are there, so you work them to provide requirement, or write a help for testing increase load or something like that, right? So you can mention your experience. LinkedIn update also, you can write something like that. You learn non-functional requirement, understand how fast and secure reliable banking system. So you can write something like that. Similar thing you can capture in your LinkedIn also. So as a business analyst, you don't need to code. So you just need to capture during your PPR. Okay, that's it for today, day 8. So what's coming up? Oh, sorry, I didn't include. Okay, let me provide you what is coming for tomorrow. Okay. So now you know how to define how well your system should work, not just what it should do. The non-functional requirements will make your user story stronger and your project more realistic. Okay. So what's coming up? Coming up next, which is our day 9. We can discuss rest all technical concept, right? Remaining something technical concepts and system performance, like performance. When I'm mentioning topics, we can include like latency, concurrency. It's kind of a non-functional requirement. System bottlenecks. Okay, so these kind of things you can speak tomorrow. Okay, so then you can sound like confident in every sprint discussion. Okay, so then see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day. Hi, everyone. Welcome to day 9 of our banking domain technical business analyst training. So we have come a long way from understanding user stories and process map to writing acceptance criteria and non-functional requirements. So today is all about closing the loop, how to track and report bugs effectively as a business analyst. So so these are the things we are going to cover. Learn how to identify, log and track defects, understand the BA's role in UAT, defect triage, and traceability. Okay, so let's start with a simple question. What is a bug? A bug is, let me write, a bug is any behavior in the system that doesn't match what was expected in your user story or acceptance criteria. Okay, so for example, let's take one user story. Okay, so user story says okay, let's take customer should receive a loan approval email after credit check. Okay, so this is our feature or functionality during the testing, but in testing no email was received. Okay, so what is the bug? Bug is deviate from expected behavior. So what is our expected behavior? Customer should receive a email after loan approval, right? So here what is deviating? Customer didn't receive the email. Okay, so that's a defect. That's we call as a defect or bug. Understood? Okay, so now let's move on to next one. So bug lifecycle. So how the bugs are created and what are the different phases? Let's take a look. Okay, so here is how it typically works in Jira. Okay, so later on we can take a example in Jira. So now let's record it everything. So new, the tester finds the issue and logs it. Okay, so that's the beginning, birth of the bug. Assigned to developer, right? For fixing. So developer picks it up and in progress. So now when developers start fixing, developer works on fixing it, right? So next phase is resolve. So resolve means fix is completed by the developer. Okay, so now it's go to the tester again. Tester will verify it again whether the fix is done or not. So QA retest to confirm. So retest to confirm. Okay, so finally bug is closed. So these are the main phases of a bug. Okay, officially done. Okay. So now let's understand. So each of these stage help track where the bug is in process. Okay, so that's why it's very important to know what is the status of the bug. Okay, so now let's understand severity and priority. So you often hear testers say this is a high severity, low priority issue. What does it mean? Okay, so let's record it, this question. You might hear during the PBR or planning, your team members talking, this is a high severity, low priority issue. Okay, so what does it mean? So let's take a look. Okay, severity, let's take example. Okay, so how bad the problem is, that's what you need to understand, how bad is the problem is. An example, if your login is not working, like app is crashing or login is not working, that's a high severity, right? Critical. Customers are not able to log in, right? That's a high severity. So priority, so this interchangeable, it's connected both. Okay, priority. So how soon it should be fixed? Okay, so that's priority. So example, label update, right? Typo errors, label update, or user experience enhancement, those kind of thing can wait. Okay, so you have to take the tickets which is in high severity, like login. And low priority. Okay, so bug can be severe but not urgent. So how do you decide? Oh, urgent but not severe. So it's all about depending on business impact. So based on the business, so I'll write here. So business, okay, let's write depending on business impact, you can decide whether bug is severity or priority will be decided based on the business impact. Okay. So now let's talk about the BA role in defect management. Let's enhance this one. BA role in defect management. Okay. Usually BA doesn't test. Maybe a quick sanity testing or smoke testing, or if you are capturing the existing flow, you can test, or if the project is urgent and very limited TQA resources, you can give it a hand. You can wear a QA hat too. So otherwise, normally BA doesn't test, but BAs always help in bug triage. Like why we need to help here. So let me explain. Let's write down all the topics. So sometimes bug is not a bug. The person logging the bug, maybe the requirement is not clear, or like it's testing in the different environment, or maybe a data issue or something else, right? So let's discuss all how we can help in the defect management. Okay, so first one, help confirm whether it's a bug or not. That's the first point. Whether the reported issue, let's put it this way, issue is a bug or change request, something. Okay, that's the first one. Next one, when someone is raising the defect, please check your acceptance criteria, or check your acceptance criteria. So why I am asking to check the acceptance criteria was the behavior wrong. There might be a communication gap, right? Tester understood something differently, or developer understood something differently. So it's always to clarify requirement clarification. That's your first point you need to start. Okay, so that's why I'm asking to check your user story acceptance criteria. So next one, record the record exact reproduction steps and expected what you are trying to do. That's a very important, and so as the actual results, what you are seeing, that might be expected too, right? So that's why very important. If you are logging a bug, right, all the bugs you can see, reproduce how to reproduce the issue, whatever you are trying to do, the person trying to do. That's the main step in a bug report. Okay. Communicate clearly with dev and QA and dev teams, right? So when you are PBRing, take time, don't rush. Let them ask questions, right? The more you talk or more you refine your requirement with the dev team or your team dev and TQA, there is less bug, right? Because the most of the bugs are coming miscommunication, or the requirement was not clear, or didn't talk much. So that's why the developer assumed or tester assumed because of this. So you have something in your mind you captured from business, but you didn't articulate it well, or you didn't write well, or captured. You might have written well, but you didn't explain clearly. So they're all about like talking refining your user story very clearly and documenting very well. So that's the main key here. So update your, so all the bugs are linked to a user story. Okay, so if you are maintaining a requirement traceability, RTM, traceability matrix, we can call as RTM. So every bug links back to a user story. Okay, sorry. So you can attach that one too. Okay. Now we can do a quick demo. So let me go back to Jira. Let's log in a bug. Okay. So this is our Jira board. I hope you guys can see. Go over. I created a sprint. Okay. Why it's not moving? Okay, maybe it's should go to the board. Let me refresh. Okay. So there are two user stories already sitting there. Let's say, let's move this implementing the API user story here. So this user story, here in progress, I should have in testing. Okay, so let's add this status here. Okay, let's move. Sorry, this is the pre-version, guys. Bear with me. Okay, so here to do in progress, let's say developer moving this one in testing. Okay, so in testing now, I don't know what is this user story. Do we have anything actually written here or just a simple title? Okay. Okay, something else. Okay, so let's assume this is your user story. You are testing as a tester. So tester, how he can log a bug here, right? Okay, so first you can go here as usual, and here you can select bug, and first you write the title here. Short title would be good. Loan. Okay, so we can take our original loan confirmation email was not sent. Okay, so this is your title. Summary description. Here is the place you will write like real production steps, right? Like I'm not going to write here. This is very important, guys. Reproduce plus if you are using test data, okay, expected was actual result, and test data, like let's say you are checking testing credit card or like a debit card, like use the provide the test data whatever you are using here, and environment, which environment you are testing, and provide as much of as details so that very easy when during the bug trial, right? And screenshots, if you have a screenshot or video, attach something, so that will be easy. All right, so let's assume we have everything here what I discussed here. What else we have? Parent, due date, choose item, or choose a team, sorry. Select start date, select a sprint, so we can select the current sprint. Story point not required. We can link to, okay, so let's create this one. Okay, so we can see this bug is created, right? So this bug will go to in progress. So now here the team will decide. Maybe you can put it in the backlog, but if this bug is related to this one, so you cannot put it in the backlog, because this user story, let me see if I can link this one, copy the link, archive, sorry guys, because this pre-version I'm not super. So we try to link this one so that see if I can sorry, what happened, I don't know. Send to Confluence. Okay, created link a work item. Okay, this is what I'm so where is our bug? So the bug, copy link. Okay, so this is, so it's blocked by, you can select the status. Okay, blocked or cloned or duplicate. So here is blocked by this one. Okay, now description you want to add, that's okay, no problem, just link it. Okay, now the user story, the bug is linked to the user story. So let's go back and see. Let me refresh this one. So if you open the user story, you can see the issue is also logged, and it cannot move without is blocked by, right? So we can add a comment here, blocked. Okay, so it's blocked. So you cannot move forward without fixing this one. First, this bug should be addressed, right? So first, tester is clear. Remember our 6 steps right here. First, new and assign, in progress, resolve, tester, right? So new, assigned to the developer here. Let's say I don't have any team, so let's just say this one assigned to the developer. Developer will fix it again and send back to the tester for revalidation. Once it revalidated, this will be fixed. Okay, so linking is important because that way developer know which user story has a bug. Okay, now let's discuss the bug triage. Okay, so triage meetings are regular sessions where BA, QA, and dev teams complete together. If it is not a production bug, okay, production bugs are not good, right? So it's kind of urgent calls. So the defect triage I'm talking about, like a regular bugs, okay? What do you do in triage, right? So first one, review. Review, open defects, whatever the defects. If you have some defects in backlog, so you can review. So first step, to see what is the priority, what we should take based on the severity. Prioritize, right? Based on the severity, you can prioritize. Prioritize fixes and decide what is crucial, right? Remember, based on the business decision, you can choose what should go, what you are going to fix for the release. Okay, so as a BA, your job is speak for the business, help team understand which bugs truly block user experience or compliance. Okay, that's what. Yeah. Okay, so I want to. Okay, some tips. BA tips. Let me duplicate this one so that I can put it in a different slide. Don't don't rush to label something or bug. Okay, always verify first. Avoid emotional or blaming, right? So because of you or something like that. These are bug is actually good. That's for not good, I would say, but it's just for the system improvement, right? So that's why uh, end of the day everyone is working for the same project. So sometimes this happens. So use clear communication, right? Document clearly. Always, these are tips. Always link bugs to user stories or acceptance criteria. Okay. Help testers clarify business logic if needed. Okay. Okay, so these are the tips I would recommend you during this one. Okay, when you are doing a bug triage or working with defects. So now let's test your knowledge. Okay. Okay, we can go to our questions. Okay, so let's try to answer these questions very quickly. So what is a bug in software development? Answer is B, any deviation from expected behavior defined in requirements, right? So a bug is any behavior in the system that does not match what expected as the requirement or acceptance criteria. So question number 2, which of the following is not part of the typical bug lifecycle? So bugs go through stages like new, assigned, in progress, resolved, tested, verified, and closed, deleted, or it's not a standard life cycle stage, right? So answer is D, right? So not deleted. So 3, severity of a bug refers to severity indicates the impact of the bug on system functionality, not the order of fixing. So the right answer is B, how critical the bug is to the system. So question number 4, priority of a bug refers to priority define the urgency for fixing the bug, which may or may not match is the severity. Right? So how soon it should be fixed? That's the right answer. Question number 5, which role is primarily responsible for validating whether reported issue is a bug or change request? Right? The BA ensured that the issue matches the requirement or acceptance criteria before categorizing it as a bug, right? So C is the right answer. 6, question number 6, which of the following should always be included when logging a bug? All of this detail, right? All up above, right? Developers and testers understand, reproduce, and prioritize the bug. Okay. So the question number 7, what is the main purpose of defect triage meeting, right? Triage meetings are held to review the defects, prioritize them, and plan fixes for the release. The right answer is B, to review and prioritize open bugs. Question number 8, which of the following is a BA best practice when managing bugs, right? BA should maintain traceability and clear communication, all the bugs should be linked to a user stories, right? Question number 9, a bug that causes the application to crash is usually so answer is C, critical severity. So application crashes are critical issues that must be fixed immediately. Okay. So question number 10, during UAT, why is BA role important in bug tracking? So the BA ensure that all defects are correctly linked to requirement and helps the QA and dev teams understand the business impact. Okay. So answer is B, to ensure the business requirement defects are properly logged. All right. Okay. So now let's go back to our interview question on this one. Tell me about a time you identify a critical bug in a project. During a UAT of a loan application project, I noticed that the approval email was not being sent after the credit checks, right? The issue we talk about. So I need to report this critical issue and ensure it was fixed before release. And the action, I documented the bug with step to reproduce, expected versus actual behavior, the severity and priority in Jira, which we did, right? I linked to the corresponding user story and coordinate with QA and development to track its progress. The bug was fixed before the release, preventing user complaints and ensuring the loan product workflow worked correctly, right? So describe a time when you had to communicate a bug to developers. So while testing the online registration workflow, I found that concurrent users caused duplicate entries here. So my responsibility was clearly communicate this issue to the development team, right? So we have to avoid duplication. So I created a detailed bug report, including the reproduction steps, screenshots, and business impact, and participated in a triage meeting to prioritize the bug. So developers implemented a fixed to handle concurrent submission, and the issue did not occur in subsequent testing, right? So question number 3, give an example of a bug that was difficult to reproduce and how you handle it. So in the loan calculator module, the bug appeared intermittently for some users, right? So I had to gather enough information so developers could reproduce and fix it. I collected logs, user input details, browser types, and timestamps. I coordinate with QA to try multiple scenarios until the issue was reliably reproduced. The bug was successfully reproduced and resolved, improving the system reliability. So the next question, tell me about a time you had to prioritize multiple bugs. So during testing, the team reported 15 open bugs at the same time, some critical and some minor UI issues. So I needed to help prioritize which bugs should be fixed first. I organized a trial session with developers and QA highlighting business impact and severity, and recommended that the critical calculation and email issues be fixed immediately, right? The team focused on the most critical bugs first, ensuring the system met business requirement before release. So describe how you ensure a bug was properly linked to a business requirement. So in the loan application project, user reported that the document upload feature was not working. I had to make sure the bug was linked to the correct requirement and track for resolution. So I updated the bug in Jira, attached the related user story ID, described the expected was actual behavior, and verified the QA that fix met the original requirement. The bug was resolved successfully, and the traceability matrix was updated, ensuring all requirements were fully validated. So which we did. Okay. So next one, you can include something like that in your resume also. You can keep your project here, what project you are, you can add under experience or skill section this collaborated with QA and development team, log prioritize track path through Jira and Confluence, create a clear defect report detailing steps to reproduce expected to pretty much what we discussed we can mention here, right? Supported triage meetings to ensure all critical issues were resolved before releasing deadline, linked bug to user story. Just put the same thing here so that you can put something in your resume, okay? Verify, fix, and validate that resolved defect align with the acceptance criteria during UAT testing, user acceptance testing. Improved communication between QA and business team, reducing the defect turnaround time by 30%. Okay, so these are the tools you use: Jira, Confluence, Excel, SQL, Postman. Core skills: UAT coordination, defect management, requirement validation, Agile, Scrum, traceability metrics. So same thing, you can put it if you are capturing in your LinkedIn also, you can include the same thing. Okay, it's pretty much the same I include there. Okay, that's it for today. So let's summarize what we learned here. Today we learned bugs are not mistakes again, guys. Okay, but no one like bugs. But again, I'm telling you don't need to take negatively, but feedback for improvement. But before it's go to production, you need to catch this one. But I would say even the bug will not exist if you write the requirement clearly and talk to the team multiple times and clarify and refine more. I would say have a pre-grooming session before the PBI and create documents like flowchart diagrams, test cases, those kind of things. Communication and validation. Okay, and ensuring the product truly meets business goals, right? So this UAT, during UAT. Okay, so that's the summary for today. So what is coming next? Okay, so next we will focus on resume building tomorrow and building LinkedIn optimization, LinkedIn optimization and interview prep for technical BSA role. Okay, technical BSA, business system analyst. Okay, this role we can summarize everything what we talk about. BSA roles. All right. Okay, so get your project examples ready because tomorrow we'll use them to craft your resume and showcase your skills profession. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Day 10, crack the technical business analyst interview. So welcome to day 10. You made it the final day of our banking technical business analyst series. Today we are going to make you interview ready. So we'll cover the most common skills employers are asked for. Prepare for 2 rounds of interviews, walk through a sample resume, and finish with mock interview practice. So if you ever wanted to land a business system analyst or technical BA role, this is your roadmap. Let's go. So what companies are looking for? So when you apply for a technical business analyst or business system analyst role, employees want someone who can speak both business and technology. Let's break down the top skills that appear in almost every job posting. Okay, so the core skills are requirement gathering and documentation. Okay, Process, let's say business process mapping, functional and non-functional requirement, data mapping and analysis, API understanding, the API and integration. I'll use the word integration. Okay, integration, understanding, Jira and Confluence, SQL. I would not say SQL, basic SQL, data querying, basic. Basics, Agile and Scrum, knowledge, communication and stakeholder management, and in addition to that, banking or financial domain understanding. Okay, so these are the main skills, core skills companies are looking for BSA role. Okay, so you are aware there are two type of interviews. The first round interview is typically by HR or like junior business analyst manager, just to understand your background. Okay, so let's talk about the first round. Their goal is to check your fundamental and communication clarity. So here are the common first round questions and how you should answer them. So like role of BA in Agile, how do you get the requirements, and what is the user story, what tools you have used, functional versus non-functional, something like that. Okay, so let's document everything. I'm gonna insert. Okay, I'll keep this one. What is your understanding of the BA role in Agile project? Okay, so these are pretty basic questions. Okay, so let's answer this one. Let me write answer so you know. The BA bridge, let's write while I'm speaking, the BA bridges business and technical teams, ensuring requirements are clearly defined. Okay, don't worry about the typo, I can autocorrect. Defined, prioritized, and deliver through user stories and acceptance criteria. Okay, so you can come up with different answer, but basically your understanding is you need to write user story for by capturing business requirement. So you speak to both side, technical and the business side. Okay, so that's the main role, main job description as a BA. Okay, I'll duplicate the slide and go to the second question here. Let's write the second question. Okay. How do you gather requirement? So now you identified who is BA. Next question, the gathering requirement. It's a famous question, popular question. Okay. So let's write this one. Okay. Answer through stakeholder interviews. Okay, so these are the first round they will check. Okay, workshops. How do you gather requirement? Technically, you just need to talk with some examples. Document analysis and observing current process. Okay, so if you're a first time, if you are preparing, so if you don't have any experience, this one, right? So you can practice. I'll create a separate series for as a beginner, how you can practice requirement gathering as a beginner. Okay, so the next one, question number 3, I'll duplicate again. Question number 3, keep the answer here. What is a user story? Pretty basic. Okay, so user story, short, simple description of a feature told from the user's perspective as a customer. Example. Okay, I want to apply for a loan. You can give example loan so that I can receive funds quickly or something like that. Okay, so here they're asking, what is a user story? A user story, a short, simple description of a feature told from the user perspective. This is the example. Okay, and question number 4, let's duplicate this one. What tools you have used? Okay, what tools have you used? Okay, so you need tools for capturing the current state, and especially the diagram, right? So let's document this one. Answer Jira for sure, writing user story for user stories, and Confluence for documentation, and Excel or Lucid chart for or Draw.io, any tool, okay, for the process mapping. Okay, so very important, process mapping, user stories and Confluence. Okay, so you can mention any tools. last question, fifth question. Let me document the fifth question as well. What is the difference between functional and non-functional requirements? So these are typical questions. We covered our session as well, but I'll just mention quickly. What is the difference between functional and non-functional requirements? Okay. Functional requirements describe what the system should do, right? These are the functional requirements. Non-functional requirement. Describe how it performs. You can give like performance, security, or usability. Okay, so these are can be. So let's go back to our questions, final round questions. So we start with who is BA. So you can answer BA is bridge between technical and business team. So second one, how do you execute your job? Like mainly your job is requirement gathering, right? So you can explain how do you gather requirements. And third question is how do you document your requirements? So using a user story, right? Fourth question, to work, what tools you use. So you capture your current state and documentation. Current state, the process mapping, you will use any the Visio or any free tool, whatever the diagramming tool you use, or Excel if you don't have anything. And documentation, Confluence, and writing user story, Jira. Okay. Next one, what is the difference between non-functional and functional requirements? So this is a typical question. If you don't know how to explain, maybe I would recommend you to memorize at least. So functional requirement describe what's the system do, non-functional requirement describe how it performs. Okay, example is given. Next, okay, so we are done with the first round of interview questions. So now let's go through the final round interview questions. Okay. So in the final round, you will meet senior BAs, architects, or hiring managers, some technical folks. Okay. So make sure if you work with APIs, microservice, you have to tell specific examples because the people who taking the interview, they know what you are exactly talking about. Okay, so make sure you have specific examples. So question can be asked like API related, microservice related, system related, performance, non-functional requirement, and data mapping, data consistency, and these kind of thing, and handle UAT bugs. Okay, so let's draft some scenarios and I'll take it from there. Okay, so I'll duplicate here, I'll delete this one. Question number one, like these are scenario based questions. You can answer using our star method. Okay, remember the every end of lesson, I try to give you 5 questions. So use the same format to answer this final round questions. So the first scenario, they can tell you, so they're giving a scenario, okay? So discover that the API, so all we are discussing, whatever we discussed through our lessons, okay? Response from, so you can go back to that particular video and you can watch the section and can gain this knowledge. Vendor is missing O key field required for credit validation. Okay, so this is the scenario. What would you do? Okay, so this is the question. So scenario, let me read it scenario again. You discover that API response from the vendor is missing. O key field required or credit validation. Something in the API documentation, a field is missing. So the integration is not successful because of that, right? So what would you do, right? So let's try to answer this question. Very important question. This type of question. I'll do log a change request because this is critical. Validate the business impact, right? And collaborate with the vendor and dev team to add the missing field immediately, right? Updating, mapping, and documentation. Got it, right? So sometimes question kind of negative questions just to test your how do you handle the scenario. So you have to answer best of your knowledge with positive statement. Okay, so you cannot pretend okay there was no bug, I'm perfect when I'm capturing requirement. So you can just share your knowledge, right? So project management or like software development, um, it's learned from experience. So you can share whatever experience you had. So we are not looking for any perfect person. Can you learn from your project, right? So you can answer best of your knowledge from your best of your knowledge. Okay. So the question number 2, scenario. Second scenario. The system is slow during loan submission. We discuss all scenarios during our training session. Okay, so you can go back to that video and you can watch to investigate. So the system is slow during the loan submission. How would you investigate this one? So answer, check none. So please make sure you always there is question about functional and non-functional requirement. Okay, so I would check non-functional requirements, review back backend logs, and API response times and database with the dev team. Okay, understand the question, right? So the system is slow. What you will do? So you check, is there any non-functional requirement, right? Like within second, how many seconds this should load. Check first that, then talk to the developers immediately to get rectify this. Okay. So next question number 3, which is scenario number 3. How do you ensure the data consistency across system? This is expected question, right? Remember our front end, back end, and the database, how we map the data, right? Let's write this one. By maintaining clear data mapping documents. Okay, always create a table validating through integration and UAT testing. Okay. This is the scenario, this is the answer. Okay. Okay, last question. Question number 5. Let's duplicate this one. Scenario number 5. What else? Okay. Critical bug appears on production during UAT sign off. What is your first action? So remember, this is backtracking, right? So what we discussed first, we want to make sure if it is actually a valid bug. Okay, so reproduce the issue first. So you'll come to know whether it's a bug or not. It in Jira with steps and severity, and coordinate triage with QA and development. Okay, so let me go through the final round question again. The first scenario, so you discovered the field is missing. How do you fix that one, right? So missing field should be fixed immediately as per the requirement and sent to the production SAP. Okay, that's the first question. Second scenario, system is down, so this is related non-functional requirement. So check the requirement and see if something is missing. Okay, that's the first. Second one. Third one, how do you handle the data consistency, right? So create the table. What is the front end sending? What is the back end should API should for the API what we should feed, for the database what we should send from the API, right? So that's fourth question. Did we talk about? Okay, we talked about this one. 3 I think this is 4. Can have one more question. Let's discuss. So how do you make when bug appears, the first step you need to reproduce and see if it is a valid bug or not. Okay. One more scenario we can include. How do you prioritize backlog items when multiple stakeholders are involved? Okay, so answer is use business value. Okay, and technical feasibility you can find out from your team. Okay, so if you're worrying how to find out, your tech lead or senior developer can help. Resolve conflict through sprint planning and PBR discussions. Okay, all right. Okay, now let's go and prepare a sample resume. Okay, sample resume. I'll make it a little bigger so that you can see. Okay, so let's say you don't have any experience. Okay, so you can write business Let's write the description or professional summary. Detail oriented business analyst with strong understanding. We can correct the grammar. Understanding of requirements gathering, user stories, and system integration in banking applications. Okay, that's it. Everything corrected. Okay. What else we can write? We can write maybe Jira, skilled in Jira, Confluence, and SQL with hands-on experience in. So we are like writing this for a beginner. Okay. Delivery and vendor integration. Okay, so you can watch the video again and you can come back to this sentence, see if this makes sense to you. Okay, Perfect. Okay, now core competencies. Let's add bullet requirement. Requirement gathering. I think we have somewhere. Can copy paste instead of typing. Okay, we copy paste everything. So next one is, if you don't have project experience, how do you get the project experience? Let's write first and discuss. So you can use this simulation project online loan application system, banking domain. You can write collected business requirements for loan registration, credit check, all the features you can give, integration, and approved. And approval workflow. Okay, sorry, I missed that. Okay, so that's one point. And what else? Write the main idea, documented user stories and an acceptance criteria in Jira. So Jira is free for you can practice. We have 10 days all the recording. So just start from the beginning and you can put it if you have any questions, connect with me in the LinkedIn or just write in the chat, so I will watch, I'll reply to you. Okay, perform UAT testing and tracked defects through Jira. Important, you need to practice. There is no secret formula. If you do one project and you will understand all the concept, but it's okay. You can watch our video and practice. And education and certification. We can, I assume you have a bachelor's in business or commerce, okay, IT, engineering, anything, okay. And if you have certification, so certification is not required, but simply if you are wondering, like pretty basic, anything free you can take, okay. Fundamentals, Agile fundamentals. Anything free, don't pay money. Anything free courses you can take to learn Agile. Okay, there are, if you have access to LinkedIn from your college, and there are so many free courses available. You can get access and get a certification. Okay. Okay, that's all about our resume. For the beginner, you can add your personal detail. Okay, top up this one. Now I'll give one exercise for you. You can put it in the comment. Okay, you can write the answer. You can put it in the comment, and let me go to okay, so this is what you can do. So practice exercise. Describe a project you improved. Handle conflicting requirements. Walk through a user story you wrote. Okay, so to do this one, you can connect with me LinkedIn, and you can provide me your answer, or just put it in the chat, so that as a community we can learn from each other. I will reply each of you. Okay, so this is, and also you can practice with a friend or classmate or partner or mentor or anyone at home, and or like if you can access free. So give these 3 questions and you prepare answer for these questions and provide them the answer and ask them to ask this question. Okay, so if you can record it and listen, that would be great. Okay, so that you can improve more. Okay, or yeah, so you can put it in the chat. We can practice together as a community. Okay, so that's a mock interview you can do. What else? LinkedIn. LinkedIn also you can update like same business and banking. Focus this one, highlight the skills you learn and the tools similar to our resume. Okay. All right. So we have reached the 10-day training successfully. So you completed the 10-day banking technical business analyst course. So in these 10 days, we went from zero to practical, right? So we start with front end, and we learn the middle layer and the APIs, and then we learn microservices still backend. Then we learn vendor integration, then data mapping, and non-functional requirements. So bug tracking. So we learn so many stuff, right? So and how to write user stories, how to estimate those one. Okay, so finally, every module I try to include some questions, interview questions. So please take a look. Those are very important questions. And again, I have a request for you guys. So if you find this series useful, hit that like button and subscribe for more content. And if you feel this is useful for another BA or like a new student who wants to become a business analyst, so please do share this one, and your support help us reach more future business analysts like you. So, and remember, every top business analyst started as a beginner. So even me, I don't have any idea what is business analysis. So everyone, so I understand there are so many questions going on in your mind. So we are with you. So we are building a biggest business analyst online community. So connect with us. So don't worry. Thank you. Thank you very much again, all of you supporting me and learning with me together. Again, I have to remind you, every top business analyst started as a beginner, just like you. Now it's your turn to lead the project. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.